Section 23 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 3, Chapter 21. Letters 1881. To Howells and Others. Assisting a Young Sculptor. Literary Plans. With all of Mark Twain's admiration for Grant, he had opposed him as a third-term president and approved of the nomination of Garfield. He had made speeches for Garfield during the campaign just ended, and had been otherwise active in his support. Upon Garfield's election, however, he felt himself entitled to no special favor, and the single request which he preferred at length could hardly be classed as personal, though made for a personal friend. To President-elect James A. Garfield, in Washington: Hartford, January 12, '81. General Garfield, Dear Sir, several times since your election, persons wanting office have asked me to use my influence with you in their behalf. To word it in that way was such a pleasant compliment to me that I never complied. I could not, without exposing the fact that I hadn't any influence with you, and that was a thing I had no mind to do. It seems to me that it is better to have a good man's flattering estimate of my influence, and to keep it, than to fool it away with trying to get him in office. But when my brother, on my wife's side, Mr. Charles J. Langdon, late of the Chicago Convention, desires me to speak a word for Mr. Fred Douglass, I am not asked to use my influence. Consequently, I am not risking anything. So, I am writing this as a simple citizen. I am not drawing on my fund of influence at all. A simple citizen may express a desire with all propriety in the matter of a recommendation to office, and so I beg permission to hope that you will retain Mr. Douglass in his present office of Marshal of the District of Columbia, if such a course will not clash with your own preferences or with the expediencies and interest of your administration. I offer this petition with peculiar pleasure and strong desire, because I so honor this man's high and blemishless character, and so admire his brave, long crusade for the liberties and elevation of his race. He is a personal friend of mine, but that is nothing to the point. His history would move me to say these things without that, and I feel them too. With great respect, I am, General, yours truly, S. L. Clemens. Clemens would go out of his way any time to grant favor to the colored race. His childhood associations were partly accountable for this, but he also felt that the white man owed the Negro a debt for generations of enforced bondage. He would lecture any time in a colored church, when he would as likely as not refuse point blank to speak for a white congregation. Once, in Elmira, he received a request, poorly and none too politely phrased, to speak for one of the churches. He was annoyed, and about to send a brief refusal, when Mrs. Clemens, who was present, said, "I think I know that church, and if so, this preacher is a colored man. He does not know how to write a polished letter. How should he?" Her husband's manner changed so suddenly that she added, "I will give you a motto, and it will be useful to you if you will adopt it. Consider every man colored until he is proved white." To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, February 27, 1881. My dear Howells, I go to West Point with Twichell tomorrow, but shall be back Tuesday or Wednesday, and then just as soon thereafter as you and Mrs. Howells and Winnie can come, you will find us ready and most glad to see you. And the longer you can stay, the gladder we shall be. I'm not going to have a thing to do, but you shall work if you want to. On the evening of March 10th, I'm going to read to the colored folk in the African church here, no whites admitted except such as I bring with me, and a choir of colored folk will sing Jubilee songs. I count on a good time, and shall hope to have you folks there, and Livy. I read in Twitcher's chapel Friday night, and had a most rattling high time, but the thing that went best of all was Uncle Remus's tar baby. I mean to try that on my dusky audience. They've all heard that tale from childhood. At least the older members have. I arrived home in time to make a most noble blunder. Invited Charlie Warner here, in Livy's name, to dinner with the Gerhardts, and told him Livy had invited his wife by letter and by word of mouth also. I don't know where I got these impressions, but I came home feeling as one does who realizes that he has done a neat thing for once and left no flaws or loopholes. Well, Livy said she had never told me to invite Charlie, and she hadn't dreamed of inviting Susie, and moreover, there wasn't any dinner, but just one lean duck. But Susie Warner's intuitions were correct, so she choked off Charlie and stayed home herself. We waited dinner an hour, and you ought to have seen that duck when he was done drying in the oven. Mark. Clemens and his wife were always privately assisting worthy and ambitious young people along the way of achievement. Young actors were helped through dramatic schools, young men and women were assisted through college and to travel abroad. Among others, Clemens paid the way of 2 colored students, one through a Southern institution and another through the Yale Law School. The mention of the name of Gerhardt in the preceding letter introduces the most important, or at least the most extensive, of these benefactions. The following letter gives the beginning of the story. To W. D. Howells in Boston, private and confidential. Hartford, February 21, 1881. My dear Howells, well, here is our romance. It happened in this way. One morning, a month ago, no, 3 weeks, Livy and Clara Spaulding and I were at breakfast at 10 a.m., and I was in an irritable mood, for the barber was upstairs waiting and his hot water getting cold, when the colored George returned from answering the bell and said, "There's a lady in the drawing room wants to see you." "A book agent," says I, with heat. "I won't see her. I will die in my tracks first." Then I got up with a soul full of rage, and went in there and bent scowling over that person, and began a succession of rude and raspy questions, and without even offering to sit down. Not even the defendant's youth and beauty and seeming timidity were able to modify my savagery, for a time. And meantime question and answer were going on. She had risen to her feet with the first question, and there she stood, with her pretty face bent floorward whilst I inquired, but always with her honest eyes looking me in the face when it came her turn to answer. And this was her tale, and her plea diffidently stated, but straightforwardly, and bravely, and most winningly simply and earnestly. I put it in my own fashion, for I do not remember her words. Mr. Carl Gerhardt, who works in Pratt & Whitney's machine shops, has made a statue in clay, and would I be so kind as to come and look at it, and tell him if there's any promise in it? He has none to go to, and he would be so glad. "Oh, dear me," I said, "I don't know anything about art. There's nothing I could tell him." But she went on, just as earnestly and as simply as before, with her plea, and so she did after repeated rebuffs. And dull as I am, even I began by and by to admire this brave and gentle persistence, and to perceive how her heart of hearts was in this thing, and how she couldn't give it up, but must carry her point. So at last I wavered, and promised in general terms that I would come down the first day that fell idle, and as I conducted her to the door, I tamed more and more, and said I would come during the very next week. We shall be so glad, but, would you please come early in the week? The statue is just finished, and we are so anxious, and we did hope you could come this week, and well, I came down another peg and said I would come Monday as sure as death, and before I got to the dining room remorse was doing its work, and I was saying to myself, damnation, how can a man be such a hound? Why didn't I go with her now? Yes, and how mean I should have felt if I had known that out of her poverty she had hired a hack and brought it along to convey me. But, luckily for what was left of my peace of mind, I didn't know that. Well, it appears that from here she went to Charlie Warner's. There was a better light there, and the eloquence of her face had a better chance to do its office. Warner fought as I had done, and he was in the midst of an article and very busy. But no matter, she won him completely. He laid aside his manuscript and said, "Come, let us go and see your father's statue. That is he your father?" "No, he is my husband." So this child was married, you see. This was a Saturday. Next day Warner came to dinner and said, go tomorrow, don't fail. He was in love with the girl, and with her husband too, and said he believed there was merit in the statue. Pretty crude work, maybe, but merit in it. Patrick and I hunted up the place next day. The girl saw us driving up and flew down the stairs and received me. Her quarters were the second story of a little wooden house, another family on the ground floor. The husband was at the machine shop. The wife kept no servant. She was there alone. She had a little parlor with a chair or two and a sofa, and the artist husband's hand was visible in a couple of plaster busts, one of the wife and another of a neighbor's child, visible also in a couple of watercolors of flowers and birds, an ambitious unfinished portrait of his wife in oils, some paint decorations on the pine mantel, and an excellent human ear done in some plastic material at 16. Then we went into the kitchen, and the girl flew around with enthusiasm and snatched rag after rag from a tall something in the corner, and presently there stood the clay statue, life-size, a graceful girlish creature, nude to the waist, and holding up a single garment with one hand, the expression attempted being a modified scare. She was interrupted when about to enter the bath. Then this young wife posed herself alongside the image and so remained, a thing I didn't understand. But presently I did. Then I said, "Oh, it's you." "Yes," she said, "I was the model. He has no model but me. I have stood for this many and many an hour, and you can't think how it does tire one. But I don't mind it. He works all day at the shop, and then nights and Sundays he works on his statue as long as I can keep up." She got a big chisel to use as a lever, and between us we managed to twist the pedestal round and round, so as to afford a view of the statue from all points. Well, sir, it was perfectly charming, this girl's innocence and purity, exhibiting her naked self, as it were, to a stranger, and alone, and never once dreaming that there was the slightest indelicacy about the matter. And so there wasn't, but it will be many a long day before I run across another woman who can do the like and show no trace of self-consciousness. Well, then we sat down, and I took a smoke, and she told me all about her people in Massachusetts. Her father is a physician, and it is an old and respectable family. I am able to believe anything she says. And she told me how Carl is 26 years old, and how he has had passionate longings all his life toward art, but has always been poor and obliged to struggle for his daily bread, and how he felt sure that if he could only have 1 or 2 lessons in lessons? Hasn't he had any lessons? No, he had never had a lesson. And presently it was dinner time, and Carl arrived, a slender young fellow with a marvelous head and a noble eye, and he was as simple and natural and as beautiful in spirit as his wife was. But she had to do the talking, mainly. There was too much thought behind his cavernous eyes for glib speech. I went home enchanted. Told Livy and Clara Spaulding all about the paradise down yonder, where those two enthusiasts are happy with a yearly expense of $350. Livy and Clara went there next day and came away enchanted. A few nights later the Gerhardts kept their promise and came here for the evening. It was billiard night and I had company, and so was not down, but Livy and Clara became more charmed with these children than ever. Warner and I planned to get somebody to criticize the statue whose judgment would be worth something. So I laid for Champney, and after 2 failures I captured him and took him around, and he said, "This statue is full of faults, but it has merits enough in it to make up for them." Whereat the young wife danced around as delighted as a child. When we came away, Champney said, "I did not want to say too much there, but the truth is, it seems to me an extraordinary performance for an untrained hand. You ask if there is promise enough there to justify the Hartford folk in going to an expense of training this young man. I should say yes, decidedly, but still, to make everything safe, you had better get the judgment of a sculptor." Warner was in New York. I wrote him, and he said he would fetch up Ward, which he did. Yesterday they went to the Gerhardts and spent 2 hours, and Ward came away bewitched with those people and marveling at the winning innocence of the young wife, who dropped naturally into model attitude beside the statue, which is stark naked from head to heel now. Gerhardt had removed the drapery, fearing Ward would think he was afraid to try legs and hips, just as she has always done before. Livy and I had 2 long talks with Ward yesterday evening. He spoke strongly. He said if any stranger had told me that this apprentice did not model that thing from plaster casts, I would not have believed it. He said it is full of crudities, but it is full of genius, too. It is such a statue as the man of average talent would achieve after 2 years' training in the schools, and the boldness of the fellow in going straight to nature. He is an apprentice. His work shows that, all over. But the stuff is in him, sure. Hartford must send him to Paris, 2 years. Then, if the promise holds good, keep him there 3 more, and warn him to study, work, and keep his name out of the papers, and neither ask for orders nor accept them when offered. Well, you see, that's all we wanted. After Ward was gone, Livy came out with the thing that was in her mind. She said, "Go privately and start the Gerhardts off to Paris, and say nothing about it to anyone else." So I tramped down this morning in the snowstorm, and there was a stirring time. They will sail a week or 10 days from now. As I was starting out at the front door, with Gerhardt beside me and the young wife dancing and jubilating behind, this latter cried out impulsively, "Tell Mrs. Clemens I want to hug her. I want to hug you both." I gave them my old French book, and they were going to tackle the language straight off. Now, this letter is a secret. Keep it quiet. I don't think Livy would mind my telling you these things, but then she might, you know, for she is a queer girl. Yours ever, Mark. Champney was J. Wells Champney, a portrait painter of distinction. Ward was the sculptor J. Q. A. Ward. The Gerhardts were presently off to Paris, well provided with means to make their dreams reality. In due time the letters will report them again. The Uncle Remus tales of Joel Chandler Harris gave Mark Twain great pleasure. He frequently read them aloud, not only at home, but in public. Finally he wrote Harris, expressing his warm appreciation and mentioning one of the Negro stories of his own childhood, The Golden Arm, which he urged Harris to look up and add to his collection. "You have pinned a proud feather in Uncle Remus's cap," replied Harris. I do not know what higher honor he could have than to appear before the Hartford public arm in arm with Mark Twain. He disclaimed any originality for the stories, adding, "I understand that my relations toward Uncle Remus are similar to those that exist between an almanac maker and the calendar." He had not heard the Golden Arm story, and asked for the outlines. Also for some publishing advice out of Mark Twain's long experience. To Joel Chandler Harris, in Atlanta: Elmira, New York, August 10. My dear Mr. Harris, you can argue yourself into the delusion that the principle of life is in the stories themselves and not in their setting. But you will save labor by stopping with that solitary convert, for he is the only intelligent one you will bag. In reality, the stories are only alligator pears. One merely eats them for the sake of the salad dressing. Uncle Remus is most deftly drawn, and is a lovable and delightful creation. He and the little boy, and their relations with each other, are high and fine literature, and worthy to live, for their own sakes, and certainly the stories are not to be credited with them. But enough of this. I seem to be proving to the man that made the multiplication table that twice one are two. I have been thinking, yesterday and today, plenty of chance to think, as I am abed with lumbago at our little summering farm among the solitudes of the mountain tops. And I have concluded that I can answer one of your questions with full confidence. Thus, make it a subscription book. Mighty few books that come strictly under the head of literature will sell by subscription. But if Uncle Remus won't, the gift of prophecy has departed out of me. When a book will sell by subscription, it will sell 2 or 3 times as many copies as it would in the trade, and the profit is bulkier because the retail price is greater. You didn't ask me for a subscription publisher. If you had, I should have recommended Osgood to you. He inaugurates his subscription department with my new book in the fall. Now, the doctor has been here and tried to interrupt my yarn about the Golden Arm, but I've got through anyway. Of course, I tell it in the Negro dialect. That is necessary. But I have not written it so, for I can't spell it in your matchless way. It is marvelous the way you and Cable spell the Negro and Creole dialects. 2 grand features are lost in print: the weird wailing, the rising and falling cadences of the wind, so easily mimicked with one's mouth, and the impressive pauses and eloquent silences and subdued utterances toward the end of the yarn, which chain the attention of the children hand and foot, and they sit with parted lips and breathless, to be wrenched limb from limb with the sudden and appalling, "You got it." Old Uncle Daniel, a slave of my uncle's, aged 60, used to tell us children yarns every night by the kitchen fire, no other light. And the last yarn demanded, every night, was this one. By this time there was but a ghastly blaze or 2 flickering about the back log. We would huddle close about the old man, and begin to shudder with the first familiar words, and under the spell of his impressive delivery we always fell a prey to that climax at the end, when the rigid black shape in the twilight sprang at us with a shout. When you come to glance at the tale, you will recollect it. It is as common and familiar as the Tar Baby. Work up the atmosphere with your customary skill, and it will go in print. Lumbago seems to make a body garrulous, but you'll forgive it. Truly yours, S. L. Clemens. The Golden Arm story was one that Clemens often used in his public readings, and was very effective as he gave it. In his sketch, How to Tell a Story, it appears about as he used to tell it. Harris, receiving the outlines of the old Missouri tale, presently announced that he had dug up its Georgia relative, an interesting variant, as we gather from Mark Twain's reply. To Joel Chandler Harris, in Atlanta: Hartford, '81. My dear Mr. Harris, I was very sure you would run across that story somewhere, and am glad you have. A Drummond light no, I mean a brush light is thrown upon the Negro estimate of values by his willingness to risk his soul and his mighty peace forever for the sake of a silver sevenpence. And this form of the story seems rather nearer the true field hand standard than that achieved by my Florida Missouri negroes with their sumptuous arm of solid gold. I judge you haven't received my new book yet. However, you will in a day or two. Meantime you must not take it ill if I drop Osgood a hint about your proposed story of slave life. When you come North I wish you would drop me a line, and then follow it in person, and give me a day or two at our house in Hartford. If you will, I will snatch Osgood down from Boston, and you won't have to go there at all unless you want to. Please to bear this strictly in mind, and don't forget it. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. Charles Warren Stoddard, to whom the next letter is written, was one of the old California literary crowd, a graceful writer of verse and prose, never quite arriving at the success believed by his friends to be his due. He was a gentle, irresponsible soul, well loved by all who knew him, and always, by one or another, provided against want. The reader may remember that during Mark Twain's great lecture engagement in London, winter of 1873-74, Stoddard lived with him, acting as his secretary. At a later period in his life he lived for several years with the great telephone magnate Theodore N. Vail. At the time of this letter Stoddard had decided that in the warm light and comfort of the Sandwich Islands he could survive on his literary earnings. To Charles Warren Stoddard, in the Sandwich Islands: Hartford, October 26, '81. My dear Charlie, now what have I ever done to you that you should not only slide off to heaven before you have earned a right to go, but must add the gratuitous villainy of informing me of it? The house is full of carpenters and decorators, whereas what we really need here is an incendiary. If the house would only burn down, we would pack up the cubs and fly to the Isles of the Blest and shut ourselves up in the healing solitudes of the crater of Haleakala and get a good rest, for the mails do not intrude there, nor yet the telephone and the telegraph. And after resting, we would come down the mountain a piece and board with a godly breech-clouted native, and eat poi and dirt, and give thanks to whom all thanks belong for these privileges, and never housekeep any more. I think my wife would be twice as strong as she is, but for this wearing and wearying slavery of housekeeping. However, she thinks she must submit to it for the sake of the children, whereas I have always had a tenderness for parents too, so for her sake and mine I sigh for the incendiary. When the evening comes, and the gas is lit, and the wear and tear of life ceases, we want to keep house always, but next morning we wish once more that we were free and irresponsible boarders. Work? One can't, you know, to any purpose. I don't really get anything done worth speaking of, except during the 3 or 4 months that we are away in the summer. I wish the summer was 7 years long. I keep 3 or 4 books on the stocks all the time, but I seldom add a satisfactory chapter to one of them at home. Yes, and it is all because my time is taken up with answering the letters of strangers. It can't be done through a shorthand amanuensis. I've tried that. It wouldn't work. I couldn't learn to dictate. What does possess strangers to write so many letters? I never could find that out. However, I suppose I did it myself when I was a stranger, but I will never do it again. Maybe you think I am not happy. The very thing that gravels me is that I am. I don't want to be happy when I can't work. I am resolved that hereafter I won't be. What I have always longed for was the privilege of living forever away up on one of those mountains in the Sandwich Islands, overlooking the sea. Yours ever, Mark. That magazine article of yours was mighty good. Up to your very best, I think. I enclose a book review written by Howells. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, October 26, '81. My dear Howells, I am delighted with your review, and so is Mrs. Clemens. What you have said there will convince anybody that reads it. A body cannot help being convinced by it. That is the kind of a review to have. The doubtful man, even the prejudiced man, is persuaded and succumbs. What a queer blunder that was, about the baronet. I can't quite see how I ever made it. There was an opulent abundance of things I didn't know, and consequently no need to trench upon the vest pocketful of things I did know to get material for a blunder. Charlie Warren Stoddard has gone to the Sandwich Islands permanently. Lucky devil. It is the only supremely delightful place on earth. It does seem that the more advantage a body doesn't earn here, the more of them God throws at his head. This fellow's postal card has set the vision of those gracious islands before my mind again, with not a leaf withered, nor a rainbow vanished, nor a sun flash missing from the waves, and now it will be months, I reckon, before I can drive it away again. It is beautiful company, but it makes one restless and dissatisfied. With love and thanks, yours ever, Mark. The review mentioned in this letter was of The Prince and the Pauper. What the queer blunder about the baronet was, the present writer confesses he does not know, but perhaps a careful reader could find it, at least in the early edition. Very likely it was corrected without loss of time. Clemens now and then found it necessary to pay a visit to Canada in the effort to protect his copyright. He usually had a grand time on these trips, being lavishly entertained by the Canadian literary fraternity. In November 1881 he made one of these journeys in the interest of The Prince and the Pauper, this time with Osgood, who was now his publisher. In letters written home we get a hint of his diversions. The Monsieur Frachet mentioned was a Canadian poet of considerable distinction. Clara was Miss Clara Spaulding, of Elmira, who had accompanied Mr. and Mrs. Clemens to Europe in 1873 and again in 1878. Later she became Mrs. John B. Stachfield, of New York City. Her name has already appeared in these letters many times. To Mrs. Clemens, in Hartford: Montreal, November 28, '81. Livy, darling, you and Clara ought to have been at breakfast in the great dining room this morning. English female faces, distinctive English costumes, strange and marvelous English gaits, and yet such honest, honorable, clean-souled countenances, just as these English women almost always have, you know, right away. But they've come to take me to the top of Mount Royal, it being a cold, dry, sunny, magnificent day. Going in a sleigh. Yours lovingly, Samuel. To Mrs. Clemens, in Hartford: Montreal, Sunday, November 27, 1881. Livy dear, a mouse kept me awake last night till 3 or 4 o'clock. So I am lying abed this morning. I would not give 6 pence to be out yonder in the storm, although it is only snow. The above paragraph is written in the form of a rebus illustrated with various sketches. There, that's for the children. Was not sure that they could read writing, especially Jean, who is strangely ignorant in some things. I can not only look out upon the beautiful snowstorm, past the vigorous blaze of my fire, and upon the snow-veiled buildings which I have sketched, and upon the churchward drifting umbrellas, and upon the buffalo-clad cabmen stamping their feet and thrashing their arms on the corner yonder, but I also look out upon the spot where the first white men stood, in the neighborhood of 400 years ago, admiring the mighty stretch of leafy solitudes, and being admired and marveled at by an eager multitude of naked savages. The discoverer of this region and namer of it, Jacques Cartier, has a square named for him in the city. I wish you were here. You would enjoy your birthday, I think. I hoped for a letter, and thought I had one when the mail was handed in a minute ago, but it was only that note from Sylvester Baxter. You must write, do you hear, or I will be remiss myself. Give my love and a kiss to the children, and ask them to give you my love and a kiss from Samuel. To Mrs. Clemens, in Hartford: Quebec, Sunday, '81. Livy, darling, I received a letter from Monsieur Frechet this morning, in which certain citizens of Montreal tendered me a public dinner next Thursday, and by Osgood's advice I accepted it. I would have accepted anyway, and very cheerfully, but for the delay of 2 days, for I was proposing to go to Boston Tuesday and home Wednesday, whereas now I go to Boston Friday and home Saturday. I have to go by Boston on account of business. We drove about the steep hills and narrow, crooked streets of this old town during 3 hours yesterday in a sleigh, in a driving snowstorm. The people here don't mind snow. They were all out, plodding around on their affairs, especially the children, who were wallowing around everywhere, like snow images, and having a mighty good time. I wish I could describe the winter costume of the young girls, but I can't. It is grave and simple, but graceful and pretty. The top of it is a brimless fur cap. Maybe it is the costume that makes pretty girls seem so monotonously plenty here. It was a kind of relief to strike a homely face occasionally. You descend into some of the streets by long, deep stairways, and in the strong moonlight, last night, these were very picturesque. I did wish you were here to see these things. You couldn't by any possibility sleep in these beds, though, or enjoy the food. Good night, sweetheart, and give my respects to the cubs. Samuel. It had been hoped that W. D. Howells would join the Canadian excursion, but Howells was not very well that autumn. He wrote that he had been in bed 5 weeks. Most of the time recovering, so you see how bad I must have been to begin with. But now I am out of any first-class pain. I have a good appetite, and I am as abusive and peremptory as Juteau. Clemens, returning to Hartford, wrote him a letter that explains itself. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, December 16, '81. My dear Howells, it was a sharp disappointment, your inability to connect on the Canadian raid. What a gaudy good time we should have had. Disappointed again when I got back to Boston, for I was promising myself half an hour's look at you, in Belmont. But your note to Osgood showed that that could not be allowed out yet. The Atlantic arrived an hour ago, and your faultless and delicious police report brought that blamed Joe Twichell powerfully before me. There's a man who can tell such things himself, by word of mouth, and has as sure an eye for detecting a thing that is before his eyes as any man in the world, perhaps. Then why in the nation doesn't he report himself with a pen? One of those drenching days last week he slopped downtown with his cubs and visited a poor little beggarly shed where were a dwarf, a fat woman, and a giant of honest 8 feet, on exhibition behind tawdry show canvases, but with nobody to exhibit to. The giant had a broom and was cleaning up and fixing around diligently. Joe conceived the idea of getting some talk out of him. Now that never would have occurred to me. So he dropped in under the man's elbow, dogged him patiently around, prodding him with questions and getting irritated snarls in return which would have finished me early, but at last one of Joe's random shafts drove the center of that giant's sympathies somehow and fetched him. The fountains of his great deep were broken up, and it rained a flood of personal history that was unspeakably entertaining. Among other things, It turned out that he had been a Turkish native colonel, and had fought all through the Crimean War. And so, for the first time, Joe got a picture of the charge of the 600 that made him see the living spectacle, the flash of flag and tongue flame, the rolling smoke, and hear the booming of the guns. And for the first time also, he heard the reasons for that wild charge delivered from the mouth of a master, and realized that nobody had blundered, but that a cold, logical, military brain had perceived this one and sole way to win an already lost battle, and so gave the command, and did achieve the victory. And mind you, Joe was able to come up here days afterwards and reproduce that giant's picturesque and admirable history. But darn him, he can't write it, which is all wrong, and not as it should be. And he has gone and raked up the manuscript autobiography, written in 1848, of Mrs. Phoebe Brown, author of I Love to Steal a While Away, who educated young Wing and her family when he was a little boy. And I came near not to getting to bed at all last night on account of the lurid fascinations of it. Why in the nation it has never got into print, I can't understand. But, by jings, the postman will be here in a minute. So, congratulations upon your mending health, and gratitude that it is mending, and love to y'all. Yours ever, Mark. Don't answer. I spare the sick. End of section 23. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 24 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain Complete by Mark Twain. Volume 3, Chapter 22. Letters 1882. Mainly to Howells. Wasted Fury. Old Scenes Revisited. The Mississippi Book. A man of Mark Twain's profession and prominence must necessarily be the subject of much newspaper comment. Jest, compliment, criticism, none of these things disturbed him, as a rule. He was pleased that his books should receive favorable notices by men whose opinion he respected, but he was not grieved by adverse expressions. Jests at his expense, if well written, usually amused him. Cheap jokes only made him sad, but sarcasms and innuendos were likely to enrage him, particularly if he believed them prompted by malice. Perhaps among all the letters he ever wrote, there is none more characteristic than this confession of violence and eagerness for reprisal, followed by his acknowledgment of error and a manifest appreciation of his own weakness. It should be said that Mark Twain and Whitelaw Reid were generally very good friends, and perhaps for the moment this fact seemed to magnify the offense. To W. D. Howells in Boston: Hartford, January 28, '82. My dear Howells, nobody knows better than I that there are times when swearing cannot meet the emergency. How sharply I feel that at this moment. Not a single profane word has issued from my lips this morning. I have not even had the impulse to swear, so wholly ineffectual would swearing have manifestly been in the circumstances. But I will tell you about it. About 3 weeks ago, a sensitive friend, approaching his revelation cautiously, intimated that the New York Tribune was engaged in a kind of crusade against me. This seemed a higher compliment than I deserved, but no matter, it made me very angry. I asked many questions, and gathered, in substance, this. Since Reid's return from Europe, the Tribune had been flinging sneers and brutalities at me with such persistent frequency as to attract general remark. I was an angered, which is just as good an expression, I take it, as in hungered. Next, I learned that Osgood, among the rest of the genre, was worrying over these constant and pitiless attacks. Next came the testimony of another friend that the attacks were not merely frequent, but almost daily. Reflect upon that. Almost daily insults for 2 months on a stretch. What would you have done? As for me, I did the thing which was the natural thing for me to do. That is, I set about contriving a plan to accomplish one or the other of two things: 1, force a peace, or 2, get revenge. When I got my plan finished, it pleased me marvelously. It was in 6 or 7 sections, each section to be used in its turn and by itself, the assault to begin at once with number 1, and the rest to follow, one after the other, to keep the communication open while I wrote my biography of Reed. I meant to wind up with this latter great work and then dismiss the subject for good. Well, ever since then I have worked day and night making notes and collecting and classifying material. I've got collectors at work in England. I went to New York and sat 3 hours taking evidence while a stenographer set it down. As my labors grew, so also grew my fascination. Malice and malignity faded out of me, or maybe I drove them out of me, knowing that a malignant book would hurt nobody but the fool who wrote it. I got thoroughly in love with this work, for I saw that I was going to write a book which the very devils and angels themselves would delight to read, and which would draw disapproval from nobody but the hero of it, and Mrs. Clemens, who was bitter against the whole thing. One part of my plan was so delicious that I had to try my hand on it right away, just for the luxury of it. I set about it, and sure enough it panned out to admiration. I wrote that chapter most carefully, and I couldn't find a fault with it. It was not for the biography. No, it belonged to an immediate and deadlier project. Well, 5 days ago, this thought came into my mind, from Mrs. Clemens's. Wouldn't it be well to make sure that the attacks have been almost daily, and to also make sure that their number and character will justify me in doing what I am proposing to do? I at once set a man to work in New York to seek out and copy every unpleasant reference which had been made to me in the Tribune from November 1st to date. On my own part I began to watch the current numbers, for I had subscribed for the paper. The result arrived from my New York man this morning. Oh, what a pitiable wreck of high hopes! The almost daily assaults for 2 months consist of 1. Adverse criticism of The Prince and the Pauper, from an enraged idiot in the London Athenaeum. 2. Paragraph from some indignant Englishman in the Pall Mall Gazette, who pays me the vast compliment of gravely rebuking some imaginary ass who has set me up in the neighborhood of Rabelais. 3. A remark of the Tribune's about the Montreal dinner, touched with an almost invisible satire. 4. A remark of the Tribune's about refusal of Canadian copyright, not complimentary, but not necessarily malicious. And, of course, adverse criticism which is not malicious is a thing which none but fools irritate themselves about. There, that is the prodigious bugaboo in its entirety. Can you conceive of a man's getting himself into a sweat over so diminutive a provocation? I am sure I can't. What the devil can those friends of mine have been thinking about, to spread these 3 or 4 harmless things out into 2 months of daily sneers and affronts? The whole offense, boiled down, amounts to just this: 1 uncourteous remark of the Tribune about my book, not me, between November 1 and December 20, and a couple of foreign criticisms of my writings, not me, between November 1 and January 26. If I can't stand that amount of friction, I certainly need reconstruction. Further boiled down, this vast outpouring of malice amounts to simply this: one jest from the Tribune. One can make nothing more serious than that out of it. One jest, and that is all, for the foreign criticisms do not count, they being matters of news and proper for publication in anybody's newspaper. And to offset that one jest, the Tribune paid me one compliment December 23 by publishing my note declining the New York New England dinner, while merely in the same breath mentioning that similar letters were read from General Sherman and other men whom we all know to be persons of real consequence. Well, my mountain has brought forth its mouse, and a sufficiently small mouse it is, God knows. And my 3 weeks' hard work have got to go into the ignominious pigeonhole. Confound it, I could have earned $10,000 with infinitely less trouble. However, I shouldn't have done it, for I am too lazy now, in my sere and yellow leaf, to be willing to work for anything but love. I kind of envy you people who are permitted for your righteousness' sake to dwell in a boarding house. Not that I should always want to live in one, but I should like the change occasionally from this housekeeping slavery to that wild independence. A life of don't care a damn in a boarding house is what I have asked for in many a secret prayer. I shall come by and require of you what you have offered me there. Yours ever, Mark. Howells, who had already known something of the gathering storm, replied, "Your letter was an immense relief to me, for although I had an abiding faith that you would get sick of your enterprise, I wasn't easy until I knew that you had given it up." Joel Chandler Harris appears again in the letters of this period. Twichell, during a trip south about this time, had called on Harris with some sort of proposition or suggestion from Clemens that Harris appear with him in public and tell or read the Remus stories from the platform. But Harris was abnormally diffident. Clemens later pronounced him the shyest full-grown man he had ever met, and the word which Twichell brought home evidently did not encourage the platform idea. To Joel Chandler Harris, in Atlanta: Hartford, April 2, '82. Private. My dear Mr. Harris, Joe Twichell brought me your note and told me of his talk with you. He said you didn't believe you would ever be able to muster a sufficiency of reckless daring to make you comfortable and at ease before an audience. Well, I have thought out a device whereby I believe we can get around that difficulty. I will explain when I see you. Joe says you want to go to Canada within a month or 6 weeks. I forget just exactly what he did say, but he intimated the trip could be delayed a while, if necessary. If this is so, suppose you meet Osgood and me in New Orleans early in May, say somewhere between the 1st and 6th. It will be well worth your while to do this, because the author who goes to Canada unposted will not know what course to pursue to secure copyright when he gets there. He will find himself in a hopeless confusion as to what is the correct thing to do. Now, Osgood is the only man in America who can lay out your course for you and tell you exactly what to do. Therefore, you just come to New Orleans and have a talk with him. Our idea is to strike across lots and reach St. Louis the 20th of April. Thence we propose to drift southward, stopping at some town a few hours or a night every day and making notes. To escape the interviewers, I shall follow my usual course and use a fictitious name, C. L. Samuel, of New York. I don't know what Osgood's name will be, but he can't use his own. If you see your way to meet us in New Orleans, drop me a line now, and as we approach that city I will telegraph you what day we shall arrive there. I would go to Atlanta if I could, but shan't be able. We shall go back up the river to St. Paul, and thence by rail X-lots home. I am making this letter so dreadfully private and confidential because my movements must be kept secret, else I shan't be able to pick up the kind of book material I want. If you are diffident, I suspect that you ought to let Osgood be your magazine agent. He makes those people pay 3 or 4 times as much as an article is worth, whereas I never had the cheek to make them pay more than double. Yours sincerely, S. L. Clemens. My backwardness is an affliction, wrote Harris. The ordeal of appearing on the stage would be a terrible one, but my experience is that when a diffident man does become familiar with his surroundings, he has more impudence than his neighbors. Extremes meet. He was sorely tempted, but his courage became as water at the thought of footlights and assembled listeners. Once in New York he appears to have been caught unawares at a Tile Club dinner and made to tell a story, but his agony was such that at the prospect of a similar ordeal in Boston, he avoided that city and headed straight for Georgia and safety. The New Orleans excursion with Osgood, as planned by Clemens, proved a great success. The little party took the steamer Gold Dust from St. Louis down river toward New Orleans. Clemens was quickly recognized, of course, and his assumed name laid aside. The author of Uncle Remus made the trip to New Orleans. George W. Cable was there at the time, and we may believe that in the company of Mark Twain and Osgood, those Southern authors passed 2 or 3 delightful days. Clemens also met his old teacher Bixby in New Orleans and came back up the river with him, spending most of his time in the pilot house as in the old days. It was a glorious trip, and reaching St. Louis he continued it northward, stopping off at Hannibal and Quincy. To Mrs. Clemens in Hartford, Quincy, Illinois, May 17, '82. Livy, darling, I am desperately homesick, but I promised Osgood and must stick it out. Otherwise I would take the train at once and break for home. I have spent 3 delightful days in Hannibal, loitering around all day long, examining the old localities and talking with the grayheads who were boys and girls with me 30 or 40 years ago. It has been a moving time. I spent my nights with John and Helen Garth, 3 miles from town, in their spacious and beautiful house. They were children with me, and afterward schoolmates. Now they have a daughter 19 or 20 years old. Spent an hour yesterday with A. W. Lamb, who was not married when I saw him last. He married a young lady whom I knew, and now I have been talking with their grown-up sons and daughters. Lieutenant Hickman, the spruce, young, handsomely uniformed volunteer of 1846, called on me. A grizzly, elephantine patriarch of 65 now. His grace all vanished. That world which I knew in its blossoming youth is old and bowed and melancholy now. Its soft cheeks are leathery and wrinkled. The fire is gone out in its eyes, and the spring from its step. It will be dust and ashes when I come again. I have been clasping hands with the moribund, and usually, they said, it is for the last time. Now I am under way again upon this hideous trip to St. Paul, with a heart brimming full of thoughts and images of you and Susie and Bay and the peerless Jean. And so good night, my love. Samuel. Clemens' trip had been saddened by learning in New Orleans the news of the death of Dr. John Brown of Edinburgh. To Dr. Brown's son, whom he had known as Jock, he wrote immediately on his return to Hartford. To Mr. John Brown, in Edinburgh, Hartford, June 1, 1882. My dear Mr. Brown, I was 3,000 miles from home at breakfast in New Orleans when the damp morning paper revealed the sorrowful news among the cable dispatches. There was no place in America, however remote, or however rich, or poor, or high, or humble, where words of mourning for your father were not uttered that morning, for his works had made him known and loved all over the land. To Mrs. Clemens and me the loss is personal, and our grief, the grief one feels for one who was peculiarly near and dear. Mrs. Clemens has never ceased to express regret that we came away from England the last time without going to see him, and often we have since projected a voyage across the Atlantic for the sole purpose of taking him by the hand and looking into his kind eyes once more before he should be called to his rest. We both thank you greatly for the Edinburgh papers which you sent. My wife and I join in affectionate remembrances and greetings to yourself and your aunt, and in the sincere tender of our sympathies. Faithfully yours, S. L. Clemens. Our Susie is still Megalops. He gave her that name. Can you spare a photograph of your father? We have none but the one taken in a group with ourselves. William Dean Howells, at the age of 45, reached what many still regard his highest point of achievement in American realism. His novel, The Rise of Silas Lapham, which was running as a Century serial during the summer of 1882, attracted wide attention, and upon its issue in book form took first place among his published novels. Mark Twain, to the end of his life, loved all that Howells wrote. Once, long afterward, he said, "Most authors give us glimpses of a radiant moon, but Howells' moon shines and sails all night long." When the installments of The Rise of Silas Lapham began to appear, he overflowed in adjectives, the sincerity of which we need not doubt, in view of his quite open criticisms of the author's reading delivery. To W. D. Howells, in Belmont, Massachusetts. My dear Howells, I am in a state of wild enthusiasm over this July installment of your story. It's perfectly dazzling, it's masterly, incomparable. Yet I heard you read it without losing my balance. Well, the difference between your reading and your writing is remarkable. I mean, in the effects produced and the impression left behind. Why, the one is to the other as is one of Joe Twitchell's yarns repeated by a somnambulist. Goodness gracious, you read me a chapter, and it is a gentle, pearly dawn, with a sprinkle of faint stars in it. But by and by I strike it in print, and shout to myself, God bless us! How has that pallid former spectacle been turned into these gorgeous sunset splendors? Well, I don't care how much you read your truck to me, you can't permanently damage it for me that way. It is always perfectly fresh and dazzling when I come on it in the magazine. Of course I recognize the form of it as being familiar, but that is all. That is, I remember it as pyrotechnic figures which you set up before me dead and cold, but ready for the match. And now I see them touched off and all ablaze with blinding fires. You can read if you want to, but you don't read worth a damn. I know you can read, because your readings of Cable and your repeatings of the German doctor's remarks prove that. That's the best drunk scene, because the truest, that I ever read. There are touches in it that I never saw any writer take note of before, and they are set before the reader with amazing accuracy. How very drunk, and how recently drunk, and how altogether admirably drunk you must have been to enable you to contrive that masterpiece. Why, I didn't notice that religious interview between Marcia and Mrs. Halleck was so deliciously humorous when you read it to me, but dear me, it's just too lovely for anything. Wrote Clark to collar it for the library. Hang it, I know where the mystery is now. When you are reading, you glide right along, and I don't get a chance to let the thing soak home. But when I catch it in the magazine, I give a page 20 or 30 minutes in which to gently and thoroughly filter into me. Your humor is so very subtle and elusive. Well, often it's just a vanishing breath of perfume which a body isn't certain he smelt till he stops and takes another smell. Whereas you can smell other. Remainder obliterated. Among Mark Twain's old schoolmates in Hannibal was little Helen Kercheval, for whom in those early days he had a very tender spot indeed. But she married another schoolmate, John Garth, who in time became a banker, highly respected, and a great influence. John and Helen Garth have already been mentioned in the letter of May 17th. To John Garth, in Hannibal: Hartford, July 3, '82. Dear John, your letter of June 19 arrived just one day after we ought to have been in Elmira, New York, for the summer. But at the last moment the baby was seized with scarlet fever. I had to telegraph and countermand the order for a special sleeping car, and in fact we all had to fly around in a lively way and undo the patient preparations of weeks, rehabilitate the dismantled house, unpack the trunks, and so on. A couple of days later the eldest child was taken down with so fierce a fever that she was soon delirious. Not scarlet fever, however. Next, I myself was stretched on the bed with 3 diseases at once, and all of them fatal. But I never did care for fatal diseases, if I could only have privacy and room to express myself concerning them. We gave early warning, and of course nobody has entered the house in all this time but 1 or 2 reckless old bachelors, and they probably wanted to carry the disease to the children of former flames of theirs. The house is still in quarantine, and must remain so for a week or 2 yet, at which time we are hoping to leave for Elmira. Always your friend, S. L. Clemens. By the end of summer Howells was in Europe, and Clemens in Elmira was trying to finish his Mississippi book, which was giving him a great deal of trouble. It was usually so with his non-fiction books. His interest in them was not cumulative. He was prone to grow weary of them, while the menace of his publisher's contract was maddening. Howells's letters, meant to be comforting or at least entertaining, did not always contribute to his peace of mind. The library of American humor, which they had planned, was an added burden. Before sailing, Howells had written, "Do you suppose you can do your share of the reading at Elmira while you are writing at the Mississippi book?" In a letter from London, Howells writes of the good times he is having over there with Osgood, Hutton, John Hay, Aldrich, and Alma Tadema, excursioning to Oxford, feasting, especially at the Mitre Tavern, where they let you choose your dinner from the joints hanging from the rafter, and have passages that you lose yourself in every time you try to go to your room. Couldn't you and Mrs. Clemens step over for a little while? We have seen lots of nice people, and have been most pleasantly made of. But I would rather have you smoke in my face and talk for half a day just for pleasure than to go to the best house or club in London. The reader will gather that this could not be entirely soothing to a man shackled by a contract and a book that refused to come to an end. To W. D. Howells, in London: Hartford, Connecticut, October 30, 1882. My dear Howells, I do not expect to find you, so I shan't spend many words on you to wind up in the perdition of some European dead letter office. I only just want to say that the closing installments of the story are prodigious. All along I was afraid it would be impossible for you to keep up so splendidly to the end, but you were only, I see now, striking 11. It is in these last chapters that you struck 12. Go on and write. You can write good books yet, but you can never match this one. And speaking of the book, I enclose something which has been happening here lately. We have only just arrived at home, and I have not seen Clark on our matters. I cannot see him or anyone else until I get my book finished. The weather turned cold, and we had to rush home while I still lacked 30,000 words. I had been sick and got delayed. I'm going to write all day and 2/3 of the night until the thing is done, or break down at it. The spur and the burden of the contract are intolerable to me. I can endure the irritation of it no longer. I went to work at 9 o'clock yesterday morning and went to bed an hour after midnight. Result of the day, mainly stolen from books, though credit given, 9,500 words, so I reduced my burden by 1/3 in one day. It was 5 days' work in one. I have nothing more to borrow or steal. The rest must all be written. It is 10 days' work, and unless something breaks, it will be finished in 5. We all send love to you and Mrs. Howells and all the family. Yours ever, Mark. Again, from Villeneuve on Lake Geneva, Howells wrote urging him this time to spend the winter with them in Florence, where they would write their great American comedy of Orm's Motor, which is to enrich us beyond the dreams of avarice. We could have a lot of fun writing it, and you could go home with some of the good old Etruscan malaria in your bones, instead of the wretched Pinchbeck Hartford article that you are suffering from now. It's a great opportunity for you. Besides, nobody over there likes you half as well as I do. It should be added that Orm's Motor was the provisional title that Clemens and Howells had selected for their comedy, which was to be built, in some measure, at least, around the character, or rather from the peculiarities, of Orion Clemens. The Cable mentioned in Mark Twain's reply is, of course, George W. Cable, who only a little while before had come up from New Orleans to conquer the North with his wonderful tales and readings. To W. D. Howells, in Switzerland: Hartford, November 4th, 1882. My dear Howells, yes, it would be profitable for me to do that, because with your society to help me, I should swiftly finish this now apparently interminable book. But I cannot come, because I'm not boss here, and nothing but dynamite can move Mrs. Clemens away from home in the winter season. I never had such a fight over a book in my life before, and the foolishest part of the whole business is that I started Osgood to editing it before I had finished writing it. As a consequence, large areas of it are condemned here and there and yonder, and I have the burden of these unfilled gaps harassing me, and the thought of the broken continuity of the work, while I am at the same time trying to build the last quarter of the book. However, at last I have said with sufficient positiveness that I will finish the book at no particular date, that I will not hurry it, that I will not hurry myself, that I will take things easy and comfortably, write when I choose to write, leave it alone when I so prefer. The printers must wait, the artists, the canvassers, and all the rest. I have got everything at a dead standstill, and that is where it ought to be, and that is where it must remain. To follow any other policy would be to make the book worse than it already is. I ought to have finished it before showing to anybody, and then sent it across the ocean to you to be edited as usual, for you seem to be a great many shades happier than you deserve to be, and if I had thought of this thing earlier, I would have acted upon it, and taken the tuck somewhat out of your joyousness. In the same mail with your letter arrived the enclosed from Orm, the motorman. You will observe that he has an office. I will explain that this is a law office, and I think it probably does him as much good to have a law office without anything to do in it as it would another man to have one with an active business attached. You see, he is on the electric light lay now. Going to light the city and allow me to take all the stock if I want to. And he will manage it free of charge. It never would occur to this simple soul how much less costly it will be to me to hire him on a good salary not to manage it. Do you observe the same old eagerness, the same old hurry, springing from the fear that if he does not move with the utmost swiftness, that colossal opportunity will escape him? Now, just fancy this same frantic plunging after vast opportunities going on week after week with this same man during 50 entire years, and he has not yet learned, in the slightest degree, that there isn't any occasion to hurry, that his vast opportunity will always wait, and that whether it waits or flies, he certainly will never catch it. This immortal hopefulness, fortified by its immortal and unteachable misjudgment, is the immortal feature of this character for a play. And we will write that play. We should be fools else. That staccato postscript reads as if some new and mighty business were imminent, for it is slung on the paper telegraphically, all the small words left out. I am afraid something newer and bigger than the electric light is swinging across his orbit. Save this letter for an inspiration. I have got 100 more. Cable has been here, creating worshipers on all hands. He is a marvelous talker on a deep subject. I do not see how even Spencer could unwind a thought more smoothly or orderly, and do it in a cleaner, clearer, crisper English. He astounded Twichell with his faculty. You know, when it comes down to moral honesty, limpid innocence, and utterly blemishless piety, the apostles were mere policemen to Cable. So with this in mind, you must imagine him at a midnight dinner in Boston the other night, where we gathered around the board of the Somerset Club, Osgood full, Boyle O'Reilly full, Fairchild responsibly loaded, and Aldrich and myself possessing the floor, and properly fortified. Cable told Mrs. Clemens when he returned here that he seemed to have been entertaining himself with horses, and had a dreamy idea that he must have gone to Boston in a cattle car. It was a very large time. He called it an orgy, and no doubt it was, viewed from his standpoint. I wish I were in Switzerland, and I wish we could go to Florence, but we have to leave these delights to you. There is no helping it. We are joined in love to you and all the family. Yours as ever, Mark. End of section 24. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 25 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 3, Chapter 23. Letters 1883. To Howells and Others. A Guest of the Marquis of Lorne. The History Game. A Play by Howells and Mark Twain. Mark Twain, in due season, finished the Mississippi book and placed it in Osgood's hands for publication. It was a sort of partnership arrangement in which Clemens was to furnish the money to make the book and pay Osgood a percentage for handling it. It was, in fact, the beginning of Mark Twain's adventures as a publisher. Howells was not as happy in Florence as he had hoped to be. The social life there overwhelmed him. In February he wrote, "Our 2 months in Florence have been the most ridiculous time that ever even half-witted people passed. We have spent them in chasing round after people for whom we cared nothing, and being chased by them. My story isn't finished yet, and what part of it is done bears the fatal marks of haste and distraction. Of course, I haven't put pen to paper yet on the play. I wring my hands and beat my breast when I think of how these weeks have been wasted, and how I have been forced to waste them by the infernal social circumstances from which I couldn't escape. Clemens, now free from the burden of his own book, was light of heart and full of ideas and news, also of sympathy and appreciation. Howells's story of this time was A Woman's Reason. Governor Jewell of this letter was Marshall Jewell, governor of Connecticut from 1871 to 1873. Later he was minister to Russia, and in 1874 was United States Postmaster General. To W. D. Howells in Florence: Hartford, March 1st, 1883. My dear Howells, we got ourselves ground up in that same mill once in London and another time in Paris. It is a kind of foretaste of hell. There is no way to avoid it except by the method which you have now chosen. One must live secretly and cut himself utterly off from the human race, or life in Europe becomes an unbearable burden and work an impossibility. I learned something last night, and maybe it may reconcile me to go to Europe again some time. I attended one of the astonishingly popular lectures of a man by the name of Stoddard, who exhibits interesting stereopticon pictures, and then knocks the interest all out of them with his comments upon them. But all the world go there to look and listen, and are apparently well satisfied. And they ought to be fully satisfied, if the lecturer would only keep still, or die in the first act. But he described how retired tradesmen and farmers in Holland load a lazy scow with the family and the household effects, and then loaf along the waterways of the Low Countries all the summer long, paying no visits, receiving none, and just lazy in a heavenly life out in their own private unpestered society, and doing their literary work, if they have any, wholly uninterrupted. If you had hired such a boat and sent for us, we should have a couple of satisfactory books ready for the press now, with no marks of interruption, vexatious wearinesses, and other hellishnesses visible upon them anywhere. We shall have to do this another time. We have lost an opportunity for the present. Do you forget that heaven is packed with a multitude of all nations, and that these people are all on the most familiar how-the-hell-are-you footing, with Talmage swinging around the circle to all eternity, hugging the saints and patriarchs and archangels, and forcing you to do the same unless you choose to make yourself an object of remark if you refrain? Then why do you try to get to heaven? Be warned in time. We have all read your 2 opening numbers in the Century, and consider them almost beyond praise. I hear no dissent from this verdict. I did not know there was an untouched personage in American life, but I had forgotten the auctioneer. You have photographed him accurately. I have been an utterly free person for a month or 2, and I do not believe I ever so greatly appreciated and enjoyed and realized the absence of the chains of slavery as I do this time. Usually my first waking thought in the morning is, I have nothing to do today. I belong to nobody. I have ceased from being a slave. Of course, the highest pleasure to be got out of freedom, and having nothing to do, is labor. Therefore, I labor. But I take my time about it. I work 1 hour, or 4, as happens to suit my mind, and quit when I please. And so these days are days of entire enjoyment. I told Clark the other day to jog along comfortable and not get in a sweat. I said I believed you would not be able to enjoy editing that library over there, where you have your own legitimate work to do and be pestered to death by society besides. Therefore, I thought if he got it ready for you against your return, that would be best and pleasantest. You remember Governor Jewell, and the night he told about Russia, down in the library? He was taken with a cold about 3 weeks ago, and I stepped over one evening, proposing to beguile an idle hour for him with a yarn or 2, but was received at the door with whispers and the information that he was dying. His case had been dangerous during that day only, and he died that night, 2 hours after I left. His taking off was a prodigious surprise, and his death has been most widely and sincerely regretted. William E. Dodge, the father-in-law of one of Jewell's daughters, dropped suddenly dead the day before Jewell died, but Jewell died without knowing that. Jewell's widow went down to New York, to Dodge's house, the day after Jewell's funeral, and was to return here day before yesterday, and she did, in a coffin. She fell dead of heart disease while her trunks were being packed for her return home. Florence Strong, one of Jewell's daughters, who lives in Detroit, started east on an urgent telegram, but missed a connection somewhere and did not arrive here in time to see her father alive. She was his favorite child, and they had always been like lovers together. He always sent her a box of fresh flowers once a week till the day of his death, a custom which he never suspended even when he was in Russia. Mrs. Strong had only just reached her Western home again when she was summoned to Hartford to attend her mother's funeral. I have had the impulse to write you several times. I shall try to remember better henceforth. With sincerest regards to all of you, yours ever, Mark. Mark Twain made another trip to Canada in the interest of copyright, this time to protect the Mississippi book. When his journey was announced by the press, the Marquis of Lorne telegraphed an invitation inviting him to be his guest at Rideau Hall in Ottawa. Clemens accepted, of course, and was handsomely entertained by the daughter of Queen Victoria and her husband, then Governor-General of Canada. On his return to Hartford, he found that Osgood had issued a curious little book for which Clemens had prepared an introduction. It was an absurd volume, though originally issued with serious intent, its title being The New Guide of the Conversation in Portuguese and English. Footnote: The New Guide of the Conversation in Portuguese and English by Pedro Cajolino, with an introduction by Mark Twain. Osgood, Boston, 1883. End of footnote. Evidently, the new guide was prepared by some simple Portuguese soul with but slight knowledge of English beyond that which could be obtained from a dictionary, and his literal translation of English idioms are often startling, as for instance this one, taken at random. A little learneds are happies enough for to may to satisfy their fancies in the literature. Mark Twain thought this quaint book might amuse his royal hostess and forwarded a copy in what he considered to be the safe and proper form. To Colonel De Winton, in Ottawa, Canada. Hartford, June 4, '83. Dear Colonel De Winton, I very much want to send a little book to Her Royal Highness, the famous Portuguese phrase book, but I do not know the etiquette of the matter, and I would not wittingly infringe any rule of propriety. It is a book which I perfectly well know will amuse her some at most, if she has not seen it before, and will still amuse her some at least, even if she has inspected it 100 times already. So I will send the book to you, and you who know all about the proper observances will protect me from indiscretion, in case of need, by putting the said book in the fire and remaining as dumb as I generally was when I was up there. I do not rebind the thing, because that would look as if I thought it worth keeping, whereas it is only worth glancing at and casting aside. Will you please present my compliments to Mrs. De Winton and Mrs. Mackenzie, and I beg to make my sincere compliments to you also for your infinite kindnesses to me. I did have a delightful time up there, most certainly. Truly yours, S. L. Clemens. P.S. Although the introduction dates a year back, the book is only just now issued. A good long delay. S. L. C. Howells, writing from Venice in April, manifested special interest in the play project. Something that would run like Scheherazade for 1,001 nights. So perhaps this book was going better. He proposed that they devote the month of October to the work, and enclosed a letter from Mallory, who owned not only a religious paper, The Churchman, but also the Madison Square Theater, and was anxious for a Howells play. 20 years before, Howells had been consul to Venice, and he wrote now, "The idea of my being here is benumbing and silencing. I feel like the wandering Jew or the ghost of the Cardiff giant." He returned to America in July. Clemens sent him word of welcome, with glowing reports of his own undertakings. The story on which he was piling up manuscript was The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, begun 7 years before at Quarry Farm. He had no great faith in it then, and though he had taken it up again in 1880, his interest had not lasted to its conclusion. This time, however, he was in the proper spirit, and the story would be finished. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, July 20, '83. My dear Howells, we are desperately glad you and your gang are home again. May you never travel again till you go aloft or alow. Charlie Clark has gone to the other side for a run, and will be back in August. He has been sick and needed the trip very much. Mrs. Clemens had a long and wasting spell of sickness last spring, but she is pulling up now. The children are booming, and my health is ridiculous, it's so robust, notwithstanding the newspaper misreports. I haven't piled up manuscripts so in years as I've done since we came here to the farm 3 weeks and a half ago. Why, it's like old times, to step right into the study, damp from the breakfast table, and sail right in and sail right on, the whole day long, without thought of running short of stuff or words. I wrote 4,000 words today, and I touch 3,000 and upwards pretty often, and don't fall below 1,600 any working day. And when I get fagged out, I lie abed a couple of days and read and smoke, and then go it again for 6 or 7 days. I have finished one small book, and am away along in a big 433 one that I half finished 2 or 3 years ago. I expect to complete it in a month or 6 weeks, or 2 months more, and I shall like it, whether anybody else does or not. It's a kind of companion to Tom Sawyer. There's a raft episode from it in 2nd or 3rd chapter of Life on the Mississippi. I'm booming these days, got health and spirits to waste, got an overplus, and if I were at home we would write a play. But we must do it anyhow by and by. We stay here till September 10, then maybe a week at Indian Neck for sea air, then home. We are powerful glad you are all back, and send love according. Yours ever, Mark. To Orion Clemens and family, in Keokuk, Iowa: Elmira, July 22, '83. Private. Dear Ma and Orion and Molly, I don't know that I have anything new to report, except that Livy is still gaining, and all the rest of us flourishing. I haven't had such booming working days for many years. I am piling up manuscript in a really astonishing way. I believe I shall complete, in 2 months, a book which I have been fooling over for 7 years. This summer it is no more trouble to me to write than it is to lie. Day before yesterday I felt slightly warned to knock off work for 1 day, so I did it and took the open air. Then I struck an idea for the instruction of the children, and went to work and carried it out. It took me all day. I measured off 817 feet of the roadway in our farm grounds with a foot rule, and then divided it up among the English reigns from the Conqueror down to 1883, allowing 1 foot to the year. I whittled out a basket of little pegs and drove one in the ground at the beginning of each reign, and gave it that king's name, thus: I measured all the reigns exactly as many feet to the reign as there were years in it. You can look out over the grounds and see the little pegs from the front door, some of them close together, like Richard II, Richard Cromwell, James II, etc., and some prodigiously wide apart, like Henry III, Edward III, George III, etc. It gives the children a realizing sense of the length or brevity of a reign. Shall invent a violent game to go with it. And in bed last night I invented a way to play it indoors, in a far more voluminous way, as to multiplicity of dates and events, on a cribbage board. Hello, supper's ready. Love to all. Goodbye. Samuel. Orion Clemens would naturally get excited over the idea of the game and its commercial possibilities. Not more so than his brother, however, who presently employed him to arrange a quantity of historical data which the game was to teach. For a season, indeed, interest in the game became a sort of midsummer madness which pervaded the two households, at Keokuk and at Quarry Farm. Howells wrote his approval of the idea of learning history by the running foot, which was a pun, even if unintentional, for in its outdoor form it was a game of speed as well as knowledge. Howells adds that he has noticed that the newspapers are exploiting Mark Twain's new invention of a history game, and we shall presently see how this happened. Also, in this letter, Howells speaks of an English nobleman to whom he has given a letter of introduction. He seemed a simple, quiet, gentlemanly man, with a good taste in literature, which he evinced by going about with my books in his pockets and talking of yours. To W. D. Howells, in Boston. My dear Howells, how odd it seems to sit down to write a letter with the feeling that you've got time to do it. But I'm done work for this season, and so have got time. I've done 2 seasons' work in one, and haven't anything left to do, now, but revise. I've written 800 or 900 manuscript pages in such a brief space of time that I mustn't name the number of days. I shouldn't believe it myself, and of course couldn't expect you to. I used to restrict myself to 4 or 5 hours a day and 5 days in the week. But this time I've wrought from breakfast till 5:15 p.m. 6 days in the week, and once or twice I smouched a Sunday when the boss wasn't looking. Nothing is half so good as literature hooked on Sunday, on the sly. I wrote you and Twitcher on the same night about the game, and was appalled to get a note from him saying he was going to print part of my letter and was going to do it before I could get a chance to forbid it. I telegraphed him, but was of course too late. If you haven't ever tried to invent an indoor historical game, don't. I've got the thing at last so it will work, I guess, but I don't want any more tasks of that kind. When I wrote you, I thought I had it, whereas I was only merely entering upon the initiatory difficulties of it. I might have known it wouldn't be an easy job, or somebody would have invented a decent historical game long ago, a thing which nobody had done. I think I've got it in pretty fair shape, so I have caveated it. Earl of Onston, is that it? All right. We shall be very glad to receive them and get acquainted with them, and much obliged to you, too. There's plenty of worse people than the nobilities. I went up and spent a week with the Marquis and the Princess Louise, and had as good a time as I want. I'm powerful glad you are all back again, and we will come up there if our little tribe will give us the necessary furlough, and if we can't get it, you folks must come to us, and give us an extension of time. We get home September 11. Hello, I think I see Warren coming. Goodbye letter from Clark, which explains for him. Love to you all, from the Clemenses. No, it wasn't Warren. I wonder what the devil has become of that man. He was to spend today with us, and the day's most gone now. We are enjoying your story with our usual unspeakableness, and I'm right glad you threw in the shipwreck and the mystery. I like it. Mrs. Crane thinks it's the best story you've written yet. But we always think the last one is the best. And why shouldn't it be? Practice helps. P.S. I thought I had sent all our loves to all of you, but Mrs. Clemens says I haven't. Damn it, a body can't think of everything, but a woman thinks she can. I better seal this now, else there'll be more criticism. I perceive I haven't got the love in yet. Well, we do send the love of all the family to all the houses. SLC. There had been some delay and postponement in the matter of the play which Howells and Clemens agreed to write. They did not put in the entire month of October as they had planned, but they did put in a portion of that month, the latter half, working out their old idea. In the end it became a revival of Colonel Sellers, or rather a caricature of that gentle-hearted old visionary. Clemens had always complained that the actor Raymond had never brought out the finer shades of Colonel Sellers' character, but Raymond in his worst performance never belied his original as did Howells and Clemens in his dramatic revival. These two, working together, let their imaginations run riot with disastrous results. The reader can judge something of this himself from The American Claimant, the book which Mark Twain would later build from the play. But at this time they thought it a great triumph. They had cracked their sides, laughing over its construction, as Howells once said, and they thought the world would do the same over its performance. They decided to offer it to Raymond, but rather haughtily, indifferently, because any number of other actors would be waiting for it. But this was a miscalculation. Raymond now turned the tables. Though favorable to the idea of a new play, he declared this one did not present his old Sellers at all, but a lunatic. In the end he returned the manuscript with a brief note. Attempts had already been made to interest other actors and would continue for some time. End of section 25. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 26 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete by Mark Twain. Volume 3, Chapter 24. Letters, 1884. To Howells and Others. Cable's Great April Fool. Huck Finn in press. Mark Twain for Cleveland. Clemens and Cable. Mark Twain had a lingering attack of the dramatic fever that winter. He made a play of The Prince and Pauper, which Howells pronounced too thin and slight and not half long enough. He made another of Tom Sawyer, and probably destroyed it, for no trace of the manuscript exists today. Howells could not join in these ventures, for he was otherwise occupied, and had sickness in his household. To W. D. Howells in Boston, January 7, '84. My dear Howells, oh my goodness, as Jean says, you have now encountered at last the heaviest calamity that can befall an author. The scarlet fever, once domesticated, is a permanent member of the family. Money may desert you, friends forsake you, enemies grow indifferent to you, but the scarlet fever will be true to you, through thick and thin, till you be all saved or damned, down to the last one. I say these things to cheer you. The bare suggestion of scarlet fever in the family makes me shudder. I believe I would almost rather have Osgood publish a book for me. You folks have our most sincere sympathy. Or the intrusion of this hideous disease is an unspeakable disaster. My billiard table is stacked up with books relating to the Sandwich Islands. The walls are upholstered with scraps of paper penciled with notes drawn from them. I have saturated myself with knowledge of that unimaginably beautiful land and that most strange and fascinating people, and I have begun a story. Its hidden motive will illustrate a but little considered fact in human nature, that the religious folly you are born in, you will die in, no matter what apparently reasonabler religious folly may seem to have taken its place meanwhile and abolished and obliterated it. I start Bill Ragsdale at 12 years of age, and the heroine at 4, in the midst of the ancient idolatrous system with its picturesque and amazing customs and superstitions, 3 months before the arrival of the missionaries and the erection of a shallow Christianity upon the ruins of the old paganism. Then these two will become educated Christians and highly civilized. And then I will jump 15 years and do Ragsdale's leper business. When we come to dramatize, we can draw a deal of matter from the story, all ready to our hand. Yours ever, Mark. He never finished the Sandwich Island story which he and Howells were to dramatize later. His head filled up with other projects, such as publishing plans, reading tours, and the like. The typesetting machine does not appear in the letters of this period, but it was an important factor nevertheless. It was costing several $1,000s a month for construction and becoming a heavy drain on Mark Twain's finances. It was necessary to recuperate, and the anxiety for a profitable play or some other adventure that would bring a quick and generous return grew out of this need. Clemens had established Charles L. Webster, his nephew by marriage, in a New York office, as selling agent for the Mississippi book and for his plays. He was also planning to let Webster publish the new book Huck Finn. George W. Cable had proven his ability as a reader, and Clemens saw possibilities in a reading combination which was first planned to include Aldrich and Howells and a private car. But Aldrich and Howells did not warm to the idea, and the car was eliminated from the plan. Cable came to visit Clemens in Hartford and was taken with the mumps, so that the reading trip was postponed. The fortunes of the Sellers play were most uncertain and becoming daily more doubtful. In February, Howells wrote, "If you have got any comfort in regard to our play, I wish you would heave it into my bosom." Cable recovered in time and out of gratitude planned a great April Fool surprise for his host. He was a systematic man and did it in his usual thorough way. He sent a private and confidential suggestion to 150 of Mark Twain's friends and admirers, nearly all distinguished literary men. The suggestion was that each one of them should send a request for Mark Twain's autograph, timing it so that it would arrive on the 1st of April. All seemed to have responded. Mark Twain's writing table on April Fool morning was heaped with letters asking in every ridiculous fashion for his valuable autograph. The one from Aldrich was a fair sample. He wrote, "I am making a collection of autographs of our distinguished writers, and having read one of your works, Gabriel Convoy, I would like to add your name to the list." Of course, the joke in this was that Gabriel Convoy was by Bret Harte, who by this time was thoroughly detested by Mark Twain. The first one or two of the letters puzzled the victim. Then he comprehended the size and character of the joke, and entered into it thoroughly. One of the letters was from Bloodgood H. Cutter, the poet laureate of Innocents Abroad. Cutter, of course, wrote in poetry, that is to say, doggerel. Mark Twain's April Fool was a most pleasant one. Rhymed letter by Bloodgood H. Cutter to Mark Twain. Little Neck, Long Island farmer, to his friend and pilgrim brother, Samuel L. Clemens, Esquire. Friends suggest in each one's behalf to write and ask your autograph. To refuse that I will not do, after the long voyage had with you. That was a memorable time you wrote in prose. I wrote in rhyme to describe the wonders of each place and the queer customs of each race. That is in my memory yet, for while I live I'll not forget. I often think of that affair and the many that were with us there. As your friends think it for the best, I ask your autograph with the rest, hoping you will it to me send. 'Twill please and cheer your dear old friend. Yours truly, Bloodgood H. Cutter. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, April 8, '84. My dear Howells, it took my breath away, and I haven't recovered it yet entirely. I mean the generosity of your proposal to read the proofs of Huck Finn. Now, if you mean it, old man, if you are in earnest, proceed, in God's name, and be by me forever blessed. I cannot conceive of a rational man deliberately piling such an atrocious job upon himself. But if there is such a man, and you be that man, why then pile it on. It will cost me a pang every time I think of it. But this anguish will be Angebus to me in the joy and comfort I shall get out of the not having to read the verfluchtete proofs myself. But if you have repented of your augenblickliche Tobsucht and got back to calm, cold reason again, I won't hold you to it unless I find I've got you down in writing somewhere. Herr, I would not read the proof of one of my books for any fair and reasonable sum whatever, if I could get out of it. The proof reading on the Prince and the Pauper cost me the last rags of my religion. M. Howells had written that he would be glad to help out in the reading of the proofs of Huck Finn, which book Webster by this time had in hand. Replying to Clemens' eager and grateful acceptance now, he wrote, "It is all perfectly true about the generosity, unless I am going to read your proofs from one of the shabby motives which I always find at the bottom of my soul if I examine it." A characteristic utterance, though we may be permitted to believe that his shabby motives were fewer and less shabby than those of mankind in general. The proofs which Howells was reading pleased him mightily. Once, during the summer, he wrote, "If I had written half as good a book as Huck Finn, I shouldn't ask anything better than to read the proofs. Even as it is, I don't. So send them on. They will always find me somewhere." This was the summer of the Blaine-Cleveland campaign. Mark Twain, in company with many other leading men, had mugwumped and was supporting Cleveland. From the next letter we gather something of the aspects of that memorable campaign, which was one of scandal and vituperation. We learn, too, that the young sculptor Karl Gerhardt, having completed a 3-year study in Paris, had returned to America a qualified artist. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, August 21, '84. My dear Howells, this presidential campaign is too delicious for anything. Isn't human nature the most consummate sham and lie that was ever invented? Isn't man a creature to be ashamed of in pretty much all his aspects? Man, know thyself, and then thou wilt despise thyself to a dead moral certainty. Take 3 quite good specimens, Hawley, Warner, and Charlie Clark. Even I do not loathe Blaine more than they do. Yet Harley is howling for Blaine, Warner and Clark are eating their daily crow in the paper for him, and all 3 will vote for him. O stultification, where is thy sting? O slave, where is thy hickory? I suppose you heard how a marble monument, for which St. Gaudens was pecuniarily responsible, burned down in Hartford the other day, uninsured, for who in the world would ever think of insuring a marble shaft in a cemetery against a fire, and left St. Gaudens out of pocket $15,000. It was a bad day for artists. Gerhardt finished my bust that day, and the work was pronounced admirable by all the kin and friends. But in putting it in plaster, or rather taking it out, next day, it got ruined. It was 4 or 5 weeks' hard work gone to the dogs. The news flew, and everybody on the farm flocked to the arbor and grouped themselves about the wreck in a profound and moving silence, the farm help, the colored servants, the German nurse, the children, everybody. a silence interrupted at wide intervals by absent-minded ejaculations rising from unconscious breasts as the whole size of the disaster gradually worked its way home to the realization of one spirit after another. Some burst out with one thing, some another. The German nurse put up her hands and said, "Oh, schade! Oh, schrecklich!" But Gerhardt said nothing, or almost that. He couldn't word it, I suppose, but he went to work and by dark had everything thoroughly well under way for a fresh start in the morning, and in 3 days' time had built a new bust which was a trifle better than the old one, and tomorrow we shall put the finishing touches on it, and it will be about as good as one as nearly anybody can make. Yours ever, Mark. If you run across anybody who wants a bust, be sure and recommend Gerhardt on my say-so. But Howells was determinedly for Blaine. "I shall vote for Blaine," he replied. "I do not believe he is guilty of the things they accuse him of, and I know they are not proved against him. As for Cleveland, his private life may be no worse than that of most men. But as an enemy of that contemptible, hypocritical, lopsided morality which says a woman shall suffer all the shame of unchastity and a man none, I want to see him destroyed politically by his past. The men who defend him would take their wives to the White House if he were president, but if he married his concubine, made her an honest woman, they would not go near him. I can't stand that." Certainly this was sound logic in that day, at least, but it left Clemens far from satisfied. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, September 17, '84. My dear Howells, somehow I can't seem to rest quite under the idea of your voting for Blaine. I believe you said something about the country and the party. Certainly allegiance to these is well, but as certainly a man's first duty is to his own conscience and honor. The party or the country comes second to that, and never first. I don't ask you to vote at all. I only urge you to not soil yourself by voting for Blaine. When you wrote before, you were able to say the charges against him were not proven. But you know now that they are proven, and it seems to me that that bars you and all other honest and honorable men who are independently situated from voting for him. It is not necessary to vote for Cleveland. The only necessary thing to do, as I understand it, is that a man shall keep himself clean, by withholding his vote for an improper man, even though the party and the country go to destruction in consequence. It is not parties that make or save countries, or that build them to greatness. It is clean men, clean ordinary citizens, rank and file, the masses. Clean masses are not made by individuals standing back till the rest become clean. As I said before, I think a man's first duty is to his own honor, not to his country, and not to his party. Don't be offended. I mean no offense. I am not so concerned about the rest of the nation, but, well, goodbye. Yours ever, Mark. There does not appear to be any further discussion of the matter between Howells and Clemens. Their letters for a time contain no suggestion of politics. Perhaps Mark Twain's own political conscience was not entirely clear in his repudiation of his party. At least we may believe from his next letter that his Cleveland enthusiasm was qualified by a willingness to support a Republican who would command his admiration and honor. The idea of an 11th-hour nomination was rather startling, whatever its motive. To Mr. Pierce, in Boston: Hartford, October 22, '84. My dear Mr. Pierce, you know as well as I do that the reason the majority of Republicans are going to vote for Blaine is because they feel that they cannot help themselves. Do not you believe that if Mr. Edmunds would consent to run for President on the independent ticket, even at this late date, he might be elected? Well, if he wouldn't consent, but should even strenuously protest and say he wouldn't serve if elected, isn't it still wise and fair to nominate him and vote for him, since his protest would relieve him from all responsibility, and he couldn't surely find fault with people for forcing a compliment upon him? And do not you believe that his name thus compulsorily placed at the head of the independent column would work absolutely certain defeat to Blaine and save the country's honor? Politicians often carry a victory by springing some disgraceful and rascally mine under the feet of the adversary at the 11th hour. Would it not be wholesome to vary this thing for once, and spring as formidable a mine of a better sort under the enemy's works? If Edmund's name were put up, I would vote for him in the teeth of all the protesting and blaspheming he could do in a month, and there are lots of others who would do likewise. If this notion is not a foolish and wicked one, won't you just consult with some chief independents, and see if they won't call a sudden convention and whoop the thing through? To nominate Edmunds the 1st of November would be soon enough, wouldn't it? With kindest regards to you and the Aldriches, yours truly, S. L. Clemens. Clemens and Cable set out on their reading tour in November. They were a curiously assorted pair. Cable was of orthodox religion, exact as to habits, neat, prim, all that Clemens was not. In the beginning Cable undertook to read the Bible aloud to Clemens each evening, but this part of the day's program was presently omitted by request. If they spent Sunday in a town, Cable was up bright and early visiting the various churches and Sunday schools, while Mark Twain remained at the hotel in bed, reading or asleep. End of Section 26. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 27 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete. Volume 3, Chapter 25. The Great Year of 1885. Clemens and Cable. Publication of Huck Finn. The Grant Memoirs. Mark Twain at 50. The year 1885 was in some respects the most important, certainly the most pleasantly exciting, in Mark Twain's life. It was the year in which he entered fully into the publishing business, and launched one of the most spectacular of all publishing adventures, the personal memoirs of General U. S. Grant. Clemens had not intended to do general publishing when he arranged with Webster to become sales agent for the Mississippi book, and later general agent for Huck Finn's adventures. He had intended only to handle his own books, because he was pretty thoroughly dissatisfied with other publishing arrangements. Even the Library of Humor, which Howells with Clark of the Courant had put together for him, he left with Osgood until that publisher failed during the spring of 1885. Certainly he never dreamed of undertaking anything of the proportions of the Grant book. He had always believed that Grant could make a book. More than once, when they had met, he had urged the General to prepare his memoirs for publication. Howells, in his My Mark Twain, tells of going with Clemens to see Grant, then a member of the ill-fated firm of Grant and Ward, and how they lunched on beans, bacon, and coffee brought in from a nearby restaurant. It was while they were eating this soldier fare that Clemens, very likely abetted by Howells, especially urged the great commander to prepare his memoirs. But Grant had become a financier, as he believed, and the prospect of literary earnings, however large, did not appeal to him. Furthermore, he was convinced that he was without literary ability, and that a book by him would prove a failure. But then, by and by, came a failure more disastrous than anything he had foreseen, the downfall of his firm through the Napoleonic rascality of Ward. General Grant was utterly ruined. He was left without income and apparently without the means of earning one. It was the period when the Great War series was appearing in the Century magazine. General Grant, hard-pressed, was induced by the editors to prepare one or more articles, and finding that he could write them, became interested in the idea of a book. It is unnecessary to repeat here the story of how the publication of this important work passed into the hands of Mark Twain. That is to say, the firm of Charles L. Webster and Company, the details having been fully given elsewhere. Footnote: See Mark Twain, A Biography, Chapter 154. End footnote. We will now return, for the moment, to other matters, as reported in order by the letters. Clemens and Cable had continued their reading tour into Canada, and in February found themselves in Montreal. Here they were invited by the Toque Bleue Snowshoe Club to join in one of their weekly excursions across Mount Royal. They could not go, and the reasons given by Mark Twain are not without interest. The letter is to Mr. George Iles, author of Flame, Electricity, and the Camera, and many other useful works. To George Iles, for the Toque Bleue Snowshoe Club, Montreal, Detroit, February 12, 1885. Midnight. P.S. My dear Iles, I got your other telegram a while ago and answered it, explaining that I get only a couple of hours in the middle of the day for social life. I know it doesn't seem rational that a man should have to lie abed all day in order to be rested and equipped for talking an hour at night, and yet in my case, and Cable's, it is so. Unless I get a great deal of rest, a ghastly dullness settles down upon me on the platform and turns my performance into work, and hard work, whereas it ought always to be pastime, recreation, solid enjoyment. Usually it is just this latter, but that is because I take my rest faithfully and prepare myself to do my duty by my audience. I am the obliged and appreciative servant of my brethren of the Snowshoe Club, and nothing in the world would delight me more than to come to their house without naming time or terms on my own part. But you see how it is. My cast-iron duty is to my audience. It leaves me no liberty and no option. With kindest regards to the club and to you, I am sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. In the next letter we reach the end of the Clemens-Cable venture and get a characteristic summing up of Mark Twain's general attitude toward the companion of his travels. It must be read only in the clear realization of Mark Twain's attitude toward orthodoxy and his habit of humor. Cable was as rigidly orthodox as Mark Twain was revolutionary. The two were never anything but the best of friends. To W. D. Howells, in Boston, Philadelphia, February 27, '85. My dear Howells, tonight in Baltimore, tomorrow afternoon and night in Washington, and my 4 months' platform campaign is ended at last. It has been a curious experience. It has taught me that Cable's gifts of mind are greater and higher than I had suspected. But that "but" is pointing toward his religion. You will never know, never divine, guess, imagine how loathsome a thing the Christian religion can be made until you come to know and study Cable daily and hourly. Mind you, I like him. He is pleasant company. I rage and swear at him sometimes, but we do not quarrel. We get along mighty happily together. But in him and his person I have learned to hate all religions. He has taught me to abhor and detest the Sabbath day and hunt up new and troublesome ways to dishonor it. Nat Goodwin was on the train yesterday. He plays in Washington all the coming week. He is very anxious to get our Sellers play and play it under changed names. I said the only thing I could do would be to write to you. Well, I've done it. Yours ever, Mark. Clemens and Webster were often at the house of General Grant during these early days of 1885, and it must have been Webster who was present with Clemens on the great occasion described in the following telegram. It was on the last day and hour of President Arthur's administration that the bill was passed which placed Ulysses S. Grant as full general with full pay on the retired list, and it is said that the congressional clock was set back in order that this enactment might become a law before the administration changed. General Grant had by this time developed cancer and was already in feeble health. Telegram to Mrs. Clemens, in Hartford: New York, March 4, 1885. To Mrs. S. L. Clemens: We were at General Grant's at noon, and a telegram arrived that the last act of the expiring Congress late this morning retired him with full general's rank and accompanying emoluments. The effect upon him was like raising the dead. We were present when the telegram was put in his hand. S. L. Clemens. Something has been mentioned before of Mark Twain's investments and the generally unprofitable habit of them. He had a trusting nature, and was usually willing to invest money on any plausible recommendation. He was one of thousands such, and being a person of distinction, he now and then received letters of inquiry, complaint, or condolence. A minister wrote him that he had bought some stocks recommended by a Hartford banker and advertised in a religious paper. He added, "After I made that purchase, they wrote me that you had just bought 100 shares and that you were a shrewd man." The writer closed by asking for further information. He received it as follows: To the Reverend J. Blank, in Baltimore, Washington, March 2, '85. My dear Sir, I take my earliest opportunity to answer your favor of February. Blank was premature in calling me a shrewd man. I wasn't one at that time, but am one now. That is, I am at least too shrewd to ever again invest in anything put on the market by Blank. I know nothing whatever about the Bank Note Company, and never did know anything about it. Blank sold me about $4,000 or $5,000 worth of the stock at $110, and I own it yet. He sold me $10,000 worth of another rose-tinted stock about the same time. I've got that yet also. I judge that a peculiarity of Blank's stocks is that they are of the staying kind. I think you should have asked somebody else whether I was a shrewd man or not, for two reasons. The stock was advertised in a religious paper, a circumstance which was very suspicious, and the compliment came to you from a man who was interested to make a purchaser of you. I am afraid you deserve your loss. A financial scheme advertised in any religious paper is a thing which any living person ought to know enough to avoid, and when the factor is added that M runs that religious paper, a dead person ought to know enough to avoid it. Very truly yours, S. L. Clemens. The story of Huck Finn was having a wide success. Webster handled it skillfully, and the sales were large. In almost every quarter its welcome was enthusiastic. Here and there, however, could be found an exception. Huck's morals were not always approved of by library reading committees. The first instance of this kind was reported from Concord, and would seem not to have depressed the author-publisher. To Charles L. Webster, in New York, March 18, '85. Dear Charlie, the committee of the Public Library of Concord, Massachusetts, have given us a rattling tip-top puff which will go into every paper in the country. They have expelled Huck from their library as trash and suitable only for the slums. That will sell 25,000 copies for us, sure. S.L.C. Perhaps the Concord Free Trade Club had some idea of making amends to Mark Twain for the slight put upon his book by their librarians, for immediately after the Huck Finn incident they notified him of his election to honorary membership. Those were the days of authors' readings, and Clemens and Howells not infrequently assisted at these functions, usually given as benefits of one kind or another. From the next letter, written following an entertainment given for the Longfellow Memorial, we gather that Mark Twain's opinion of Howells's reading was steadily improving. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, May 5, '85. My dear Howells, who taught you to read? Observation and thought, I guess. And practice at the Tavern Club? Yes, and that was the best teaching of all. Well, you sent even your daintiest and most delicate and fleeting points home to that audience, absolute proof of good reading. But you couldn't read worth a damn a few years ago. I do not say this to flatter. It is true I looked around for you when I was leaving, but you had already gone. Alas, Osgood has failed at last. It was easy to see that he was on the very verge of it a year ago, and it was also easy to see that he was still on the verge of it a month or two ago. But I continued to hope, but not expect that he would pull through. The Library of Humor is at his dwelling house, and he will hand it to you whenever you want it. To save it from any possibility of getting mixed up in the failure, perhaps you had better send down and get it. I told him the other day that an order of any kind from you would be his sufficient warrant for its delivery to you. In 2 days General Grant has dictated 50 pages of foolscap, and thus the Wilderness and Appomattox stand for all time in his own words. This makes the second volume of his book as valuable as the first. He looks mighty well these latter days. Yours ever, Mark. I am exceedingly glad, wrote Howells, that you approve of my reading, for it gives me some hope that I may do something on the platform next winter. But I would never read within 100 miles of you, if I could help it. You simply straddled down to the footlights and took that house up in the hollow of your hand and tickled it. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, July 21, 1885. My dear Howells, you are really my only author. I am restricted to you. I wouldn't give a damn for the rest. I bored through Middlemarch during the past week, with its labored and tedious analysis of feelings and motives, its paltry and tiresome people, its unexciting and uninteresting story, and its frequent blinding flashes of single-sentence poetry, philosophy, wit, and what not, and nearly died from the overwork. I wouldn't read another of those books for a farm. I did try to read one other, Daniel Deronda. I dragged through 3 chapters, losing flesh all the time, and then was honest enough to quit and confess to myself that I haven't any romance literature appetite, as far as I can see, except for your books. But what I started to say was that I have just read Part 2 of Indian Summer, and to my mind there isn't a waste line in it, or one that could be improved. I read it yesterday, ending with that opinion, and read it again today, ending with the same opinion emphasized. I haven't read Part 1 yet, because that number must have reached Hartford after we left, but we are going to send downtown for a copy, and when it comes I am to read both parts aloud to the family. It is a beautiful story, and makes a body laugh all the time, and cry inside, and feel so old and so forlorn, and gives him gracious glimpses of his lost youth that fill him with a measureless regret, and build up in him a cloudy sense of his having been a prince once in some enchanted far-off land, and of being an exile now, and desolate, and, Lord, no chance ever to get back there again. That is the thing that hurts. Well, you have done it with marvelous facility, and you make all the motives and feelings perfectly clear without analyzing the guts out of them, the way George Eliot does. I can't stand George Eliot and Hawthorne and those people. I see what they are at 100 years before they get to it, and they just tire me to death. And as for the Bostonians, I would rather be damned to John Bunyan's heaven than read that. Yours ever, Mark. It is as easy to understand Mark Twain's enjoyment of Indian summer as his revolt against Daniel Deronda and the Bostonians. He cared little for writing that did not convey its purpose in the simplest and most direct terms. It is interesting to note that in thanking Clemens for his compliment, Howells wrote, "What people cannot see is that I analyze as little as possible. They go on talking about the analytical school which I am supposed to belong to, and I want to thank you for using your eyes. Did you ever read Defoe's Roxana? If not, then read it, not merely for some of the deepest insights into the lying, suffering, sinning, well-meaning human soul, but for the best and most natural English that a book was ever written in." General Grant worked steadily on his book, dictating when he could, making brief notes on slips of paper when he could no longer speak. Clemens visited him at Mount McGregor and brought the dying soldier the comforting news that enough of his books were already sold to provide generously for his family, and that the sales would aggregate at least twice as much by the end of the year. This was sometime in July. On the 23rd of that month, General Grant died. Immediately there was a newspaper discussion as to the most suitable place for the great chieftain to lie. Mark Twain's contribution to this debate, though in the form of an open letter, seems worthy of preservation here. To the New York Sun, on the proper place for Grant's tomb. To the Editor Op. The Sun. Sir, the newspaper atmosphere is charged with objections to New York as a place of sepulchre for General Grant, and the objectors are strenuous that Washington is the right place. They offer good reasons, good temporary reasons, for both of these positions. But it seems to me that temporary reasons are not meet for the occasion. We need to consider posterity rather than our own generation. We should select a grave which will not merely be in the right place now, but will still be in the right place 500 years from now. How does Washington promise as to that? You have only to hit it in one place to kill it. Some day the West will be numerically strong enough to move the seat of government. Her past attempts are a fair warning that when the day comes she will do it. Then the city of Washington will lose its consequence and pass out of the public view and public talk. It is quite within the possibilities that a century hence people would wonder and say, "How did your predecessors come to bury their great dead in this deserted place?" But as long as American civilization lasts, New York will last. I cannot but think she has been well and wisely chosen as the guardian of a grave which is destined to become almost the most conspicuous in the world's history. 20 centuries from now, New York will still be New York, still a vast city, and the most notable object in it will still be the tomb and monument of General Grant. I observe that the common and strongest objection to New York is that she is not national ground. Let us give ourselves no uneasiness about that. Wherever General Grant's body lies, that is national ground. S. L. Clemens, Elmira, July 27. The letter that follows is very long, but it seems too important and too interesting to be omitted in any part. General Grant's early indulgence in liquors had long been a matter of wide, though not very definite, knowledge. Everyone had heard how Lincoln, on being told that Grant drank, remarked something to the effect that he would like to know what kind of whiskey Grant used, so that he might get some of it for his other generals. Henry Ward Beecher, selected to deliver a eulogy on the dead soldier, and doubtless wishing neither to ignore the matter nor to make too much of it, naturally turned for information to the publisher of Grant's own memoirs, hoping from an advance copy to obtain light. To Henry Ward Beecher, Brooklyn, Elmira, New York, September 11, '85. My dear Mr. Beecher, my nephew Webster is in Europe making contracts for the memoirs. Before he sailed he came to me with a writing, directed to the printers and binders, to this effect: "Honor no order for a sight or copy of the memoirs while I am absent, even though it be signed by Mr. Clemens himself. I gave my permission. There were weighty reasons why I should not only give my permission, but hold it a matter of honor to not dissolve the order or modify it at any time. So I did all of that. Said the order should stand undisturbed to the end. If a principal could dissolve his promise as innocently as he can dissolve his written order unguarded by his promise, I would send you a copy of the memoirs instantly. I did not foresee you, or I would have made an exception. My idea, gained from army men, is that the drunkenness, and sometimes pretty reckless spreeing, nights, ceased before he came East to be Lieutenant General. Refer especially to General William B. Franklin. If you could see Franklin and talk with him, then he would unbosom. It was while Grant was still in the West that Mr. Lincoln said he wished he could find out what brand of whiskey that fellow used, so he could furnish it to some of the other generals. Franklin saw Grant tumble from his horse drunk while reviewing troops in New Orleans. The fall gave him a good deal of a hurt. He was then on the point of leaving for the Chattanooga region. I naturally put that and that together when I read General O. O. Howard's article in the Christian Union 3 or 4 weeks ago, where he mentions that the new general arrived lame from a recent accident. See that article. And why not write Howard? Franklin spoke positively of the frequent spreeing in camp in time of war. Captain Grant was frequently threatened by the commandant of his Oregon post with a report to the War Department of his conduct unless he modified his intemperance. The report would mean dismissal from the service. At last the report had to be made out, and then so greatly was the captain beloved that he was privately informed and was thus enabled to rush his resignation to Washington ahead of the report. Did the report go, nevertheless? I don't know. If it did, it is in the War Department now, possibly, and seeable. I got all this from a regular army man, but I can't name him to save me. The only time General Grant ever mentioned liquor to me was about last April, or possibly May. He said, "If I could only build up my strength. The doctors urge whiskey and champagne, but I can't take them. I can't abide the taste of any kind of liquor." Had he made a conquest so complete that even the taste of liquor was become an offense? Or was he so sore over what had been said about his habit that he wanted to persuade others, and likewise himself, that he hadn't even ever had any taste for it? It sounded like the latter, but that's no evidence. He told me in the fall of '84 that there was something the matter with his throat, and that at the suggestion of his physicians he had reduced his smoking to 1 cigar a day. Then he added, in a casual fashion, that he didn't care for that one, and seldom smoked it. I could understand that feeling. He had set out to conquer not the habit, but the inclination, the desire. He had gone at the root, not the trunk. It's the perfect way, and the only true way. I speak from experience. How I do hate those enemies of the human race who go around enslaving God's free people with pledges to quit drinking instead of to quit wanting to drink. But Sherman and Van Vliet know everything concerning Grant, and if you tell them how you want to use the facts, both of them will testify. Regular army men have no concealments about each other, and yet they make their awful statements without shade or color or malice, with a frankness and a childlike naivete, indeed, which is enchanting and stupefying. West Point seems to teach them that, among other priceless things not to be got in any other college in this world. If we talked about our guild mates as I have heard Sherman, Grant, Van Vliet, and others talk about theirs, mates with whom they were on the best possible terms, we could never expect them to speak to us again. I am reminded now of another matter. The day of the funeral I sat an hour over a single drink and several cigars with Van Vliet and Sherman and Senator Sherman, and among other things General Sherman said, with impatient scorn, The idea of all this nonsense about Grant not being able to stand rude language and indelicate stories, why, Grant was full of humor and full of the appreciation of it. I have sat with him by the hour listening to Jim Nye's yarns, and I reckon you know the style of Jim Nye's histories, Clemens. It makes me sick, that newspaper nonsense. Grant was no namby-pamby fool. He was a man all over, rounded and complete. I wish I had thought of it. I would have said to General Grant, put the drunkenness in the memoirs and the repentance and reform. Trust the people. But I will wager there is not a hint in the book. He was sore there. As much of the book as I have read gives no hint, as far as I recollect. The sick room brought out the points of General Grant's character, some of them particularly, to wit, his patience, his indestructible equability of temper, his exceeding gentleness, kindness, forbearance, lovingness, charity, his loyalty to friends, to convictions, to promises, half promises, infinitesimal fractions and shadows of promises. There was a requirement of him which I considered an atrocity, an injustice, an outrage. I wanted to implore him to repudiate it. Fred Grant said, save your labor. I know him. He is in doubt as to whether he made that half promise or not, and he will give the thing the benefit of the doubt. He will fulfill that half promise or kill himself trying. Fred Grant was right. He did fulfill it. His aggravatingly trustful nature, his genuineness, simplicity, modesty, diffidence, self-depreciation, poverty in the quality of vanity, and, in no contradiction of this last, his simple pleasure in the flowers and general ruck sent to him by Tom, Dick, and Harry from everywhere, a pleasure that suggested a perennial surprise that he should be the object of so much fine attention. He was the most lovable great child in the world. I mentioned his loyalty. You remember Harrison, the colored body servant? The whole family hated him, but that did not make any difference. The General always stood at his back, wouldn't allow him to be scolded, always excused his failures and deficiencies with the one unvarying formula: we are responsible for these things in his race. It is not fair to visit our fault upon them. Let him alone. So they did let him alone, under compulsion, until the great heart that was his shield was taken away. Then, well, they simply couldn't stand him, and so they were excusable for determining to discharge him, a thing which they mortally hated to do, and by lucky accident was saved from the necessity of doing. His toughness as a bargainer when doing business for other people or for his country, witness his terms at Donelson, Vicksburg, etc. Fred Grant told me his father wound up an estate for the widow and orphans of a friend in St. Louis. It took several years. At the end, every complication had been straightened out, and the property put upon a prosperous basis. Great sums had passed through his hands, and when he handed over the papers, there were vouchers to show what had been done with every penny. And his trusting, easy, unexacting fashion when doing business for himself, at that same time he was paying out money in driblets to a man who was running his farm for him, and in his first presidency he paid every one of those driblets again. Total $3,000, Frank said. For he hadn't a scrap of paper to show that he had ever paid them before. In his dealings with me he would not listen to terms which would place my money at risk and leave him protected. The thought plainly gave him pain, and he put it from him, waved it off with his hands, as one does accounts of crushings and mutilations, wouldn't listen, changed the subject. And his fortitude? He was under sentence of death last spring. He sat thinking, musing, several days, nobody knows what about. Then he pulled himself together and set to work to finish that book, a colossal task for a dying man. Presently his hand gave out. Fate seemed to have got him checkmated. Dictation was suggested. No, he never could do that. Had never tried it. Too old to learn now. By and by, if he could only do appomattox well. So he sent for a stenographer and dictated 9,000 words at a single sitting, never pausing, never hesitating for a word, never repeating. And in the written out copy he made hardly a correction. He dictated again every 2 or 3 days. The intervals were intervals of exhaustion and slow recuperation. And at last he was able to tell me that he had written more matter than could be got into the book. I then enlarged the book. Had to. Then he lost his voice. He was not quite done yet, however. There was no end of little plums and spices to be stuck in, here and there, and this work he patiently continued, a few lines a day, with pad and pencil, till far into July at Mount McGregor. One day he put his pencil aside and said he was done. There was nothing more to do. If I had been there, I could have foretold the shock that struck the world 3 days later. Well, I've written all this, and it doesn't seem to amount to anything. But I do want to help, if I only could. I will enclose some scraps from my autobiography, scraps about General Grant. They may be of some trifle of use, and they may not. They at least verify known traits of his character. My autobiography is pretty freely dictated, but my idea is to jackplane it a little before I die, some day or other. I mean the rude construction and rotten grammar. It is the only dictating I ever did, and it was most troublesome and awkward work. You may return it to Hartford. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. The old long-deferred Library of Humor came up again for discussion when, in the fall of 1885, Howells associated himself with Harper & Brothers. Howells's contract provided that his name was not to appear on any book not published by the Harper firm. He wrote, therefore, offering to sell out his interest in the enterprise for $2,000, in addition to the $500 which he had already received, an amount considered to be less than he was to have received as joint author and compiler. Mark Twain's answer pretty fully covers the details of this undertaking. To W. D. Howells in Boston: Hartford, October 18, 1885. Private. My dear Howells, I reckon it would ruin the book, that is, make it necessary to pigeonhole it and leave it unpublished. I couldn't publish it without a very responsible name to support my own on the title page, because it has so much of my own matter in it. I bought Osgood's rights for $3,000 cash. I have paid Clark $800 and owe him $700 more, which must of course be paid whether I publish it or not. Yet I fully recognize that I have no sort of moral right to let that ancient and procrastinated contract hamper you in any way, and I most certainly won't. So it is my decision, after thinking over and rejecting the idea of trying to buy permission of the Harpers for $2,500 to use your name, a proposition which they would hate to refuse to a man in a perplexed position and yet would naturally have to refuse it, to pigeonhole the library, not destroy it, but merely pigeonhole it and wait a few years and see what new notion Providence will take concerning it. He will not desert us now, after putting in 4 licks to our 1 on this book all this time. It really seems in a sense discourteous not to call it Providence's Library of Humor. Now that deal is all settled, the next question is, do you need and must you require that $2,000 now? Since last March, you know, I am carrying a mighty load, solitary and alone, General Grant's book, and must carry it till the first volume is 30 days old, January 1st, before the relief money will begin to flow in. From now to the 1st of January, every dollar is as valuable to me as it could be to a famishing tramp. If you can wait till then, I mean without discomfort, without inconvenience, it will be a large accommodation to me. But I will not allow you to do this favor if it will discommode you. So speak right out, frankly, and if you need the money, I will go out on the highway and get it, using violence if necessary. Mind, I am not in financial difficulties, and am not going to be. I am merely a starving beggar standing outside the door of plenty, obstructed by a Yale time lock which is set for January 1st. I can stand it, and stand it perfectly well, but the days do seem to fool along considerable slower than they used to. I am mighty glad you are with the Harpers. I have noticed that good men in their employ go there to stay. Yours ever, Mark. In the next letter we begin to get some idea of the size of Mark Twain's first publishing venture, and a brief summary of results may not be out of place here. The Grant Life was issued in 2 volumes. In the early months of the year when the agent's canvass was just beginning, Mark Twain, with what seems now almost clairvoyant vision, prophesied a sale of 300,000 sets. The actual sales ran somewhat more than this number. On February 27, 1886, Charles L. Webster and Company paid to Mrs. Grant the largest single royalty check in the history of book publishing. The amount of it was $200,000. Subsequent checks increased the aggregate return to considerably more than double this figure. In a memorandum made by Clemens in the midst of the canvass, he wrote, "During 100 consecutive days, the sales, i.e., subscriptions, of General Grant's book averaged 3,000 sets, 6,000 single volumes, per day. Roughly stated, Mrs. Grant's income during all that time was $5,000 a day." To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hotel Normandy, New York, December 2, '85. My dear Howells, I told Webster this afternoon to send you that $2,000, but he is in such a rush these first days of publication that he may possibly forget it, so I write lest I forget it too. Remind me, if he should forget. When I postponed you lately, I did it because I thought I should be cramped for money until January, but that has turned out to be an error, so I hasten to cut short the postponement. I judge by the newspapers that you are in Auburndale, but I don't know it officially. I've got the first volume launched safely, consequently half of the suspense is over, and I am that much nearer the goal. We've bound and shipped 200,000 books, and by the 10th shall finish and ship the remaining 125,000 of the first edition. I got nervous and came down to help hump up the binderies, and I mean to stay here pretty much all the time till the first days of March, when the second volume will issue. Shan't have so much trouble this time, though, if we get to press pretty soon, because we can get more binderies then than are to be had in front of the holidays. One lives and learns. I find it takes 7 binderies 4 months to bind 325,000 books. This is a good book to publish. I heard a canvasser say yesterday that while delivering 11 books he took 7 new subscriptions. But we shall be in a hell of a fix if that goes on. It will ball up the binderies again. Yours ever, Mark. November 30th that year was Mark Twain's 50th birthday, an event noticed by the newspapers generally and especially observed by many of his friends. Warner, Stockton, and many others sent letters. Andrew Lang contributed a fine poem. Also Oliver Wendell. Holmes, the latter by special request of Miss Gilder for the Critic. These attentions came as a sort of crowning happiness at the end of a golden year. At no time in his life were Mark Twain's fortunes and prospects brighter. He had a beautiful family and a perfect home. Also, he had great prosperity. The reading tour with Cable had been a fine success. His latest book, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, had added largely to his fame and income. The publication of the Grant memoirs had been a dazzling triumph. Mark Twain had become recognized, not only as America's most distinguished author, but as its most envied publisher. And now, with his 50th birthday, had come this laurel from Holmes, last of the Brahmins, to add a touch of glory to all the rest. We feel his exultation in his note of acknowledgment. To Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes, in Boston: Dear Mr. Holmes, I shall never be able to tell you the half of how proud you have made me. If I could, you would say you were nearly paid for the trouble you took. And then the family. If I can convey the electrical surprise and gratitude and exultation of the wife and the children last night when they happened upon that critic where I had, with artful artlessness, spread it open and retired out of view to see what would happen, well, it was great and fine and beautiful to see, and made me feel as the victor feels when the shouting hosts march by. And if you also could have seen it, you would have said the account was squared, for I have brought them up in your company, as in the company of a warm and friendly and beneficent but far distant son. And so, for you to do this thing was for the sun to send down out of the skies the miracle of a special ray and transfigure me before their faces. I knew what that poem would be to them. I knew it would raise me up to remote and shining heights in their eyes, to very fellowship with the chambered nautilus itself, and that from that fellowship they could never more dissociate me while they should live. And so I made sure to be by when the surprise should come. Charles Dudley Warner is charmed with the poem for its own felicitous sake, and so indeed am I, but more because it has drawn the sting of my 50th year, taken away the pain of it, the grief of it, the somehow shame of it, and made me glad and proud it happened. With reverence and affection, sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. Holmes wrote with his own hand, "Did Miss Gilder tell you I had 23 letters spread out for answer when her suggestion came about your anniversary? I stopped my correspondence and made my letters wait until the lines were done." End of Section 27. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 28 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 26. Letters 1886 to 87. Jane Clemens Romance. Unmailed Letters, etc. When Clemens had been platforming with Cable and returned to Hartford for his Christmas vacation, the Warner and Clemens families had joined in preparing for him a surprise performance of The Prince and the Pauper. The Clemens household was always given to theatricals, and it was about this time that scenery and a stage were prepared, mainly by the sculptor Gerhardt, for these home performances, after which productions of The Prince and the Pauper were given with considerable regularity to audiences consisting of parents and invited friends. The subject is a fascinating one, but it has been dwelt upon elsewhere. We get a glimpse of one of these occasions as well as of Mark Twain's financial progress in the next brief. To W. D. Howells, in Boston, January 3, '86. My dear Howells, the date set for the Prince and Pauper play is 10 days hence, January 13. I hope you and Pilla can take a train that arrives here during the day. The one that leaves Boston toward the end of the afternoon would be a trifle late. The performance would have already begun when you reach the house. I'm out of the woods. On the last day of the year I had paid out $182,000 on the grant book, and it was totally free from debt. Yours ever, Mark. Mark Twain's mother was a woman of sturdy character and with a keen sense of humor and tender sympathies. Her husband, John Marshall Clemens, had been a man of high moral character, honored by all who knew him, respected and apparently loved by his wife. No one would ever have supposed that during all her years of marriage, and almost to her death, she carried a secret romance that would only be told at last in the weary disappointment of old age. It is a curious story, and it came to light in this curious way. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, May 1986. My dear Howells, here's a secret, a most curious and pathetic romance, which has just come to light. Read these things, but don't mention them. Last fall my old mother, then 82, took a notion to attend a convention of old settlers of the Mississippi Valley in an Iowa town. My brother's wife was astonished, and represented to her the hardships and fatigues of such a trip, and said my mother might possibly not even survive them, and said there could be no possible interest for her in such a meeting in such a crowd. But my mother insisted, and persisted, and finally gained her point. They started, and all the way my mother was young again with excitement, interest, eagerness, anticipation. They reached the town and the hotel. My mother strode with the same eagerness in her eye and her step to the counter and said, "Is Dr. Barrett of St. Louis here?" "No, he was here, but he returned to St. Louis this morning." "Will he come again?" "No." My mother turned away, the fire all gone from her, and said, "Let us go home." They went straight back to Keokuk. My mother sat silent and thinking for many days, a thing which had never happened before. Then one day she said, "I will tell you a secret. When I was 18, a young medical student named Barrett lived in Columbia, Kentucky, 18 miles away, and he used to ride over to see me. This continued for some time. I loved him with my whole heart, and I knew that he felt the same toward me, though no words had been spoken. He was too bashful to speak. He could not do it. Everybody supposed we were engaged, took it for granted we were, but we were not. By and by there was to be a party in a neighboring town, and he wrote my uncle telling him his feelings, and asking him to drive me over in his buggy and let him, Barrett, drive me back, so that he might have that opportunity to propose. My uncle should have done as he was asked, without explaining anything to me, but instead he read me the letter, and then of course I could not go, and did not. He, Barrett, left the country presently, and I, to stop the clacking tongues and to show him that I did not care, married in a pet. In all these 64 years I have not seen him since. I saw in a paper that he was going to attend that old settlers' convention. Only 3 hours before we reached that hotel he had been standing there. Since then her memory is wholly faded out and gone, and now she writes letters to the schoolmates who had been dead 40 years, and wonders why they neglect her and do not answer. Think of her carrying that pathetic burden in her old heart 64 years, and no human being ever suspecting it. Yours ever, Mark. We do not get the idea from this letter that those two long ago sweethearts quarreled, but Mark Twain once spoke of their having done so, and there may have been a disagreement, assuming that there was a subsequent meeting. It does not matter now. In speaking of it, Mark Twain once said, "It is as pathetic a romance as any that has crossed the field of my personal experience in a long lifetime." Footnote: When Mark Twain, a biography was written, this letter had not come to light, and the matter was stated there in accordance with Mark Twain's latest memory of it. End of footnote. Howells wrote, "After all, how poor and hackneyed all the inventions are compared with the simple and stately facts. Who could have imagined such a heartbreak as that? Yet it went along with the fulfillment of everyday duty and made no more noise than a grave underfoot. I doubt if fiction will ever get the knack of such things." Jane Clemens now lived with her son Orion and his wife in Keokuk, where she was more contented than elsewhere. In these later days her memory had become erratic, her realization of events about her uncertain. But there were times when she was quite her former self, remembering clearly and talking with her old-time gaiety of spirit. Mark Twain frequently sent her playful letters to amuse her, letters full of such boyish gaiety as had amused her long years before. The one that follows is a fair example. It was written after a visit which Clemens and his family had paid to Keokuk. To Jane Clemens, in Keokuk: Elmira, August 7, '86. Dear Ma, I heard that Molly and Orion and Pamela had been sick, but I see by your letter that they are much better now, or nearly well. When we visited you a month ago, it seemed to us that your Keokuk weather was pretty hot. Jean and Clara sat up in bed at Mrs. McElroy's and cried about it, and so did I. But I judge by your letter that it has cooled down now, so that a person is comparatively comfortable with his skin off. Well, it did need cooling. I remember that I burnt a hole in my shirt there with some ice cream that fell on it. And Miss Jenkins told me they never used a stove, but cooked their meals on a marble-top table in the drawing room, just with the natural heat. If anybody else had told me, I would not have believed it. I was told by the Bishop of Keokuk that he did not allow crying at funerals, because it scalded the furniture. If Miss Jenkins had told me that, I would have believed it. This reminds me that you speak of Dr. Jenkins and his family as if they were strangers to me. Indeed, they are not. Don't you suppose I remember gratefully how tender the doctor was with Jean when she hurt her arm, and how quickly he got the pain out of the hurt, whereas I supposed it was going to last at least an hour? No, I don't forget some things as easily as I do others. Yes, it was pretty hot weather. Now here, when a person is going to die, he is always in a sweat about where he is going to. But in Keokuk, of course, they don't care, because they are fixed for everything. It has set me reflecting. It has taught me a lesson. By and by, when my health fails, I'm going to put all my affairs in order, and bid good-bye to my friends here, and kill all the people I don't like, and go out to Keokuk and prepare for death. They are all well in this family, and we all send love. Affectionately, your son Sam. The ways of city officials and corporations are often past understanding, and Mark Twain sometimes found it necessary to write picturesque letters of protest. The following, to a Hartford lighting company, is a fair example of these documents. To a gas and electric lighting company in Hartford. Gentlemen, there are but 2 places in our whole street where lights could be of any value by any accident, and you have measured and appointed your intervals so ingeniously as to leave each of those places in the center of a couple of 100 yards of solid darkness. When I noticed that you were setting one of your lights in such a way that I could almost see how to get into my gate at night, I suspected that it was a piece of carelessness on the part of the workmen, and would be corrected as soon as you should go around inspecting and find it out. My judgment was right. It is always right when you are concerned. For 15 years, in spite of my prayers and tears, you persistently kept a gas lamp exactly halfway between my gates, so that I couldn't find either of them after dark, and then furnished such execrable gas that I had to hang a danger signal on the lamp post to keep teams from running into it nights. Now I suppose your present idea is to leave us a little more in the dark. Don't mind us out our way. We possess but 1 vote apiece, and no rights which you are in any way bound to respect. Please take your electric light and go to. But never mind, it is not for me to suggest. You will probably find the way. And anyway, you can reasonably count on divine assistance if you lose your bearings. S. L. Clemens. E-Text Editor's Note: Twain wrote another note to Hartford Gas and Electric, which he may not have mailed and which Paine does not include in these volumes. Gentlemen, some day you are going to move me almost to the point of irritation with your goddamn chuckle-headed fashion of turning off your goddamn gas without giving notice to your goddamn parishioners, and you did it again last night. End of e-text editor's note. Frequently, Clemens did not send letters of this sort after they were written. Sometimes he realized the uselessness of such protest. Sometimes the mere writing of them had furnished the necessary relief, and he put the letter away, or into the wastebasket, and wrote something more temperate, or nothing at all. A few such letters here follow. Clemens was all the time receiving application from people who wished him to recommend one article or another. Books, plays, tobacco, and what not. They were generally persistent people, unable to accept a polite or kindly denial. Once he set down some remarks on this particular phase of correspondence. He wrote, 1. No doubt Mr. Edison has been offered a large interest in many and many an electrical project, for the use of his name to float it withal. And no doubt all men who have achieved for their names, in any line of activity whatever, a sure market value, have been familiar with this sort of solicitation. Reputation is a hallmark. It can remove doubt from pure silver, and it can also make the plated article pass for pure. And so, people without a hallmark of their own are always trying to get the loan of somebody else's. As a rule, that kind of a person sees only one side of the case. He sees that his invention, or his painting, or his book is, apparently, a trifle better than you yourself can do. Therefore, why shouldn't you be willing to put your hallmark on it? You will be giving the purchaser his full money's worth. So who is hurt? And where is the harm? Besides, are you not helping a struggling fellow craftsman? And is it not your duty to do that? That side is plenty clear enough to him, but he can't and won't see the other side, to wit, that you are a rascal if you put your hallmark upon a thing which you did not produce yourself, howsoever good it may be. How simple that is, and yet there are not 2 applicants in 100 who can be made to see it. When one receives an application of this sort, his first emotion is an indignant sense of insult. His first deed is the penning of a sharp answer. He blames nobody but that other person. That person is a very base being. He must be. He would degrade himself for money. Otherwise it would not occur to him that you would do such a thing. But all the same, that application has done its work, and taken you down in your own estimation. You recognize that everybody hasn't as high an opinion of you as you have of yourself, and in spite of you, there ensues an interval during which you are not, in your own estimation, as fine a bird as you were before. However, being old and experienced, you do not mail your sharp letter, but leave it lying a day. That saves you. For by that time you have begun to reflect that you are a person who deals in exaggerations, and exaggerations are lies. You meant yours to be playful, and thought you made them unmistakably so. But you couldn't make them playfulnesses to a man who has no sense of the playful and can see nothing but the serious side of things. You rattle on quite playfully, and with measureless extravagance, about how you wept at the tomb of Adam. And all in good time you find to your astonishment that no end of people took you at your word and believed you. And presently they find out that you were not in earnest. They have been deceived. Therefore, as they argue, and there is a sort of argument in it, you are a deceiver. If you were deceiving one way, why shouldn't you in another? So they apply for the use of your trademark. You are amazed and affronted. You retort that you are not that kind of person. Then they are amazed and affronted, and wonder since when. By this time you have got your bearings. You realize that perhaps there is a little blame on both sides. You are in the right frame now. So you write a letter void of offense, declining. You mail this one, you pigeonhole the other. That is, being old and experienced, you do. But early in your career, you don't. You mail the first one. 2. An enthusiast who had a new system of musical notation wrote to me and suggested that a magazine article from me, contrasting the absurdities of the old system with the simplicities of his new one, would be sure to make a rousing hit. He shouted and shouted over the marvels wrought by his system, and quoted the handsome compliments which had been paid it by famous musical people. But he forgot to tell me what his notation was like, or what its simplicities consisted in. So I could not have written the article if I had wanted to, which I didn't, because I hate strangers with axes to grind. I wrote him a courteous note explaining how busy I was. I always explain how busy I am, and casually drooped this remark: I judge the XX notation to be a rational mode of representing music in place of the prevailing fashion, which was the invention of an idiot. Next mail he asked permission to print that meaningless remark. I answered, no, courteously, but still no, explaining that I could not afford to be placed in the attitude of trying to influence people with a mere worthless guess. What a scorcher I got, next mail! Such irony, such sarcasm, such caustic praise of my super-honorable loyalty to the public. And withal, such compassion for my stupidity, too, in not being able to understand my own language. I cannot remember the words of this letter broadside, but there was about a page used up in turning this idea round and round and exposing it in different lights. Unmailed answer: Dear Sir, what is the trouble with you? If it is your viscera, you cannot have them taken out and reorganized a moment too soon. I mean, if they are inside. But if you are composed of them, that is another matter. Is it your brain? But it could not be your brain. Possibly it is your skull. You want to look out for that. Some people, when they get an idea, it pries the structure apart. Your system of notation has got in there and couldn't find room. Without a doubt that is what the trouble is. Your skull was not made to put ideas in. It was made to throw potatoes at. Yours truly. Mailed answer: Dear Sir, come, take a walk. You disturb the children. Yours truly. There was a day, now happily nearly over, when certain newspapers made a practice of inviting men distinguished in any walk of life to give their time and effort without charge to express themselves on some subject of the day, or perhaps they were asked to send their favorite passages in prose or verse, with the reasons why. Such symposiums were features that cost the newspapers only the writing of a number of letters, stationery, and postage. To one such invitation Mark Twain wrote 2 replies. They follow herewith. Unmailed answer: Dear Sir, I have received your proposition, which you have imitated from a pauper London periodical, which had previously imitated the idea of this sort of mendicancy from seventh-rate American journalism, where it originated as a variation of the inexpensive interview. Why do you buy Associated Press dispatches? To make your paper the more saleable, you answer. But why don't you try to beg them? Why do you discriminate? I can sell my stuff. Why should I give it to you? Why don't you ask me for a shirt? What is the difference between asking me for the worth of a shirt and asking me for the shirt itself? Perhaps you don't know you were begging. I would not use that argument. It makes the user a fool. The passage of poetry, or prose if you will, which has taken deepest root in my thought, and which I oftenest return to and dwell upon with keenest no matter what, is this: that the proper place for journalists who solicit literary charity is on the street corner with their hats in their hands. Mailed answer: Dear Sir, your favor of recent date is received, but I am obliged by press of work to decline. The manager of a traveling theatrical company wrote that he had taken the liberty of dramatizing Tom Sawyer, and would like also the use of the author's name, the idea being to convey to the public that it was a Mark Twain play. In return for this slight favor, the manager sent an invitation for Mark Twain to come and see the play, to be present on the opening night, as it were, at his, the manager's, expense. He added that if the play should be a go in the cities, there might be some arrangement of profits. Apparently these inducements did not appeal to Mark Twain. The long unmailed reply is the more interesting, but probably the briefer one that follows it was quite as effective. Unmailed answer: Hartford, September 8, '87. Dear Sir, and so it has got around to you at last, and you also have taken the liberty. You are number 1365. When 1364 sweeter and better people, including the author, have tried to dramatize Tom Sawyer and did not arrive, what sort of show do you suppose you stand? That is a book, dear sir, which cannot be dramatized. One might as well try to dramatize any other hymn. Tom Sawyer is simply a hymn, put into prose form to give it a worldly air. Why the pale doubt that flitteth the dim and nebulous athwart the forecastle of your third sentence? Have no fears, your piece will be a go. It will go out the back door on the first night. They've all done it, the 1364. So will 1365. Not one of us ever thought of the simple device of half-soling himself with a stove lid. Ah, what suffering a little hindsight would have saved us. Treasure this hint. How kind of you to invite me to the funeral. Go to. I have attended 1,000 of them. I have seen Tom Sawyer's remains in all the different kinds of dramatic shrouds there are. You cannot start anything fresh. Are you serious when you propose to pay my expense, if that is the Susquehannian way of spelling it? And can you be aware that I charge $100 a mile when I travel for pleasure? Do you realize that it is 432 miles to Susquehanna? Would it be handy for you to send me the $43,200 first, so I could be counting it as I come along? Because railroading is pretty dreary to a sensitive nature when there's nothing sordid to buck at for Zeitville tribe. Now, as I understand it, dear and magnanimous 1365, you are going to recreate Tom Sawyer dramatically, and then do me the compliment to put me in the bills as father of this shady offspring. Sir, do you know that this kind of a compliment has destroyed people before now? Listen. 24 years ago I was strangely handsome. The remains of it are still visible through the rifts of time. I was so handsome that human activities ceased as if spellbound when I came in view, and even inanimate things stopped to look, like locomotives and district messenger boys and so on. In San Francisco, in the rainy season, I was often mistaken for fair weather. Upon one occasion I was traveling in the Sonora region, and stopped for an hour's nooning, to rest my horse and myself. All the town came out to look. The tribes of Indians gathered to look. A Paiute squaw named her baby for me, a voluntary compliment which pleased me greatly. Other attentions were paid me. Last of all arrived the president and faculty of Sonora University, and offered me the post of professor of moral culture and the dogmatic humanities, which I accepted gratefully, and entered at once upon my duties. But my name had pleased the Indians, and in the deadly kindness of their hearts they went on naming their babies after me. I tried to stop it, but the Indians could not understand why I should object to so manifest a compliment. The thing grew and spread and became exceedingly embarrassing. The university stood it a couple of years, but then for the sake of the college they felt obliged to call a halt, although I had the sympathy of the whole faculty. The president himself said to me, "I am as sorry as I can be for you, and would still hold out if there were any hope ahead. But you see how it is. There are 132 of them already, and 14 precincts to hear from. The circumstance has brought your name into most wide and unfortunate renown. It causes much comment. I believe that is not an overstatement. Some of this comment is palliative, but some of it, by patrons at a distance, who only know the statistics without the explanation, is offensive, and in some cases even violent. 9 students have been called home. The trustees of the college have been growing more and more uneasy all these last months, steadily along with the implacable increase in your census, and I will not conceal from you that more than once they have touched upon the expediency of a change in the professorship of moral culture. The coarsely sarcastic editorial in yesterday's Alta, headed, "Give the Moral Acrobat a Rest," has brought things to a crisis, and I am charged with the unpleasant duty of receiving your resignation. I know you only mean me a kindness, dear 1365, but it is a most deadly mistake. Please do not name your engine for me. Truly yours. Mailed answer. New York, September 8, 1887. Dear Sir, necessarily I cannot assent to so strange a proposition, and I think it but fair to warn you that if you put the piece on the stage you must take the legal consequences. Yours respectfully, S. L. Clemens. Before the days of international copyright, no American author's books were pirated more freely by Canadian publishers than those of Mark Twain. It was always a sore point with him that these books, cheaply printed, found their way into the United States, and were sold in competition with his better editions. The law on the subject seemed to be rather hazy, and its various interpretations exasperating. In the next unmailed letter, Mark Twain relieves himself to a misguided official. The letter is worth reading today, if for no other reason, to show the absurdity of copyright conditions which prevailed at that time. Unmailed letter to H. C. Christiancy on book piracy. Hartford, December 18, '87. H. C. Christiancy, Esquire. Dear Sir, as I understand it, the position of the U.S. Government is this: if a person be captured on the border with counterfeit bonds in his hands, bonds of the New York Central Railway, for instance, the procedure in his case shall be as follows. 1. If the N.Y.C. have not previously filed in the several police offices along the border proof of ownership of the originals of the bonds, the government officials must collect a duty on the counterfeits, and then let them go ahead and circulate in this country. 2. But if there is proof already on file, then the N.Y.C. may pay the duty and take the counterfeits. But in no case will the United States consent to go without its share of the swag. It is delicious. The biggest and proudest government on earth turned sneak thief, collecting pennies on stolen property and pocketing them with a greasy and libidinous leer, going into partnership with foreign thieves to rob its own children, and when the child escapes the foreigner, descending to the abysmal baseness of hanging on and robbing the infant all alone by itself. Dear Sir, this is not any more respectable than for a father to collect toll on the forced prostitution of his own daughter. In fact, it is the same thing. Upon these terms, what is a U.S. Custom House but a fence? That is all it is, a legalized trader in stolen goods. And this nasty law, this filthy law, this unspeakable law calls itself a regulation for the protection of owners of copyright. Can sarcasm go further than that? In what way does it protect them? Inspiration itself could not furnish a rational answer to that question. Whom does it protect, then? Nobody, as far as I can see, but the foreign thief, sometimes, and his fellow footpad, the U.S. government, all the time. What could the Central Company do with the counterfeit bonds after it had bought them of the Star-Spangled Banner master thief? Sell them at $1 apiece and fetch down the market for the genuine $100 bond? What could I do with that 20-cent copy of Roughing It, which the United States has collared on the border and is waiting to release to me for cash in case I am willing to come down to its moral level and help rob myself? Sell it at 10 or 15 cents, duty added, and destroy the market for the original $3.50 book? Whoever did invent that law? I would like to know the name of that immortal jackass. Dear Sir, I appreciate your courtesy in stretching your authority in the desire to do me a kindness, and I sincerely thank you for it, but I have no use for that book, and if I were even starving for it I would not pay duty on in either to get it or suppress it. No doubt there are ways in which I might consent to go into partnership with thieves and fences, but this is not one of them. This one revolts the remains of my self-respect, turns my stomach. I think I could companion with a highwayman who carried a shotgun and took many risks. Yes, I think I should like that if I were younger. But to go in with a big rich government that robs paupers and the widows and orphans of paupers and takes no risk, why, the thought just gags me. Oh no, I shall never pay any duties on pirated books of mine. I am much too respectable for that, yet a while. But here, one thing that grovels me is this, as far as I can discover. While freely granting that the U.S. copyright laws are far and away the most idiotic that exist anywhere on the face of the earth, they don't authorize the government to admit pirated books into this country, toll or no toll. And so I think that that regulation is the invention of one of those people, as a rule early stricken of God intellectually, the departmental interpreters of the laws in Washington. They can always be depended on to take any reasonably good law and interpret the common sense all out of it. They can be depended on every time to defeat a good law and make it inoperative, yes, and utterly grotesque, too, mere matter for laughter and derision. Take some of the decisions of the Post Office Department, for instance, though I do not mean to suggest that that asylum is any worse than the others for the breeding and nourishing of incredible lunatics. I merely instance it because it happens to be the first to come into my mind. Take that case of a few years ago where the P.M. General suddenly issued an edict requiring you to add the name of the state after Boston, New York, Chicago, etc. in your superscriptions on pain of having your letter stopped and forwarded to the dead letter office. Yes, and I believe he required the county, too. He made one little concession in favor of New York. You could say New York City and stop there. But if you left off the city, you must add NY to your New York. Why, it threw the business of the whole country into chaos and brought commerce almost to a standstill. Now think of that. When that man goes well, wherever he is going to, we shan't want the microscopic details of his address. I guess we can find him. Well, as I was saying, I believe that this whole paltry and ridiculous swindle is a pure creation of one of those cabbages that used to be at the head of one of those retreats down there, departments, you know, and that you will find it so if you will look into it. And moreover, but land, I reckon we are both tired by this time. Yours truly, Mark Twain. End of section 28. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 29 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 27. Miscellaneous Letters of 1887. Literary Articles. Peaceful Days at the Farm. Favorite Reading. Apology to Mrs. Cleveland, etc. We have seen in the preceding chapter how unknown aspirants in one field or another were always seeking to benefit by Mark Twain's reputation. Once he remarked, "The symbol of the human race ought to be an axe. Every human being has one concealed about him somewhere." He declared, when a stranger called on him or wrote to him, in 9 cases out of 10 he could distinguish the gleam of the axe almost immediately. The following letter is closely related to those of the foregoing chapter, only that this one was mailed not once but many times, in some form adapted to the specific applicant. It does not matter to whom it was originally written, the name would not be recognized. To Mrs. T., concerning unearned credentials, etc. Hartford, 1887. My dear Madam, it is an idea which many people have had, but it is of no value. I have seen it tried out many and many a time. I have seen a lady lecturer urged and urged upon the public in a lavishly complimentary document signed by Longfellow, Whittier, Holmes, and some others of supreme celebrity, but there was nothing in her, and she failed. If there had been any great merit in her, she never would have needed those men's help, and at her rather mature age would never have consented to ask for it. There is an unwritten law about human successes, and your sister must bow to that law. She must submit to its requirements. In brief, this law is: 1. No occupation without an apprenticeship. 2. No pay to the apprentice. This law stands right in the way of the subaltern who wants to be a general before he has smelt powder, and it stands, and should stand, in everybody's way who applies for pay or position before he has served his apprenticeship and proved himself. Your sister's course is perfectly plain. Let her enclose this letter to Major J. B. Pond, and offer to lecture a year for $10 a week and her expenses, the contract to be annullable by him at any time, after a month's notice, but not annullable by her at all. The second year, he to have her services, if he wants them, at a trifle under the best price offered her by anybody else. She can learn her trade in those 2 years, and then be entitled to remuneration, but she cannot learn it in any less time than that, unless she is a human miracle. Try it, and do not be afraid. It is the fair and right thing. If she wins, she will win squarely and righteously, and never have to blush. Truly yours, S. L. Clemens. Howells wrote in February offering to get a publisher to take the Library of Humor off Mark Twain's hands. Howells had been paid $2,600 for the work on it, and his conscience hurt him when he reflected that the book might never be used. In this letter he also refers to one of the disastrous inventions in which Clemens had invested, a method of casting brass dies for stamping book covers and wallpaper. Howells's purpose was to introduce something of the matter into his next story. Mark Twain's reply gives us a light on this particular invention. Hartford, February 15, '87. Dear Howells, I was in New York 5 days ago, and Webster mentioned the library and proposed to publish it a year or a year and a half hence. I have written him your proposition today. The library is part of the property of the C.L.W. and Company firm. I don't remember what that technical phrase was, but I think you will find it in any cyclopedia under the head of brass. The thing I best remember is that the self-styled inventor had a very ingenious way of keeping me from seeing him apply his invention. The first appointment was spoiled by his burning down the man's shop in which it was to be done, the night before. The second was spoiled by his burning down his own shop the night before. He unquestionably did both of these things. He really had no invention. The whole project was a blackmailing swindle, and cost me several $1,000s. The slip you sent me from the May study has delighted Mrs. Clemens and me to the marrow. To think that thing might be possible to many, but to be brave enough to say it is possible to you only, I certainly believe. The longer I live, the clearer I perceive how unmatchable, how unapproachable a compliment one pays when he says of a man he has the courage to utter his convictions. Haven't you had reviewers talk Alps to you, and then print potato hills? I haven't as good an opinion of my work as you hold of it, but I've always done what I could to secure and enlarge my good opinion of it. I've always said to myself, everybody reads it, and that's something. It surely isn't pernicious, or the most acceptable people would get pretty tired of it. And when a critic said by implication that it wasn't high and fine, through the remark, "High and fine literature is wine," I retorted, confidentially to myself, "Yes, high and fine literature is wine, and mine is only water, but everybody likes water." You didn't tell me to return that proof slip, so I have pasted it into my private scrap book. None will see it there. With 1,000 thanks. Yours ever, Mark. Our next letter is an unmailed answer, but it does not belong with the others, having been withheld for reasons of quite a different sort. Jeanette Gilder, then of the Critic, was one of Mark Twain's valued friends. In the comment which he made, when it was shown to him 22 years later, he tells us why he thinks this letter was not sent. The name Rest and Be Thankful was the official title given to the summer place at Elmira, but it was more often known as Quarry. To Jeanette Gilder, not mailed. Hartford, May 14, '87. My dear Miss Gilder, we shall spend the summer at the same old place, the remote farm called Rest and Be Thankful, on top of the hills 3 miles from Elmira, New York. Your other question is harder to answer. It is my habit to keep 4 or 5 books in process of erection all the time, and every summer add a few courses of bricks to 2 or 3 of them. But I cannot forecast which of the 2 or 3 it is going to be. It takes 7 years to complete a book by this method, but still it is a good method. Gives the public a rest. I have been accused of rushing into print, prematurely, moved thereto by greediness for money. But in truth I have never done that. Do you care for trifles of information? Well then, Tom Sawyer and The Prince and the Pauper were each on the stocks 2 or 3 years, and Old Times on the Mississippi 8. One of my unfinished books has been on the stocks 16 years, another 17. This latter book could have been finished in a day, at any time during the past 5 years. But as in the first of these 2 narratives, all the action takes place in Noah's Ark, and as in the other, the action takes place in heaven. There seemed to be no hurry, and so I have not hurried. Tales of stirring adventure in those localities do not need to be rushed to publication lest they get stale by waiting. In 21 years, with all my time at my free disposal, I have written and completed only 11 books, whereas with half the labor that a journalist does I could have written 60 in that time. I do not greatly mind being accused of a proclivity for rushing into print, but at the same time I don't believe that the charge is really well founded. Suppose I did write 11 books, have you nothing to be grateful for? Go to. Remember the 49 which I didn't write. Truly yours, S. L. Clemens. Notes added 22 years later. Stormfield, April 30, 1909. It seems the letter was not sent. I probably feared she might print it, and I couldn't find a way to say so without running a risk of hurting her. No one would hurt Jeanette Gilder purposely, and no one would want to run the risk of doing it unintentionally. She is my neighbor 6 miles away now, and I must ask her about this ancient letter. I note with pride and pleasure that I told no untruths in my unsent answer. I still have the habit of keeping unfinished books lying around years and years waiting. I have 4 or 5 novels on hand at present in a half-finished condition, and it is more than 3 years since I have looked at any of them. I have no intention of finishing them. I could complete all of them in less than a year if the impulse should come powerfully upon me. Long, long ago, money necessity furnished that impulse once, following the equator, but mere desire for money has never furnished it, so far as I remember. Not even money necessity was able to overcome me on a couple of occasions when perhaps I ought to have allowed it to succeed. While I was bankrupt and in debt, 2 offers were made me for weekly literary contributions to continue during a year, and they would have made a debtless man of me, but I declined them, with my wife's full approval, for I had known of no instance where a man had pumped himself out once a week and failed to run emptyings before the year was finished. As to that Noah's Ark book, I began it in Edinburgh in 1873. Footnote: This is not quite correct. The Noah's Ark book was begun in Buffalo in 1870. End of footnote. I don't know where the manuscript is now. It was a diary which professed to be the work of Shem, but wasn't. I began it again several months ago, but only for recreation. I hadn't any intention of carrying it to a finish, or even to the end of the first chapter, in fact. As to the book whose action takes place in heaven, that was a small thing. Captain Stormfield's visit to heaven. It lay in my pigeonholes 40 years. Then I took it out and printed it in Harper's Monthly last year. S.L.C. In the next letter we get a pretty and peaceful picture of rest and be thankful. These were Mark Twain's balmy days. The financial drain of the type machine was heavy, but not yet exhausting, and the prospect of vast returns from it seemed to grow brighter each day. His publishing business, though less profitable, was still prosperous. His family life was ideal. How gratefully, then, he could enter into the peace of that perfect day. To Mrs. Orion Clemens, in Keokuk, Iowa, on the hill near Elmira, July 10, '87. Dear Mollie, this is a superb Sunday for weather, very cloudy, and the thermometer as low as 65. The city in the valley is purple with shade, as seen from up here at the study. The cranes are reading and loafing in the canvas-curtained summer house 50 yards away on a higher, the highest, point. The cats are loafing over at Ellerslie, which is the children's estate and dwelling house in their own private grounds, by deed from Susie Crane, 100 yards from the study, amongst the clover and young oaks and willows. Livy is down at the house, but I shall now go and bring her up to the Cranes to help us occupy the lounges and hammocks, whence a great panorama of distant hill and valley and city is seeable. The children have gone on a lark through the neighboring hills and woods. It is a perfect day, indeed. With love to you all, Sam. 2 days after this letter was written, we get a hint of what was the beginning of business trouble. That is to say, of the failing health of Charles L. Webster. Webster was ambitious, nervous, and not robust. He had overworked and was paying the penalty. His trouble was neurasthenia, and he was presently obliged to retire altogether from the business. The Sam and Mary mentioned were Samuel Moffett and his wife. To Mrs. Pamela Moffett, in Fredonia, New York: Elmira, July 12, '87. My dear sister, I had no idea that Charlie's case was so serious. I knew it was bad and persistent, but I was not aware of the full size of the matter. I have just been writing to a friend in Hartford who treated what I imagine was a similar case surgically last fall, and produced a permanent cure. If this is a like case, Charlie must go to him. If relief fails there, he must take the required rest, whether the business can stand it or not. It is most pleasant to hear such prosperous accounts of Sam and Mary. I do not see how Sam could well be more advantageously fixed. He can grow up with that paper and achieve a successful life. It is not all holiday here with Susie and Clara this time. They have to put in some little time every day on their studies. Jean thinks she is studying too, but I don't know what it is unless it is the horses. She spends the day under their heels in the stables, and that is but a continuation of her Hartford system of culture. With love from us all, to you all, affectionately, Sam. Mark Twain had a few books that he read regularly every year or two. Among these were Pepys' Diary, Suetonius's Lives of the 12 Caesars, and Thomas Carlyle's French Revolution. He had a passion for history, biography, and personal memoirs of any sort. In his early life he had cared very little for poetry, but along in the middle '80s he somehow acquired a taste for Browning and became absorbed in it. A Browning club assembled as often as once a week at the Clemens home in Hartford to listen to his readings of the master. He was an impressive reader, and he carefully prepared himself for these occasions, indicating by graduated underscorings the exact values he wished to give to words and phrases. Those were memorable gatherings, and they must have continued through at least 2 winters. It is one of the puzzling phases of Mark Twain's character that, notwithstanding his passion for direct and lucid expression, he should have found pleasure in the poems of Robert Browning. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, August 22, '87. My dear Howells, how stunning are the changes which age makes in a man while he sleeps! When I finished Carlyle's French Revolution in 1871, I was a Girondin. Every time I've read it since, I have read it differently, being influenced and changed little by little by life and environment, and Taine and St. Simon. And now I lay the book down once more, and recognize that I am a sans-culotte, and not a pale characterless sans-culotte, but a Marat. Carlyle teaches no such gospel, so the change is in me, in my vision of the evidences. People pretend that the Bible means the same to them at 50 that it did at all former milestones in their journey. I wonder how they can lie so. It comes of practice, no doubt. They would not say that of Dickens or Scott's books. nothing remains the same. When a man goes back to look at the house of his childhood, it is always shrunk. There is no instance of such a house being as big as the picture in memory and imagination call for. Shrunk how? Why, to its correct dimensions. The house hasn't altered. This is the first time it has been in focus. Well, that's loss. To have house and Bible shrink so, under the disillusion and corrected anger, is loss, for a moment. But there are compensations. You tilt the tube skyward and bring planets and comets and corona flames 150,000 miles high into the field, which I see you have done, and found Tolstoy. I haven't got him in focus yet, but I've got Browning. Yours ever, Mark. Mention has been made already of Mark Twain's tendency to absent-mindedness. He was always forgetting engagements or getting them wrong. Once he hurried to an afternoon party, and finding the mistress of the house alone, sat down and talked to her comfortably for an hour or two, not remembering his errand at all. It was only when he reached home that he learned that the party had taken place the week before. It was always dangerous for him to make engagements, and he never seemed to profit by sorrowful experience. We, however, may profit now by one of his amusing apologies. To Mrs. Grover Cleveland, in Washington: Hartford, November 6, 1887. My dear Madam, I do not know how it is in the White House, but in this house of ours, whenever the minor half of the administration tries to run itself without the help of the major half, it gets aground. Last night, when I was offered the opportunity to assist you in the throwing open the Warner Brothers' superb benefaction in Bridgeport to those fortunate women, I naturally appreciated the honor done me, and promptly seized my chance. I had an engagement, but the circumstances washed it out of my mind. If I had only laid the matter before the major half of the administration on the spot, there would have been no blunder, but I never thought of that. So when I did lay it before her later, I realized once more that it will not do for the literary fraction of a combination to try to manage affairs which properly belong in the office of the business bulk of it. I suppose the President often acts just like that, goes and makes an impossible promise, and you never find out until it is next to impossible to break it up and set things straight again. Well, that is just our way. Exactly one half of the administration always busy getting the family into trouble, and the other half busy getting it out again. And so we do seem to be all pretty much alike after all. The fact is, I had forgotten that we would have a dinner party on that Bridgeport date. I thought it was the next day, which is a good deal of an improvement for me, because I am more used to being behind a day or two than ahead. But that is just the difference between one end of this kind of an administration and the other end of it, as you have noticed yourself. The other end does not forget these things. Just so with a funeral. If it is the man's funeral, he is most always there, of course. But that is no credit to him. He wouldn't be there if you depended on him to remember about it. Whereas, if on the other hand, but I seem to have got off from my line of argument somehow. Never mind about the funeral. Of course, I am not meaning to say anything against funerals, that is, as occasions, mere occasions, for as diversions I don't think they amount to much. But as I was saying, if you are not busy, I will look back and see what it was I was saying. I don't seem to find the place. But anyway, she was as sorry as ever anybody could be that I could not go to Bridgeport, but there was no help for it, and I have been not only sorry, but very sincerely ashamed of having made an engagement to go without first making sure that I could keep it, and I do not know how to apologize enough for my heedless breach of good manners. With the sincerest respect, S. L. Clemens. Samuel Clemens was one of the very few authors to copyright a book in England before the enactment of the International Copyright Law. As early as 1872 he copyrighted Roughing It in England, and piratical publishers there respected his rights. Finally, in 1887, the Inland Revenue Office assessed him with income tax, which he very willingly paid, instructing his London publishers, Chatto and Windus, to pay on the full amount he had received from them. But when the receipt for his taxes came, it was nearly a yard square with due postage of considerable amount. Then he wrote, "To Mr. Chatto, of Chatto and Windus, in London, Hartford, December 5, '87. My dear Chatto, look here, I don't mind paying the tax, but don't you let the Inland Revenue Office send me any more receipts for it, for the postage is something perfectly demoralizing. If they feel obliged to print a receipt on a horse blanket, why don't they hire a ship and send it over at their own expense? Wasn't it good that they caught me out with an old book instead of a new one? The tax on a new book would bankrupt a body. It was my purpose to go to England next May and stay the rest of the year, but I found that tax office out just in time. My new book would issue in March, and they would tax the sale in both countries. Come, we must get up a compromise somehow. You go and work in on the good side of those revenue people, and get them to take the profits and give me the tax. Then I will come over and we will divide the swag and have a good time. I wish you to thank Mr. Christmas for me, but we won't resist. The country that allows me copyright has a right to tax me. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens." Another English tax assessment came that year, based on the report that it was understood that he was going to become an English resident, and had leased Buckenham Hall, Norwich, for a year. Clemens wrote his publishers, "I will explain that all that about Buckenham Hall was an English newspaper's mistake. I was not in England, and if I had been, I wouldn't have been at Buckenham Hall, anyway, but at Buckingham Palace, or I would have endeavored to find out the reason why." Clemens made literature out of this tax experience. He wrote an open letter to Her Majesty Queen Victoria. Such a letter has no place in this collection. It was published in The Drawer of Harper's Magazine, December, 1887, and is now included in the uniform edition of his works under the title of A Petition to the Queen of England. From the following letter, written at the end of the year, we gather that the typesetter costs were beginning to make a difference in the Clemens economies. To Mrs. Moffett, in Fredonia, Hartford, December 18, '87. Dear Pamela, will you take this $15 and buy some candy or some other trifle for yourself and Sam and his wife to remember that we remember you by? If we weren't a little crowded this year by the typesetter, I'd send a check large enough to buy a family Bible or some other useful thing like that. However, we go on and on. But the typesetter goes on forever, at $3,000 a month, which is much more satisfactory than was the case the first 17 months, when the bill only averaged $2,000 and promised to take 1,000 years. We'll be through, now, in 3 or 4 months, I reckon, and then the strain will let up, and we can breathe freely once more, whether success ensues or failure. Even with a typesetter on hand, we ought not to be in the least scrimped, but it would take a long letter to explain why and who is to blame. All the family send love to all of you and best Christmas wishes for your prosperity. Affectionately, Sam. End of section 29. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 30 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 28. Letters, 1888. A Yale Degree. Work on the Yankee. On interviewing, etc. Mark Twain received his first college degree when he was made Master of Arts by Yale in June 1888. Editor of the Current, Charles H. Clark, was selected to notify him of his new title. Clark was an old friend to whom Clemens could write familiarly. To Charles H. Clark, in Hartford: Elmira, July 2, '88. My dear Charles, thanks for your thanks, and for your initiation intentions. I shall be ready for you. I feel mighty proud of that degree. In fact, I could squeeze the truth a little closer and say vain of it. And why shouldn't I be? I am the only literary animal of my particular subspecies who has ever been given a degree by any college in any age of the world, as far as I know. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens, M.A. Reply, Charles H. Clark to S. L. Clemens. My dear friend, you are the only literary animal of your particular subspecies in existence, and you've no cause for humility in the fact. Yale has done herself at least as much credit as she has done you, and don't you forget it. C.H.C. With the exception of his brief return to the river in 1882, Mark Twain had been 27 years away from pilots and piloting. Nevertheless, he always kept a tender place in his heart for the old times and for old river comrades. Major Jack Downing had been a Mississippi pilot of early days, but had long since retired from the river to a comfortable life ashore in an Ohio town. Clemens had not heard from him for years when a letter came which invited the following answer. To Major Jack Downing, in Middleport, Ohio, Elmira, New York, no month, 1888. Dear Major, and has it come to this, that the dead rise up and speak? For I suppose that you were dead. It has been so long since I heard your name. And how young you've grown! I was a mere boy when I knew you on the river, where you had been piloting for 35 years, and now you are only a year and a half older than I am. I mean to go to Hot Springs myself, and get 30 or 40 years knocked off my age. It's manifestly the place that Ponce de Leon was striking for, but the poor fellow lost the trail. Possibly I may see you, for I shall be in St. Louis a day or two in November. I propose to go down the river and note the changes once more before I make the long crossing, and perhaps you can come there. Will you? I want to see all the boys that are left alive. And so Grant Marsh, too, is flourishing yet? A mighty good fellow, and smart, too. When we were taking that wood flat down to the chambers, which was aground, I soon saw that I was a perfect lubber at piloting such a thing. I saw that I could never hit the chambers with it, so I resigned in Marsh's favor, and he accomplished the task to my admiration. We should all have gone to the mischief if I had remained in authority. I always had good judgment, more judgment than talent, in fact. No, the nom de plume did not originate in that way. Captain Sellers used the signature Mark Twain himself when he used to write up the antiquities in the way of river reminiscences for the New Orleans Picayune. He hated me for burlesquing them in an article in the True Delta. So 4 years later, when he died, I robbed the corpse. That is, I confiscated the nom de plume. I have published this vital fact 3,000 times now. But no matter, it is good practice. It is about the only fact that I can tell the same way every time. Very glad indeed to hear from you, Major, and shall be gladder still to see you in November. Yours truly, S. L. Clemens. He did not make the journey down the river planned for that year. He had always hoped to make another steamboat trip with Bixby, but one thing and another interfered, and he did not go again. Authors were always sending their books to Mark Twain to read, and no busy man was ever more kindly disposed toward such offerings, more generously considerate of the senders. Louis Pendleton was a young unknown writer in 1888, but Clemens took time to read his story carefully and to write to him about it a letter that cost precious time, thought, and effort. It must have rejoiced the young man's heart to receive a letter like that from one whom all young authors held supreme. To Louis Pendleton, in Georgia: Elmira, New York, August 4, '88. My dear Sir, I found your letter an hour ago, among some others which had lain forgotten a couple of weeks, and I at once stole time enough to read Ariadne. Stole is the right word, for the summer vacation is the only chance I get for work. So, no minute subtracted from work is borrowed, it is stolen. But this time I do not repent. As a rule, people don't send me books which I can thank them for, and so I say nothing, which looks uncourteous. But I thank you. Ariadne is a beautiful and satisfying story, and true, too, which is the best part of a story, or indeed of any other thing. Even liars have to admit that, if they are intelligent liars. I mean in their private, the word conscientious written but erased, intervals. I struck that word out because a man's private thought can never be a lie. What he thinks is to him the truth, always. What he speaks, but these be platitudes. If you want me to pick some flaws, very well, but I do it unwillingly. I notice one thing, which one may notice also in my books, and in all books whether written by man or God: trifling carelessness of statement or expression. If I think that you meant that she took the lizard from the water which she had drawn from the well, it is evidence, it is almost proof, that your words were not as clear as they should have been. True, it is only a trifling thing, but so is mist on a mirror. I would have hung the pail on Ariadne's arm. You did not deceive me when you said that she carried it under her arm, for I knew she didn't. Still, it was not your right to mar my enjoyment of the graceful picture. If the pail had been a portfolio, I wouldn't be making these remarks. The engraver of a fine picture revises and revises and revises, and then revises and revises and revises, and then repeats, and always the charm of that picture grows under his hand. It was good enough before, told its story, and was beautiful. True, and a lovely girl is lovely with freckles, but she isn't at her level best with them. This is not hypercriticism. You have had training enough to know that. So much concerning exactness of statement. In that other not small matter, selection of the exact single word, you are hard to catch. Still, I should hold that Mrs. Walker considered that there was no occasion for concealment, that motive implied a deeper mental search than she expended on the matter, that it doesn't reflect the attitude of her mind with precision. Is this hypercriticism? I shan't dispute it. I only say that if Mrs. Walker didn't go so far as to have a motive, I had to suggest that when a word is so near the right one that a body can't quite tell whether it is or isn't, it's good politics to strike it out and go for the thesaurus. That's all. Motive may stand, but you have allowed a snake to scream, and I will not concede that that was the best word. I do not apologize for saying these things, for they are not said in the speck-hunting spirit, but in the spirit of want to help if I can. They would be useful to me if said to me once a month. They may be useful to you, said once. I save the other stories for my real vacation, which is 9 months long, to my sorrow. I thank you again. Yours truly, S. L. Clemens. In the next letter we get a sidelight on the typesetting machine, the Frankenstein monster that was draining their substance and holding out false hopes of relief and golden return. The program here outlined was one that would continue for several years yet, with the end always in sight, but never quite attained. To Orion Clemens, in Keokuk, Iowa, October 3, '88. Private. Saturday, 29th. By a closely calculated estimate, there were 85 days' work to do on the machine. We can use 4 men, but not constantly. If they could work constantly, it would complete the machine in 21 days, of course. They will all be on hand and under wages, and each will get in all the work there is opportunity for, but by how much they can reduce the 85 days toward the 21 days, nobody can tell. Today I paid Pratt & Whitney $10,000. This squares back indebtedness and everything to date. They began about May or April or March 1886, along there somewhere, and have always kept from a dozen to 2 dozen master hands on the machine. That outgo is done. 4 men for a month or 2 will close up that leak and caulk it. Work on the patents is also kind of drawn toward a conclusion. Love to you both, all well here. And give our love to Ma if she can get the idea. Sam. Mark Twain that year was working pretty steadily on The Yankee at King Arthur's Court, a book which he had begun 2 years before. He had published nothing since the Huck Finn story, and his company was badly in need of a new book by an author of distinction. Also, it was highly desirable to earn money for himself, wherefore he set to work to finish the Yankee story. He had worked pretty steadily that summer in his Elmira study, but on his return to Hartford found a good deal of confusion in the house, so went over to Twitchell's where carpenter work was in progress. He seems to have worked there successfully, though what improvement of conditions he found in that numerous, lively household over those at home it would be difficult to say. To Theodore W. Crane, at Quara Farm, Elmira, New York, Friday, October 5, '88. Dear Theo, I am here in Twitcher's house, at work, with the noise of the children and an army of carpenters to help. Of course they don't help, but neither do they hinder. It's like a boiler factory for racket, and in nailing a wooden ceiling onto the room under me the hammering tickles my feet amazingly sometimes, and jars my table a good deal. But I never am conscious of the racket at all, and I move my feet into position of relief without knowing when I do it. I began here Monday morning, and have done 80 pages since. I was so tired last night that I thought I would lie abed and rest today, but I couldn't resist. I mean to try to knock off tomorrow, but it's doubtful if I do. I want to finish the day the machine finishes, and a week ago the closest calculations for that indicated October 22. But experience teaches me that their calculations will misfire, as usual. The other day the children were projecting a purchase, Livy and I to furnish the money, $1.50. Jean discouraged the idea. She said, "We haven't got any money." Children, if you would think, you would remember the machine isn't done. It's billiards tonight. I wish you were here. With love to you both, S.L.C. P.S. I got it all wrong. It wasn't the children, it was Marie. She wanted a box of blacking for the children's shoes. Jean reproved her and said, "Why, Marie, you mustn't ask for things now. The machine isn't done." SLC. The letter that follows is to another of his old pilot friends, one who was also a schoolmate, Will Bowen of Hannibal. There is today no means of knowing the occasion upon which this letter was written, but it does not matter. It is the letter itself that is of chief value. To Will Bowen, in Hannibal, Missouri: Hartford, November 4, '88. Dear Will, I received your letter yesterday evening just as I was starting out of town to attend a wedding, and so my mind was privately busy all the evening in the midst of the maelstrom of chat and chaff and laughter, with the sort of reflections which create themselves, examine themselves, and continue themselves unaffected by surroundings, unaffected, that is understood, by the surroundings, but not uninfluenced by them. Here was the near presence of the two supreme events of life: marriage, which is the beginning of life, and death, which is the end of it. I found myself seeking chances to shirk into corners where I might think, undisturbed, and the most I got out of my thought was this: both marriage and death ought to be welcome. The one promises happiness, doubtless the other assures it. A long procession of people filed through my mind, people whom you and I knew so many years ago, so many centuries ago it seems like, and these ancient dead marched to the soft marriage music of a band concealed in some remote room of the house, and the contented music and the dreaming shades seemed in right accord with each other and fitting. Nobody else knew that a procession of the dead was passing through this noisy swarm of the living, but there it was, and to me there was nothing uncanny about it. Real, they were welcome faces to me. I would have liked to bring up every creature we knew in those days, even the dumb animals. It would be bathing in the fabled fountain of youth. We all feel your deep trouble with you, and we would hope, if we might, but your words deny us that privilege. To die oneself is a thing that must be easy, and of light consequence, but to lose a part of oneself, well, we know how deep that pang goes, we who have suffered that disaster, received that wound which cannot heal. Sincerely your friend, S. L. Clemens. His next is of quite a different nature. Evidently the typesetting conditions had alarmed Orion, and he was undertaking some economies with a view of retrenchment. Orion was always reducing economy to science. Once, at an earlier date, he recorded that he had figured his personal living expenses down to 60 cents a week, but inasmuch as he was then, by his own confession, unable to earn the 60 cents, this particular economy was wasted. Orion was a trial, certainly, and the explosion that follows was not without excuse. Furthermore, it was not as bad as it sounds. Mark Twain's rages always had an element of humor in them, a fact which no one more than Orion himself would appreciate. He preserved this letter, quietly noting on the envelope, "Letter from Sam about Ma's nurse." Letter to Orion Clemens, in Keokuk, Iowa, November 29, '88. Jesus Christ! It is perilous to write such a man. You can go crazy on less material than anybody that ever lived. What in hell has produced all these maniacal imaginings? You told me you had hired an attendant for Ma. Now hire one instantly, and stop this nonsense of wearing Molly and yourself out trying to do that nursing yourselves. Hire the attendant, and tell me her cost so that I can instruct Webster and Company to add it every month to what they already send. Don't fool away any more time about this, and don't write me any more damned rot about storms, and inability to pay trivial sums of money, and hell and damnation. You see, I've read only the first page of your letter. I wouldn't read the rest for $1,000,000. Your Sam. P.S. Don't imagine that I have lost my temper because I swear. I swear all day, but I do not lose my temper. and don't imagine that I am on my way to the poorhouse, for I am not; or that I am uneasy, for I am not; or that I am uncomfortable or unhappy, for I never am. I don't know what it is to be unhappy or uneasy, and I'm not going to try to learn how at this late date. Sam. Few men were ever interviewed oftener than Mark Twain, yet he never welcomed interviewers and was seldom satisfied with them. "What I say in an interview loses its character in print," he often remarked, "all its life and personality. The reporter realizes this himself and tries to improve upon me, but it doesn't help matters any." Edward W. Bok, before he became editor of the Ladies' Home Journal, was conducting a weekly syndicate column under the title of Bok's Literary Leaves. It usually consisted of news and gossip of writers, comment, etc., literary odds and ends, and occasional interviews with distinguished authors. He went up to Hartford one day to interview Mark Twain. The result seemed satisfactory to Bok, but wishing to be certain that it would be satisfactory to Clemens, he sent him a copy for approval. The interview was not returned. In the place of it came a letter not altogether disappointing, as the reader may believe. To Edward W. Bok, in New York. My dear Mr. Bok, no, no. It is like most interviews, pure twaddle and valueless. For several quite plain and simple reasons, an interview must, as a rule, be an absurdity, and chiefly for this reason: it is an attempt to use a boat on land or a wagon on water, to speak figuratively. Spoken speech is one thing, written speech is quite another. Print is the proper vehicle for the latter, but it isn't for the former. The moment talk is put into print you recognize that it is not what it was when you heard it. You perceive that an immense something has disappeared from it, that it is soul. You have nothing but a dead carcass left on your hands. Color, play of feature, the varying modulations of the voice, the laugh, the smile, the informing inflections, everything that gave that body warmth, grace, friendliness and charm, and commended it to your affections, or at least to your tolerance, is gone, and nothing is left but a pallid, stiff, and repulsive cadaver. Such is talk almost invariably, as you see it lying in state in an interview. The interviewer seldom tries to tell one how a thing was said. He merely puts in the naked remark and stops there. When one writes for print his methods are very different. He follows forms which have but little resemblance to conversation, but they make the reader understand what the writer is trying to convey. And when the writer is making a story and finds it necessary to report some of the talk of his characters, observe how cautiously and anxiously he goes at that risky and difficult thing. "If he had dared to say that thing in my presence," said Alfred, taking a mock heroic attitude and casting an arch glance upon the company, "blood would have flowed." "If he had dared to say that thing in my presence," said Hawkwood, with that in his eye which caused more than one heart in that guilty assemblage to quake, "blood would have flowed." "If he had dared to say that thing in my presence," said the paltry blusterer, with valor on his tongue and pallor on his lips, "blood would have flowed." So painfully aware is the novelist that naked talk in print conveys no meaning, that he loads, and often overloads, almost every utterance of his characters with explanations and interpretations. It is a loud confession that print is a poor vehicle for talk. It is a recognition that uninterpreted talk in print would result in confusion to the reader, not instruction. Now, in your interview, you have certainly been most accurate. You have set down the sentences I uttered as I said them. But you have not a word of explanation. What my manner was at several points is not indicated. Therefore, no reader can possibly know where I was in earnest and where I was joking, or whether I was joking altogether or in earnest altogether. Such a report of a conversation has no value. It can convey many meanings to the reader, but never the right one. To add interpretations which would convey the right meaning is a something which would require what? An art so high and fine and difficult that no possessor of it would ever be allowed to waste it on interviews. Nah, spare the reader, and spare me. Leave the whole interview out. It is rubbish. I wouldn't talk in my sleep if I couldn't talk better than that. If you wish to print anything, print this letter. It may have some value, for it may explain to a reader here and there why it is that in interviews, as a rule, men seem to talk like anybody but themselves. Very sincerely yours, Mark Twain. End of Section 30. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 31 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete by Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 29. Letters, 1889. The Machine. Death of Mr. Crane. Conclusion of the Yankee. In January 1889, Clemens believed, after his long 7 years of waiting, fruition had come in the matter of the type machine. Page, the inventor, seemed at last to have given it its finishing touches. The mechanical marvel that had cost so much time, mental stress, and a fortune in money stood complete, responsive to the human will and touch, the latest and one of the greatest wonders of the world. To George Standring, a London printer and publisher, Clemens wrote, "The machine is finished," and added, "This is by far the most marvelous invention ever contrived by man, and it is not a thing of rags and patches. It is made of massive steel, and will last a century." In his fever of enthusiasm on that day, when he had actually seen it in operation, he wrote a number of exuberant letters. They were more or less duplicates, but as the one to his brother is of fuller detail and more intimate than the others, it has been selected for preservation here. To Orion Clemens, in Keokuk, Hartford, January 5, '89. Dear Orion, at 12:20 this afternoon, a line of movable types was spaced and justified by machinery for the first time in the history of the world, and I was there to see. It was done automatically, instantly, perfectly. This is indeed the first line of movable types that ever was perfectly spaced and perfectly justified on this earth. This was the last function that remained to be tested, and so by long odds the most amazing and extraordinary invention ever born of the brain of man stands completed and perfect. Livy is downstairs celebrating. But it's a cunning devil, is that machine, and knows more than any man that ever lived. You shall see. We made the test in this way. We set up a lot of random letters in a stick, 3/4 of a line, then filled out the line with quads representing 14 spaces, each space to be 35 1/1000ths of an inch thick. Then we threw aside the quads and put the letters into the machine and formed them into 15 two-letter words, leaving the words separated by 2-inch vacancies. Then we started up the machine slowly, by hand, and fastened our eyes on the space-selecting pins. The first pen block projected its third pin as the first word came traveling along the raceway. Second block did the same, but the third block projected its second pin. Ah, hell! Stop the machine! Something wrong. It's going to set a 31,000th space. General consternation. A foreign substance has got into the spacing plates. This from the head mathematician. Yes, that is the trouble, assented the foreman. Page examined. No, look in, and you can see that there's nothing of the kind. Further examination. Now I know what it is, what it must be. One of those plates projects and binds. It's too bad. The first test is a failure. A pause. Well, boys, no use to cry. Get to work. Take the machine down. No, hold on. Don't touch a thing. Go right ahead. We are fools. The machine isn't. The machine knows what it's about. There is a speck of dirt on one of those types, and the machine is putting in a thinner space to allow for it. That was just it. The machine went right ahead, spaced the line, justified it to a hair, and shoved it into the galley complete and perfect. We took it out and examined it with a glass. You could not tell by your eye that the third space was thinner than the others, but the glass and the calipers showed the difference. Page had always said that the machine would measure invisible particles of dirt and allow for them, but even he had forgotten that vast fact for the moment. All the witnesses made written record of the immense historical birth, the first justification of a line of movable type by machinery, and also set down the hour and the minute. Nobody had drank anything, and yet everybody seemed drunk, well dizzy, stupefied, stunned. All the other wonderful inventions of the human brain sink pretty nearly into commonplace contrasted with this awful mechanical miracle. Telephones, telegraphs, locomotives, cotton gins, sewing machines, Babbage calculators, Jacquard looms, perfecting presses, Arkwright's frames, all mere toys, simplicities. The Page compositor marches alone and far in the lead of human inventions. In 2 or 3 weeks we shall work the stiffness out of her joints and have her performing as smoothly and softly as human muscles, and then we shall speak out the big secret and let the world come and gaze. Return me this letter when you have read it. Sam. Judge of the elation which such a letter would produce in Keokuk. Yet it was no greater than that which existed in Hartford for a time. Then further delays. Before the machine got the stiffness out of her joints, that cunning devil manifested a tendency to break the types, and Page, who was never happier than when he was pulling things to pieces and making improvements, had the typesetter apart again, and the day of complete triumph was postponed. There was sadness at the Elmira farm that spring. Theodore Crane, who had long been in poor health, seemed to grow daily worse. In February he had paid a visit to Hartford and saw the machine in operation, but by the end of May his condition was very serious. Remembering his keen sense of humor, Clemens reported to him cheering and amusing incidents. To Mrs. Theodore Crane, in Elmira, New York. Hartford, May 28, '89. Susie dear, I want you to tell this to Theodore. You know how absent-minded Twichell is, and how desolate his face is when he is in that frame. At such times he passes the word with a friend on the street, and is not aware of the meeting at all. Twice in a week our Clara had this latter experience with him within the past month, but the second instance was too much for her, and she woke him up in his tracks with a reproach. She said, "Uncle Joe, why do you always look as if you were just going down into the grave when you meet a person on the street?" And then went on to reveal to him the funeral spectacle which he presented on such occasions. Well, she has met Twichell 3 times since then, and would swim the Connecticut to avoid meeting him the 4th. As soon as he sights her, no matter how public the place, nor how far off she is, he makes a bound into the air, heaves arms and legs into all sorts of frantic gestures of delight, and so comes prancing, skipping, and pirouetting for her like a drunken Indian entering heaven. With a full invoice of love from us all to you and Theodore, S.L.C. The reference in the next to the closing sentence in a letter written by Howells to Clemens about this time refers to a heartbroken utterance of the former concerning his daughter Winnie, who had died some time before. She had been a gentle, talented girl, but never of robust health. Her death had followed a long period of gradual decline. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, July 13, '89. Dear Howells, I came on from Elmira a day or two ago, where I left a house of mourning. Mr. Crane died, after 10 months of pain and 2 whole days of dying, at the farm on the hill, the 3rd instant, a man who had always hoped for a swift death. Mrs. Crane and Mrs. Clemens and the children were in a gloom which brought back to me the days of 19 years ago, when Mr. Langdon died. It is heartbreaking to see Mrs. Crane. Many a time in the past 10 days the sight of her has reminded me with a pang of the desolation which uttered itself in the closing sentence of your last letter to me. I do see that there is an argument against suicide, the grief of the worshipers left behind, the awful famine in their hearts. These are 2 costly terms for the release. I shall be here 10 days yet, and all alone. Nobody in the house but the servants. Can't Mrs. Howells spare you to me? Can't you come and stay with me? The house is cool and pleasant. Your work will not be interrupted. We will keep to ourselves and let the rest of the world do the same. You can have your choice of 3 bedrooms, and you will find the children's schoolroom, which was built for my study, the perfection of a retired and silent den for work. There isn't a fly or a mosquito on the estate. Come, say you will. With kindest regards to Mrs. Howells and Pilla and John. Yours ever, Mark. Howells was more hopeful. He wrote, I read something in a strange book, The Physical Theory of Another Life, that consoles a little. Namely, we see and feel the power of Deity in such fullness that we ought to infer the infinite justice and goodness which we do not see or feel. And a few days later he wrote, I would rather see and talk with you than any other man in the world outside my own blood. A Connecticut Yankee at King Arthur's Court was brought to an end that year and given to the artist and printer. Dan Beard was selected for the drawings and was given a free hand, as the next letter shows. To Fred J. Hall, manager, Charles L. Webster and Company. Footnote: Charles L. Webster, owing to poor health, had by this time retired from the firm. End of footnote. Elmira, July 20, '89. Dear Mr. Hall, upon reflection, thus: tell Beard to obey his own inspiration, and when he sees a picture in his mind, put that picture on paper, be it humorous or be it serious. I want his genius to be wholly unhampered. I shan't have fears as to the result. They will be better pictures than if I mixed in and tried to give him points on his own trade. Send this note and he'll understand. Yours, S.L.C. Clemens had made a good choice in selecting Beard for the illustrations. He was well qualified for the work, and being of a socialistic turn of mind, put his whole soul into it. When the drawings were completed, Clemens wrote, Hold me under permanent obligations. What luck it was to find you. There are hundreds of artists that could illustrate any other book of mine, but there was only one who could illustrate this one. Yes, it was a fortunate hour that I went netting for lightning bugs and caught a meteor. Live forever. Clemens, of course, was anxious for Howells to read The Yankee, and Mrs. Clemens particularly so. Her eyes were giving her trouble that summer, so that she could not read the manuscript for herself, and she had grave doubts as to some of its chapters. It may be said here that the book, today, might have been better if Mrs. Clemens had been able to read it. Howells was a peerless critic, but the revolutionary subject matter of the book so delighted him that he was perhaps somewhat blinded to its literary defects. However, this is premature. Howells did not at once see the story. He had promised to come to Hartford, but wrote that trivial matters had made his visit impossible. From the next letter we get the situation at this time. The Mr. Church mentioned was Frederick S. Church, the well-known artist. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, July 24, '89. Dear Howells, I, too, was as sorry as I could be. Yes, and desperately disappointed. I even did a heroic thing, shipped my book off to New York, lest I should forget hospitality and embitter your visit with it. Not that I think you wouldn't like to read it, for I think you would, but not on a holiday. That's not the time. I see how you were situated, another familiarity of Providence and wholly wanton intrusion. And of course we could not help ourselves. Well, just think of it. A while ago, while Providence's attention was absorbed in disordering some timetables so as to break up a trip of mine to Mr. Church's on the Hudson, that Johnstown dam got loose. I swear I was afraid to pray, for fear I should laugh. Well, I'm not going to despair. We'll manage a meet yet. I expect to go to Hartford again in August, and maybe remain till I have to come back here and fetch the family. And, along there in August, sometime, you let on that you are going to Mexico, and I will let on that I am going to Spitzbergen, and then, under cover of this clever stratagem, we will glide from the trains at Worcester and have a time. I have noticed that Providence is indifferent about Mexico and Spitzbergen. Yours ever, Mark. Possibly Mark Twain was not particularly anxious that Howells should see his manuscript, fearing that he might lay a ruthless hand on some of his more violent fulminations and wild fancies. However this may be, further postponement was soon at an end. Mrs. Clemens's eyes troubled her and would not permit her to read, so she requested that the Yankee be passed upon by sober-minded critics, such as Howells and Edmund Clarence Stedman. Howells wrote that even if he hadn't wanted to read the book for its own sake, or for the author's sake, he would still want to do it for Mrs. Clemens, whereupon the proofs were started in his direction. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, August 24, '89. Dear Howells, if you should be moved to speak of my book in the study, I shall be glad and proud, and the sooner it gets in, the better for the book, though I don't suppose you can get it in earlier than the November number. Why, no, you can't get it in till a month later than that. Well, anyway, I don't think I'll send out any other press copy, except perhaps to Stedman. I'm not writing for those parties who miscall themselves critics, and I don't care to have them paw the book at all. It's my swan song, my retirement from literature permanently, and I wish to pass to the cemetery unclotted. I judge that the proofs have begun to reach you about this time, as I had some, though not revises, this morning. I'm sure I'm going to be charmed with Beard's pictures. Observe his nice take-off of middle-age art dinner-table scene. Yours sincerely, Mark. Howells's approval of the Yankee came almost in the form of exultant shouts, one after reading each batch of proof. First he wrote, "It's charming, original, wonderful, good in fancy and sound, to the core in morals." And again, "It's a mighty great book, and it makes my heart burn with wrath. It seems God did not forget to put a soul into you." He shuts most literary men off with a brain merely. Then, a few days later, The book is glorious, simply noble. What masses of virgin truth never touched in print before. And finally, last night I read your last chapter. As Stedman says of the whole book, it's titanic. To W. D. Howells in Boston: Hartford, September 22, '89. Dear Howells, it is immensely good of you to grind through that stuff for me, but it gives peace to Mrs. Clemens's soul, and I'm as grateful to you as a body can be. I'm glad you approve of what I say about the French Revolution. Few people will. It is odd that even to this day Americans still observe that immortal benefaction through English and other monarchical eyes, and have no shred of an opinion about it that they didn't get at second hand. Next to the 4th of July and its results, it was the noblest and the holiest thing and the most precious that ever happened in this earth, and its gracious work is not done yet, not anywhere in the remote neighborhood of it. Don't trouble to send me all the proofs. Send me the pages with your corrections on them, and wastebasket the rest. We issue the book December 10, consequently a notice that appears December 20 will be just in good time. I am waiting to see your study set a fashion in criticism. When that happens, as please God it must, consider that if you lived 3 centuries you couldn't do a more valuable work for this country or a humaner. As a rule, a critic's dissent merely enrages, and so does no good. But by the new art which you use, your dissent must be as welcome as your approval, and as valuable. I do not know what the secret of it is, unless it is your attitude, man courteously reasoning with man and brother, in place of the worn and wearisome critical attitude of all this long time, superior being lecturing a boy. Well, my book is written, let it go. But if it were only to write over again, there wouldn't be so many things left out. They burn in me, and they keep multiplying and multiplying. But now they can't ever be said. And besides, they would require a library and a pen warmed up in hell. Yours ever, Mark. The typesetting machine began to loom large in the background. Clemens believed it perfected by this time. Page had got it together again, and it was running steadily, or approximately so, setting type at a marvelous speed and with perfect accuracy. In time, an expert operator would be able to set as high as 8,000 ems per hour, or about 10 times as much as a good compositor could set and distribute by hand. Those who saw it were convinced, most of them, that the typesetting problem was solved by this great mechanical miracle. If there were any who doubted, it was because of its marvelously minute accuracy, which the others only admired. Such accuracy, it was sometimes whispered, required absolutely perfect adjustment. And what would happen when the great inventor, the poet in steel, as Clemens once called him, was no longer at hand to supervise and to correct the slightest variation? But no such breath of doubt came to Mark Twain. He believed the machine as reliable as a constellation. But now there was need of capital to manufacture and market the wonder. Clemens, casting about in his mind, remembered Senator Jones of Nevada, a man of great wealth, and his old friend, Joe Goodman of Nevada, in whom Jones had unlimited confidence. He wrote to Goodman, and in this letter we get a pretty full exposition of the whole matter as it stood in the fall of 1889. We note in this communication that Clemens says that he has been at the machine 3 years and 7 months, but this was only the period during which he had spent the regular monthly sum of $3,000. His interest in the invention had begun as far back as 1880. To Joseph T. Goodman, in Nevada. Private. Hartford, October 7, '89. Dear Joe, I had a letter from Aleck Badlam day before yesterday, and in answering him I mentioned a matter which I asked him to consider a secret except to you and John McComb. Footnote: This is Colonel McComb of the Alta California, who had sent Mark Twain on the Quaker City excursion. End of footnote. As I am not ready yet to get into the newspapers. I have come near writing you about this matter several times, but it wasn't ripe, and I waited. It is ripe now. It is a typesetting machine which I undertook to build for the inventor, for consideration. I have been at it 3 years and 7 months without losing a day, at a cost of $3,000 a month, and in so private a way that Hartford has known nothing about it. Indeed, only a dozen men have known of the matter. I have reported progress from time to time to the proprietors of the New York Sun, Herald, Times, World, Harper Brothers, and John F. Trowell. Also to the proprietors of the Boston Herald and the Boston Globe. 3 years ago I asked all these people to squelch their frantic desire to load up their offices with the Mergenthaler (New York Tribune) machine, and wait for mine and then choose between the two. They have waited, with no very gaudy patience. But still they have waited, and I could prove to them today that they have not lost anything by it. But I reserve the proof for the present, except in the case of the New York Herald. I sent an invitation there the other day, a courtesy due a paper which ordered $240,000 worth of our machines long ago when it was still in a crude condition. The Herald has ordered its foreman to come up here next Thursday, but that is the only invitation which will go out for some time yet. The machine was finished several weeks ago, and has been running ever since in the machine shop. It is a magnificent creature of steel, all of Pratt & Whitney's super best workmanship, and as nicely adjusted and as accurate as a watch. In construction it is as elaborate and complex as that machine which it ranks next to, by every right, man, and in performance it is as simple and sure. Anybody can set type on it who can read, and can do it after only 15 minutes instruction. The operator does not need to leave his seat at the keyboard, for the reason that he is not required to do anything but strike the keys and set type, merely one function. The spacing, justifying, emptying into the galley, and distributing of dead matter is all done by the machine without anybody's help. 4 functions. The ease with which a cub can learn is surprising. Day before yesterday I saw our newest cub set, perfectly space, and perfectly justify 2150 ems of solid nonpareil in an hour, and distribute the like amount in the same hour, and 6 hours previously he had never seen the machine or its keyboard. It was a good hour's work for 3-year veterans on the other typesetting machines to do. We have 3 cubs. The dean of the trio is a school youth of 18. Yesterday morning he had been an apprentice on the machine 16 working days, 8-hour days, and we speeded him to see what he could do in an hour. In the hour he set 5900 ems solid nonpareil, and the machine perfectly spaced and justified it, and of course distributed the like amount in the same hour. Considering that a good fair compositor sets 700 and distributes 700 in the 1 hour, this boy did the work of about 8 times a compositor's in that hour. This fact sends all other typesetting machines 1,000 miles to the rear, and the best of them will never be heard of again after we publicly exhibit in New York. We shall put on 3 more cubs. We have 1 schoolboy and 2 compositors now, and we think of putting on a typewriter, a stenographer, and perhaps a shoemaker, to show that no special gifts or training are required with this machine. We should train these beginners 2 or 3 months, or until some of them gets up to 7,000 an hour, Then we will show up in New York and run the machine 24 hours a day, 7 days in the week, for several months, to prove that this is a machine which will never get out of order or cause delay, and can stand anything an anvil can stand. You know there is no other typesetting machine that can run 2 hours on a stretch without causing trouble and delay with its incurable caprices. We own the whole field, every inch of it, and nothing can dislodge us. Now then, above is my preachment, and here follows the reason and purpose of it. I want you to run over here, roost over the machine a week and satisfy yourself, and then go to John P. Jones or to whom you please and sell me $100,000 worth of this property and take 10% in cash or the property for your trouble. The latter if you are wise, because the price I ask is a long way short of the value. What I call property is this: a small part of my ownership consists of a royalty of $500 on every machine marketed under the American patents. My selling terms are a permanent royalty of $1 on every American marketed machine for $1,000 cash to me in hand paid. We shan't market any fewer than 5,000 machines in 15 years, a return of $15,000 for 1,000. A royalty is better than stock in one way: it must be paid every 6 months, rain or shine. It is a debt and must be paid before dividends are declared. By and by, when we become a stock company, I shall buy these royalties back for stock if I can get them for anything like reasonable terms. I have never borrowed a penny to use on the machine, and never sold a penny's worth of the property until the machine was entirely finished and proven by the severest test to be what she started out to be: perfect, permanent, and occupying the position, as regards all kindred machines, which the city of Paris occupies as regards the canvas backs of the mercantile marine. It is my purpose to sell $200 of my royalties at the above price during the next 2 months, and keep the other $300. Mrs. Clemens begs Mrs. Goodman to come with you, and asks pardon for not writing the message herself, which would be a pathetically welcome spectacle to me, for I have been her amanuensis for 8 months now, since her eyes failed her. Yours as always, Mark. While this letter with its amazing contents is on its way to astonish Joe Goodman, we will consider one of quite a different but equally characteristic sort. We may assume that Mark Twain's sister Pamela had been visiting him in Hartford and was now making a visit in Keokuk. To Mrs. Moffett in Keokuk: Hartford, October 9, '89. Dear Pamela, an hour after you left, I was suddenly struck with a realizing sense of the utter chuckle-headedness of that notion of mine, to send your trunk after you. Land, it was idiotic. None but a lunatic would separate himself from his baggage. Well, I am soulfully glad the baggage fetcher saved me from consummating my insane inspiration. I met him on the street in the afternoon and paid him again. I shall pay him several times more as opportunity offers. I declined the invitation to banquet with the visiting South American Congress in a polite note, explaining that I had to go to New York today. I conveyed the note privately to Patrick. He got the envelope soiled and asked Livy to put on a clean one. That is why I am going to the banquet. Also, why I have disinvited the boys I thought I was going to punch billiards with, upstairs tonight. Patrick is one of the injudiciousest people I ever struck, and I am the other. Your brother, Sam. The Yankee was now ready for publication, and advance sheets were already in the reviewer's hands. Just at this moment the Brazilian monarchy crumbled, and Clemens was moved to write Sylvester Baxter of the Boston Herald a letter which is of special interest in its prophecy of the new day, the dawn of which was even nearer than he suspected. Dear Mr. Baxter, another throne has gone down, and I swim in oceans of satisfaction. I wish I might live 50 years longer. I believe I should see the thrones of Europe selling at auction for old iron. I believe I should really see the end of what is purely the grotesquest of all the swindles ever invented by man monarchy. It is enough to make a graven image laugh, to see apparently rational people away down here in this wholesome and merciless slaughter day for shams, still mouthing empty reverence for those moss-backed frauds and scoundrelisms, hereditary kingship, and so-called nobility. It is enough to make the monarchs and nobles themselves laugh, and in private they do. There can be no question about that. I think there's only one funnier thing, and that is the spectacle of these bastard Americans, these Hammersleys and Huntingtons and such, offering cash, encumbered by themselves, for rotten carcasses and stolen titles. When our great brethren, the disenslaved Brazilians, frame their Declaration of Independence, I hope they will insert this missing link. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all monarchs are usurpers and descendants of usurpers, for the reason that no throne was ever set up in this world by the will freely exercised of the only body possessing the legitimate right to set it up, the numerical mass of the nation. You already have the advance sheets of my forthcoming book in your hands. If you will turn to about the 500th page, you will find a state paper of my Connecticut Yankee, in which he announces the dissolution of King Arthur's monarchy and proclaims the English Republic. Compare it with the state paper which announces the downfall of the Brazilian monarchy and proclaims the Republic of the United States of Brazil, and stand by to defend the Yankee from plagiarism. There is merely a resemblance of ideas, nothing more. The Yankee's proclamation was already in print a week ago. This is merely one of those odd coincidences which are always turning up. Come, protect the Yank from that cheapest and easiest of all charges, plagiarism. Otherwise, you see, he will have to protect himself by charging approximate and indefinite plagiarism upon the official servants of our majestic twin down yonder, and then there might be war, or some similar annoyance. Have you noticed the rumor that the Portuguese throne is unsteady, and that the Portuguese slaves are getting restive? Also, that the head slave driver of Europe, Alexander III., has so reduced his usual monthly order for chains that the Russian foundries are running on only half time now. Also, that other rumor that English nobility acquired an added stench the other day and had to ship it to India and the Continent because there wasn't any more room for it at home. Things are working. By and by there's going to be an immigration, maybe. Of course, we shall make no preparation. We never do. In a few years from now we shall have nothing but played-out kings and dukes on the police, and driving the horse cars, and whitewashing fences, and in fact overcrowding all the avenues of unskilled labor. And then we shall wish, when it is too late, that we had taken common and reasonable precautions and drowned them at Castle Garden. There followed at this time a number of letters to Goodman, but as there is much of a sameness in them we need not print them all. Clemens, in fact, kept the mails warm with letters bulging with schemes for capitalization and promising vast wealth to all concerned. When the letters did not go fast enough, he sent telegrams. In one of the letters Goodman is promised $5,000 out of the profits before we get anything ourselves. One thing we gather from these letters is that Paige has taken the machine apart again, never satisfied with its perfection, or perhaps getting a hint that certain of its perfections were not permanent. A letter at the end of November seems worth preserving here. To Joseph T. Goodman, in California: Hartford, November 29, '89. Dear Joe, Things are getting into better and more flexible shape every day. Papers are now being drawn which will greatly simplify the raising of capital. I shall be in supreme command. It will not be necessary for the capitalist to arrive at terms with anybody but me. I don't want to dicker with anybody but Jones. I know him. That is to say, I want to dicker with you, and through you with Jones. Try to see if you can't be here by the 15th of January. The machine was as perfect as a watch when we took her apart the other day, but when she goes together again the 15th of January, we expect her to be perfecter than a watch. Joe, I want you to sell some royalties to the boys out there, if you can, for I want to be financially strong when we go to New York. You know the machine, and you appreciate its future enormous career better than any man I know. At the lowest conceivable estimate, 2,000 machines a year, we shall sell 34,000 in the life of the patent, 17 years. All the family send love to you, and they mean it, or they wouldn't say it. Yours ever, Mark. The Yankee had come from the press, and Howells had praised it in the editor's study in Harper's Magazine. He had given it his highest commendation, and it seems that his opinion of it did not change with time. Of all fanciful schemes of fiction, it pleases me most, he in one place declared, and again referred to it as a greatly imagined and symmetrically developed tale. In more than one letter to Goodman, Clemens had urged him to come East without delay. "Take the train, Joe, and come along," he wrote in early December, and we judge from the following that Joe had decided to come. To W. D. Howells in Boston: Hartford, December 23, '89. Dear Howells, the magazine came last night, and the study notice is just great. The satisfaction it affords us could not be more prodigious if the book deserved every word of it. And maybe it does. I hope it does, though of course I can't realize it and believe it. But I am your grateful servant anyway, and always. I'm going to read to the cadets at West Point January 11. I go from here to New York the 9th, and up to the Point the 11th. Can't you go with me? It's great fun. I'm going to read the passages in the Yankee in which the Yankees' West Point cadets figure, and shall covertly work in a lecture on aristocracy to those boys. I am to be the guest of the superintendent, but if you will go, I will shake him and we will go to the hotel. He is a splendid fellow, and I know him well enough to take that liberty. And won't you give me a day or two's visit toward the end of January? For two reasons. The machine will be at work again by that time, and we want to hear the rest of the dream story. Mrs. Clemens keeps speaking about it and hankering for it. And we can have Joe Goodman on hand again by that time, and I want you to get to know him thoroughly. It's well worth it. I'm going to run up and stay overnight with you as soon as I can get a chance. We are in the full rush of the holidays now, and an awful rush it is, too. You ought to have been here the other day, to make that day perfect and complete. All alone I managed to inflict agonies on Mrs. Clemens, whereas I was expecting nothing but praises. I made a party call the day after the party, and called the lady down from breakfast to receive it. I then left there and called on a new bride, who received me in her dressing gown, and as things went pretty well, I stayed to luncheon. The error here was that the appointed reception hour was 3 in the afternoon, and not at the bride's house, but at her aunt's, in another part of the town. However, as I meant well, none of these disasters distressed me. Yours ever, Mark. The Yankee did not find a very hearty welcome in England. English readers did not fancy any burlesque of their Arthurian tales or American strictures on their institutions. Mark Twain's publishers had feared this, and asked that the story be especially edited for the English edition. Clemens, however, would not listen to any suggestions of the sort. To Messrs. Chatto and Windus, in London, England. Gentlemen, concerning the Yankee, I have already revised the story twice, and it has been read critically by W. D. Howells and Edmund Clarence Stedman, and my wife has caused me to strike out several passages that have been brought to her attention and to soften others. Furthermore, I have read chapters of the book in public where Englishmen were present and have profited by their suggestions. Now, mind you, I have taken all this pains because I wanted to say a Yankee mechanic say against monarchy and its several natural props, and yet make a book which you would be willing to print exactly as it comes to you, without altering a word. We are spoken of, by Englishmen, as a thin-skinned people. It is you who are thin-skinned. An Englishman may write with the most brutal frankness about any man or institution among us, and we republish him without dreaming of altering a line or a word. But England cannot stand that kind of a book written about herself. It is England that is thin-skinned. It causeth me to smile when I read the modifications of my language which have been made in my English editions to fit them for the sensitive English palate. Now, as I say, I have taken laborious pains to so trim this book of offense that you might not lack the nerve to print it just as it stands. I am going to get the proofs to you just as early as I can. I want you to read it carefully. If you can publish it without altering a single word, go ahead. Otherwise, please hand it to J. R. Osgood in time for him to have it published at my expense. This is important, for the reason that the book was not written for America, it was written for England. So many Englishmen have done their sincerest best to teach us something for our betterment that it seems to me high time that some of us should substantially recognize the good intent by trying to pry up the English nation to a little higher level of manhood in return. Very truly yours, S. L. Clemens. The English nation, at least a considerable portion of it, did not wish to be pried up to a higher level of manhood by a Connecticut Yankee. The papers pretty generally denounced the book as coarse, in fact, a vulgar travesty. Some of the critics concluded that England, after all, had made a mistake in admiring Mark Twain. Clemens stood this for a time, and then seems to have decided that something should be done. One of the foremost of English critics was his friend and admirer. He would state the case to him fully and invite his assistance. To Andrew Lang, in London. Footnote: First page missing. End of footnote. 1889. They vote, but do not print. The head tells you pretty promptly whether the food is satisfactory or not, and everybody hears and thinks the whole man has spoken. It is a delusion. Only his taste and his smell have been heard from. Important, both in a way, but these do not build up the man, and preserve his life, and fortify it. The little child is permitted to label its drawings. This is a cow, this is a horse, and so on. This protects the child. It saves it from the sorrow and wrong of hearing its cows and its horses criticized as kangaroos and workbenches. A man who is whitewashing a fence is doing a useful thing. So also is the man who is adorning a rich man's house with costly frescoes, and all of us are sane enough to judge these performances by standards proper to each. Now then, to be fair, an author ought to be allowed to put upon his book an explanatory line. This is written for the head. This is written for the belly and the members. And the critic ought to hold himself in honor bound to put away from him his ancient habit of judging all books by one standard, and thenceforth follow a fairer course. The critic assumes every time that if a book doesn't meet the cultivated class standard, it isn't valuable. Let us apply his law all around, for if it is sound in the case of novels, narratives, pictures, and such things, it is certainly sound and applicable to all the steps which lead up to culture and make culture possible. It condemns the spelling book, for a spelling book is of no use to a person of culture. It condemns all school books and all schools which lie between the child's primer and Greek, and between the infant school and the university. It condemns all the rounds of art which lie between the cheap terracotta groups and the Venus de Medici, and between the chromo and the transfiguration. It requires Whitcomb Riley to sing no more till he can sing like Shakespeare, and it forbids all amateur music and will grant its sanction to nothing below the classic. Is this an extravagant statement? No, it is a mere statement of fact. It is the fact itself that is extravagant and grotesque. And what is the result? This, and it is sufficiently curious. The critic has actually imposed upon the world the superstition that a painting by Raphael is more valuable to the civilizations of the earth than is a chromo, and the august opera than the hurdy-gurdy and the villagers' singing society, and Homer than the little everybody's poet whose rhymes are in all mouths today and will be in nobody's mouth next generation, and the Latin classics than Kipling's far-reaching bugle note, and Jonathan Edwards than the Salvation Army, and the Venus de Medici than the plaster-cast peddler. The superstition, in a word, that the vast and awful comet that trails its cold luster through the remote abysses of space once a century and interests and instructs a cultivated handful of astronomers is worth more to the world than the sun which warms and cheers all the nations every day and makes the crops to grow. If a critic should start a religion, it would not have any object but to convert angels, and they wouldn't need it. The thin top crust of humanity, the cultivated, are worth pacifying, worth pleasing, worth coddling, worth nourishing and preserving with dainties and delicacies, it is true. But to be caterer to that little faction is no very dignified or valuable occupation, it seems to me. It is merely feeding the overfed, and there must be small satisfaction in that. It is not that little minority who are already saved that are best worth trying to uplift, I should think, but the mighty mass of the uncultivated who are underneath. That mass will never see the old masters. That side is for the few. But the chromo maker can lift them all one step upward toward appreciation of art. They cannot have the opera, but the hurdy-gurdy and the singing class lift them a little way toward that far light. They will never know Homer, but the passing rhymester of their day leaves them higher than he found them. They may never even hear the Latin classics, but they will strike step with Kipling's drum beat, and they will march. For all Jonathan Edwards' help, they would die in their slums, but the Salvation Army will beguile some of them up to pure air and a cleaner life. They know no sculpture, the Venus is not even a name to them, but they are a grade higher in the scale of civilization by the ministrations of the plaster cast than they were before it took its place upon the mantel and made it beautiful to their unexacting eyes. Indeed, I have been misjudged from the very first. I have never tried in even one single instance to help cultivate the cultivated classes. I was not equipped for it either by native gifts or training, and I never had any ambition in that direction, but always hunted for bigger game, the masses. I have seldom deliberately tried to instruct them, but have done my best to entertain them. To simply amuse them would have satisfied my dearest ambition at any time. for they could get instruction elsewhere, and I had 2 chances to help to the teacher's 1. For amusement is a good preparation for study and a good healer of fatigue after it. My audience is dumb, it has no voice in print, and so I cannot know whether I have won its approbation or only got its censure. Yes, you see, I have always catered for the belly and the members, but have been served like the others, criticized from the culture standard to my sorrow and pain, because, honestly, I never cared what became of the cultured classes. They could go to the theatre and the opera, they had no use for me in the melodeon. And now at last I arrive at my object, and tender my petition, making supplication to this effect, that the critics adopt a rule recognizing the belly and the members, and formulate a standard whereby work done for them shall be judged. Help me, Mr. Lang. No voice can reach further than yours in a case of this kind, or carry greater weight of authority. Lang's reply was an article in the Illustrated London News on the art of Mark Twain. Lang had no admiration to express for the Yankee, which he confessed he had not cared to read, but he glorified Huck Finn to the highest. I can never forget nor be ungrateful for the exquisite pleasure with which I read Huckleberry Finn for the first time years ago, he wrote. I read it again last night, deserting Kenilworth for Huck. I never laid it down till I had finished it. Lang closed his article by referring to the story of Huck as the great American novel which had escaped the eyes of those who watched to see this new planet swim into their ken. End of Section 31. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 32 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 30. Letters, 1890. Chiefly to Joseph T. Goodman. The Great Machine Enterprise. Dr. John Brown's son, whom Mark Twain and his wife had known in 1873 as Jock, sent copies of Dr. John Brown and his sister Isabella by E. T. McLaren. It was a gift appreciated in the Clemens home. To Mr. John Brown, in Edinburgh, Scotland. Hartford, February 11, 1890. Dear Mr. Brown, both copies came, and we are reading and rereading the one and lending the other to old-time adorers of Rab and his friends. It is an exquisite book, the perfection of literary workmanship. It says in every line, "Don't look at me, look at him," and one tries to be good and obey, but the charm of the painter is so strong that one can't keep his entire attention on the developing portrait, but must steal side glimpses of the artist and try to divine the trick of her felicitous brush. In this book the doctor lives and moves just as he was. He was the most extensive slaveholder of his time, and the kindest, and yet he died without setting one of his bondmen free. We all send our very, very kindest regards. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. If Mark Twain had been less interested in the typesetting machine, he might possibly have found a profit that winter in the Old Sellers play, which he had written with Howells 7 years before. The play had eventually been produced at the Lyceum Theatre in New York, with A. P. Burbank in the leading role, and Clemens and Howells as financial backers. But it was a losing investment, nor did it pay any better when Clemens finally sent Burbank with it on the road. Now, however, James A. Hearn, a well-known actor and playwright, became interested in the idea, after a discussion of the matter with Howells, and there seemed a probability that with changes made under Hearne's advisement the play might be made sensible and successful. But Mark Twain's greater interest was now all in the type machine, and certainly he had no money to put into any other venture. His next letter to Goodman is illuminating, the urgency of his need for funds opposed to that conscientiousness which was one of the most positive forces of Mark Twain's body spiritual. The Mr. Arnot of this letter was an Elmira capitalist. To Joseph T. Goodman, in California: Hartford, March 31, '90. Dear Joe, if you were here, I should say, get you to Washington and beg Senator Jones to take the chances and put up about 10 or no, I wouldn't. The money would burn a hole in my pocket and get away from me if the furnisher of it were proceeding upon merely your judgment and mine and without other evidence. It is too much of a responsibility. But I am in as close a place today as ever I was. $3,000 due for the last month's machine expenses, and the purse empty. I notified Mr. Arnot a month ago that I should want $5,000 today, and his check arrived last night, but I sent it back to him, because when he bought of me on the 9th of December, I said that I would not draw upon him for 3 months, and that before that date Senator Jones would have examined the machine and approved, or done the other thing. If Jones should arrive here a week or 10 days from now, as he expects to do, and should not approve, and shouldn't buy any royalties, my deal with Arnot would not be symmetrically square, and then how could I refund? The surest way was to return his check. I have talked with the madam, and here is the result. I will go down to the factory and notify Page that I will scrape together $6,000 to meet the March and April expenses, and will retire on the 30th of April, and return the assignment to him if in the meantime I have not found financial relief. It is very rough, for the machine does at last seem perfect and just a bird to go. I think she's going to be good for 8,000 M's an hour in the hands of a good ordinary man after a solid year's practice. I may be in error, but I most solidly believe it. There's an improved Mergenthaler in New York. Page and Davis and I watched it 2 whole afternoons. With the love of us all, Mark. Arnot wrote Clemens urging him to accept the check for $5,000 in this moment of need. Clemens was probably as sorely tempted to compromise with his conscience as he had ever been in his life, but his resolution held firm. To M. H. Arnot, in Elmira, New York. Mr. M. H. Arnot, Dear Sir, no, I could not think of taking it, with you unsatisfied, and you ought not to be satisfied until you have made personal examination of the machine and had a consensus or testimony of disinterested people besides. My own perfect knowledge of what is required of such a machine, and my perfect knowledge of the fact that this is the only machine that can meet that requirement, make it difficult for me to realize that a doubt is possible to less well posted men. And so I would have taken your money without thinking, and thus would have done a great wrong to you and a great one to myself. And now that I go back over the ground, I remember that where I said I could get along 3 months without drawing on you, that delay contemplated a visit from you to the machine in the interval, and your satisfaction with its character and prospects. I had forgotten all that, but I remember it now, and the fact that it was not so nominated in the bond does not alter the case or justify me in making my call so prematurely. I do not know that you regarded all that as a part of the bargain, for you were thoroughly and magnanimously unexacting, but I so regarded it, notwithstanding I have so easily managed to forget all about it. You so gratified me, and did me so much honor in bonding yourself to me in a large sum, upon no evidence but my word, and with no protection but my honor, that my pride in that is much stronger than my desire to reap a money advantage from it. With the sincerest appreciation, I am truly yours, S. L. Clemens. P. S. I have written a good many words, and yet I seem to have failed to say the main thing in exact enough language, which is, that the transaction between us is not complete and binding until you shall have convinced yourself that the machine's character and prospects are satisfactory. I ought to explain that the grip delayed us some weeks, and that we have since been waiting for Mr. Jones. When he was ready, we were not. And now we have been ready more than a month, while he has been kept in Washington by the silver bill. He said the other day that to venture out of the capital for a day at this time could easily chance to hurt him if the bill came up for action, meantime, although it couldn't hurt the bill, which would pass anyway. Mrs. Jones said she would send me 2 or 3 days' notice right after the passage of the bill, and that they would follow as soon as I should return word that their coming would not inconvenience us. I suppose I ought to go to New York without waiting for Mr. Jones, but it would not be wise to go there without money. The bill is still pending. The Mergenthaler machine, like the Page, was also at this time in the middle stages of experimental development. It was a slower machine, but it was simpler, less expensive, occupied less room. There was not so much about it to get out of order. It was not so delicate, not so human. These were immense advantages. But no one at this time could say with certainty which typesetter would reap the harvest of millions. It was only sure that at least one of them would, and the Mergenthaler people were willing to trade stock for stock with the Page Company in order to ensure financial success for both, whichever won. Clemens, with a faith that never faltered, declined this offer, a decision that was to cost him millions. Winter and spring had gone and summer had come, but still there had been no financial conclusion with Jones, Mackey, and the other rich Californians who were to put up the necessary $1,000,000 for the machine's manufacture. Goodman was spending a large part of his time traveling back and forth between California and Washington, trying to keep business going at both ends. Page spent most of his time working out improvements for the typesetter, delicate attachments which complicated its construction more and more. To Joe T. Goodman, in Washington: Hartford, June 22, '90. Dear Joe, I have been sitting by the machine 2 hours this afternoon, and my admiration of it towers higher than ever. There is no sort of mistake about it. It is the big bonanza. In the 2 hours, the time lost by type breakage was 3 minutes. This machine is totally without a rival. Rivalry with it is impossible. Last Friday, Fred Whitmore, it was the 28th day of his apprenticeship on the machine, stacked up 49,700 M's of solid nonpareil in 8 hours, and the type breaking delay was only 6 minutes for the day. I claim yet, as I have always claimed, that the machine's market, abroad and here together, is today worth $150,000,000 without saying anything about the doubling and trebling of this sum that will follow within the life of the patents. Now here's a queer fact. I am one of the wealthiest grandees in America, one of the Vanderbilt gang, in fact, and yet if you asked me to lend you a couple of dollars, I should have to ask you to take my note instead. It makes me cheerful to sit by the machine. Come up with Mrs. Goodman and refresh yourself with a draught of the same. Yours ever, Mark. The machine was still breaking the types now and then, and no doubt Page was itching to take it to pieces, and only restrained by force from doing so. He was never thoroughly happy unless he was taking the machine apart or setting it up again. Finally he was allowed to go at it, A disastrous permission, for it was just then that Jones decided to steal a day or two from the silver bill and watch the typesetter in operation. Page already had it in parts when this word came from Goodman, and Jones' visit had to be called off. His enthusiasm would seem to have weakened from that day. In July, Goodman wrote that both Mackay and Jones had become somewhat diffident in the matter of huge capitalization. He thought it partly due, at least, to the fatal delays that have sicklied over the bloom of original enthusiasm. Clemens himself went down to Washington and perhaps warmed Jones with his eloquence. At least, Jones seemed to have agreed to make some effort in the matter, a qualified promise, the careful word of a wary politician and capitalist. How many Washington trips were made is not certain, but certainly more than one. Jones would seem to have suggested forms of contracts, but if he came to the point of signing any, there is no evidence of it today. Anyone who has read Mark Twain's A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court has a pretty good idea of his opinion of kings in general, and tyrants in particular. Rule by divine right, however liberal, was distasteful to him. Where it meant oppression, it stirred him to violence. In his article, The Czar's Soliloquy, he gave himself loose rein concerning atrocities charged to the master of Russia, and in a letter which he wrote during the summer of 1890, he offered a hint as to remedies. The letter was written by editorial request, but was never mailed. Perhaps it seemed too openly revolutionary at the moment. Yet scarcely more than a quarter of a century was needed to make it timely. Clemens and his family were spending some weeks in the Catskills when it was written. An unpublished letter on the Czar. Onteora, 1890. To the Editor of Free Russia: I thank you for the compliment of your invitation to say something, but when I ponder the bottom paragraph on your first page, and then study your statement on your third page, of the objects of the several Russian liberation parties, I do not quite know how to proceed. Let me quote here the paragraph referred to. But men's hearts are so made that the sight of one voluntary victim for a noble idea stirs them more deeply than the sight of a crowd submitting to a dire fate they cannot escape. Besides, foreigners could not see so clearly as the Russians how much the government was responsible for the grinding poverty of the masses, nor could they very well realize the moral wretchedness imposed by that government upon the whole of educated Russia. But the atrocities committed upon the defenseless prisoners are there in all their baseness, concrete and palpable, admitting of no excuse, no doubt or hesitation, crying out to the heart of humanity against Russian tyranny. And the Czar's government, stupidly confident in its apparently unassailable position, instead of taking warning from the first rebukes, seems to mock this humanitarian age by the aggravation of brutalities. Not satisfied with slowly killing its prisoners and with burying the flower of our young generation in the Siberian deserts, the government of Alexander III resolved to break their spirit by deliberately submitting them to a regime of unheard of brutality and degradation. When one reads that paragraph in the glare of George Kennan's Revelations and considers how much it means, considers that all earthly figures fail to typify the Czar's government, and that one must descend into hell to find its counterpart, one turns hopefully to your statement of the objects of the several liberation parties, and is disappointed. Apparently, none of them can bear to think of losing the present hell entirely. They merely want the temperature cooled down a little. I now perceive why all men are the deadly and uncompromising enemies of the rattlesnake. It is merely because the rattlesnake has not speech. Monarchy has speech, and by it has been able to persuade men that it differs somehow from the rattlesnake, has something valuable about it somewhere, something worth preserving, something even good and high and fine when properly modified, something entitling it to protection from the club of the first comer who catches it out of its hole. It seems a most strange delusion, and not reconcilable with our superstition that man is a reasoning being. If a house is afire, we reason confidently that it is the first comer's plain duty to put the fire out in any way he can, drown it with water, blow it up with dynamite, use any and all means to stop the spread of the fire and save the rest of the city. What is the Czar of Russia but a house afire in the midst of a city of 80 millions of inhabitants? Yet instead of extinguishing him, together with his nest and system, the liberation parties are all anxious to merely cool him down a little and keep him. It seems to me that this is illogical, idiotic, in fact. Suppose you had this granite-hearted, bloody-jawed maniac of Russia loose in your house, chasing the helpless women and little children, your own. What would you do with him, supposing you had a shotgun? Well, he is loose in your house, Russia, and with your shotgun in your hand, you stand trying to think up ways to modify him. Do these liberation parties think that they can succeed in a project which has been attempted 1,000,000 times in the history of the world and has never in one single instance been successful? The modification of a despotism by other means than bloodshed? They seem to think they can. My privilege to write these sanguinary sentences in soft security was bought for me by rivers of blood poured upon many fields, in many lands. But I possess not one single little paltry right or privilege that come to me as a result of petition, persuasion, agitation for reform, or any kindred method of procedure. When we consider that not even the most responsible English monarch ever yielded back a stolen public right until it was wrenched from them by bloody violence, is it rational to suppose that gentler methods can win privileges in Russia? Of course I know that the properest way to demolish the Russian throne would be by revolution, but it is not possible to get up a revolution there. So the only thing left to do, apparently, is to keep the throne vacant by dynamite until a day when candidates shall decline with thanks. Then organize the republic. And on the whole, this method has some large advantages. For whereas a revolution destroys some lives which cannot well be spared, the dynamite way doesn't. Consider this: the conspirators against the Czar's life are caught in every rank of life, from the low to the high. And consider, if so many take an active part where the peril is so dire, is this not evidence that the sympathizers who keep still and do not show their hands are countless for multitudes? Can you break the hearts of thousands of families with the awful Siberian exodus every year for generations and not eventually cover all Russia from limit to limit with bereaved fathers and mothers and brothers and sisters who secretly hate the perpetrator of this prodigious crime and hunger and thirst for his life? Do you not believe that if your wife or your child or your father was exiled to the mines of Siberia for some trivial utterances wrung from a smarting spirit by the Czar's intolerable tyranny, and you got a chance to kill him and did not do it, that you would always be ashamed to be in your own society the rest of your life? Suppose that refined and lovely Russian lady who was lately stripped bare before a brutal soldiery and whipped to death by the Czar's hand in the person of the Czar's creature had been your wife or your daughter or your sister, and today the Czar should pass within reach of your hand, how would you feel, and what would you do? Consider that all over vast Russia, from boundary to boundary, a myriad of eyes filled with tears when that piteous news came, and through those tears that myriad of eyes saw, not that poor lady, but lost darlings of their own, whose fate her fate brought back with new access of grief out of a black and bitter past never to be forgotten or forgiven. If I am a Swinburnian, and clear to the marrow I am, I hold human nature in sufficient honor to believe there are 80,000,000 mute Russians that are of the same stripe, and only one Russian family that isn't. Mark Twain. Typesetter matters were going badly. Clemens still had faith in Jones, and he had lost no grain of faith in the machine. The money situation, however, was troublesome. With an expensive establishment and work of one sort or another still to be done on the machine, his income would not reach. Perhaps Goodman had already given up hope, for he does not seem to have returned from California after the next letter was written, a colorless letter in which we feel a note of resignation. The last few lines are sufficient. To Joe T. Goodman, in California. Dear Joe, I wish you could get a day off and make those 2 or 3 Californians buy those privileges, for I'm going to need money before long. I don't know where the Senator is, but out on the coast, I reckon. I guess we've got a perfect machine at last. We never break a type now, and the new device for enabling the operator to touch the last letters and justify the line simultaneously works to a charm. With love to you both, Mark. The year closed gloomily enough. The typesetter seemed to be perfected, but capital for its manufacture was not forthcoming. The publishing business of Charles L. Webster and Company was returning little or no profit. Clemens's mother had died in Keokuk at the end of October, and his wife's mother in Elmira a month later. Mark Twain, writing a short business letter to his publisher-manager Fred J. Ball, closed it, "Merry Christmas to you, and I wish to God I could have one myself before I die." End of Section 32. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 33 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 31. Letters, 1891, to Howells, Mrs. Clemens, and others. Return to literature. American claimant. Leaving Hartford. Europe. Down the Rhine. Clemens was still not without hope in the machine at the beginning of the new year, 1891, but it was a hope no longer active, and it presently became a moribund. Jones, on about the middle of February, backed out altogether, laying the blame chiefly on Mackey and the others who, he said, had decided not to invest. Jones let his victim down easy with friendly words, but it was the end, for the present at least, of machine financiering. It was also the end of Mark Twain's capital. His publishing business was not good. It was already in debt and needing more money. There was just one thing for him to do, and he did it at once, not stopping to cry over spilt milk, but with good courage and the old enthusiasm that never failed him. He returned to the trade of authorship. He dug out half-finished articles and stories, finished them, and sold them, and within a week after the Jones collapse he was at work on a novel based on the old Sellers idea, which 8 years before he and Howells had worked into a play. The brief letter in which he reported this news to Howells bears no marks of depression, though the writer of it was in his 56th year. He was by no means well, and his financial prospects were anything but golden. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, February 24, '91. Dear Howells, Mrs. Clemens has been sick abed for near 2 weeks, but is up and around the room now, and gaining. I don't know whether she has written Mrs. Howells or not. I only know she was going to, and will yet if she hasn't. We are promising ourselves a whole world of pleasure in the visit, and you mustn't dream of disappointing us. Does this item stir an interest in you? Began a novel 4 days ago, and this moment finished chapter 4. Title of the book, Colonel Mulberry Sellers, American Claimant of the Great Earldom of Rossmore in the Peerage of Great Britain. Yours ever, Mark. Probably Mark Twain did not return to literary work reluctantly. He had always enjoyed writing and felt now that he was equipped better than ever for authorship, at least so far as material was concerned. There exists a fragmentary copy of a letter to some unknown correspondent in which he recites his qualifications. It bears evidence of having been written just at this time, and is of unusual interest at this point. Fragment of letter to blank, 1891. I confine myself to life with which I am familiar when pretending to portray life. But I confine myself to the boy life out on the Mississippi because that had a peculiar charm for me, and not because I was not familiar with other phases of life. I was a soldier 2 weeks, once, in the beginning of the war, and was hunted like a rat the whole time. Familiar? My splendid Kipling himself hasn't a more burnt-in, hard-baked, and unforgettable familiarity with that death on the pale horse with hail following after, which is a raw soldier's first fortnight in the field, and which, without any doubt, is the most tremendous fortnight and the vividest he is ever going to see. Yes, and I have shoveled silver tailings in a quartz mill a couple of weeks, and acquired the last possibilities of culture in that direction. And I've done pocket mining during 3 months in the one little patch of ground in the whole globe where nature conceals gold in pockets, or did before we robbed all of those pockets and exhausted, obliterated, annihilated the most curious freak nature ever indulged in. There are not 30 men left alive who, being told there was a pocket hidden on the broad slope of a mountain, would know how to go and find it, or have even the faintest idea of how to set about it. But I am one of the possible 20 or 30 who possess the secret, and I could go and put my hand on that hidden treasure with a most deadly precision. And I've been a prospector, and know pay rock from poor when I find it, just with a touch of the tongue. And I've been a silver miner, and know how to dig and shovel and drill and put in a blast. And so I know the mines and the miners interiorly as well as Bret Harte knows them exteriorly. And I was a newspaper reporter 4 years in cities, and so saw the inside of many things, and was reporter in a legislature 2 sessions, and the same in Congress 1 session, and thus learned to know personally 3 sample bodies of the smallest minds and the selfishest souls and the cowardliest hearts that God makes. And I was some years a Mississippi pilot, and familiarly knew all the different kinds of steamboatmen, a race apart, and not like other folk. And I was for some years a traveling jewel printer, and wandered from city to city, and so I know that sect familiarly. And I was a lecturer on the public platform a number of seasons, and was a responder to toasts at all the different kinds of banquets, and so I know a great many secrets about audiences, secrets not to be got out of books, but only acquirable by experience. And I watched over one dear project of mine for years, spent a fortune on it and failed to make it go. And the history of that would make a large book in which 1,000,000 men would see themselves as in a mirror, and they would testify and say, "Verily, this is not imagination. This fellow has been there," and after would cast dust upon their heads, cursing and blaspheming. And I am a publisher, and did pay to one author's widow, General Grant's, the the largest copyright checks this world has seen, aggregating more than $80,000 in the first year. And I've been an author for 20 years and an ass for 55. Now then, as the most valuable capital or culture or education usable in the building of novels is personal experience, I ought to be well equipped for that trade. I surely have the equipment, a wide culture, and all of it real, none of it artificial, for I don't know anything about books. No signature. Clemens for several years had been bothered by rheumatism in his shoulder. The return now to the steady use of the pen aggravated his trouble, and at times he was nearly disabled. The phonograph for commercial dictation had been tried experimentally, and Mark Twain was always ready for any innovation. To W. D. Howells in Boston: Hartford, February 28, '91. Dear Howells, won't you drop in at the Boston Building, New England Phonograph Company, and talk into a phonograph in an ordinary conversation voice, and see if another person, who didn't hear you do it, can take the words from the thing without difficulty and repeat them to you? If the experiment is satisfactory, also make somebody put in a message which you don't hear, and see if afterward you can get it out without difficulty. Won't you then ask them on what terms they will rent me a phonograph for 3 months and furnish me cylinders enough to carry 75,000 words, 175 cylinders, ain't it? I don't want to erase any of them. My right arm is nearly disabled by rheumatism, but I am bound to write this book and sell 100,000 copies of it. No, I mean 1,000,000. Next fall. I feel sure I can dictate the book into a phonograph if I don't have to yell. I write 2,000 words a day. I think I can dictate twice as many. But mind, if this is going to be too much trouble to you, go ahead and do it, all the same. Yours ever, Mark. Howells, always willing to help, visited the phonograph place, and a few days later reported results. He wrote, "I talked your letter into a phonograph in my usual tone at my usual gait of speech." Then the phonograph man talked his answer in at his wonted swing and swell. Then we took the cylinder to a typewriter in the next room, and she put the hooks into her ears and wrote the whole out. I send you the result. There is a mistake of one word. I think that if you have the cheek to dictate the story into the phonograph, all the rest is perfectly easy. It wouldn't fatigue me to talk for an hour, as I did. Clemens did not find the phonograph entirely satisfactory, at least not for a time, and he appears never to have used it steadily. His early experience with it, however, seems interesting. To W. D. Howells in Boston: Hartford, April 4, '91. Dear Howells, I'm ashamed. It happened in this way. I was proposing to acknowledge the receipt of the play and the little book per phonograph, so that you could see that the instrument is good enough for mere letter writing. Then I meant to add the fact that you can't write literature with it, because it hasn't any ideas, and it hasn't any gift for elaboration, or smartness of talk, or vigor of action, or felicity of expression, but is just matter of fact, compressive, unornamental, and as grave and unsmiling as the devil. I filled 4 dozen cylinders in 2 sittings, then found I could have said about as much with the pen, and said it a deal better. Then I resigned. I believe it could teach one to dictate literature to a phonographer, and sometime I will experiment in that line. The little book is charmingly written, and it interested me, but it flies too high for me. Its concretest things are filmy abstractions to me, and when I lay my grip on one of them and open my hand, I feel as embarrassed as I used to feel when I thought I had caught a fly. I'm going to try to mail it back to you today. I mean, I'm going to charge my memory. Charging my memory is one of my chief industries. With our loves and our kindest regards distributed among you according to the proprieties, yours ever, Mark. P.S. I'm sending that ancient mental telegraphy article to Harper's with a modest postscript. Probably read it to you years ago. S.L.C. The little book mentioned in this letter was by Swedenborg, an author in whom the Boston literary set was always deeply interested. Mental Telegraphy appeared in Harper's Magazine, and is now included in the uniform edition of Mark Twain's books. It was written in 1878. Joe Goodman had long since returned to California, it being clear that nothing could be gained by remaining in Washington. On receipt of the news of the typesetter's collapse, he sent a consoling word. Perhaps he thought Clemens would rage over the unhappy circumstance, and possibly hold him in some measure to blame. But it was generally the smaller annoyances of life that made Mark Twain rage. The larger catastrophes were likely to stir only his philosophy. The Library of American Literature mentioned in the following letter was a work in many volumes, edited by Edmund Clarence Stedman and Ellen Mackey Hutchinson. To Joe T. Goodman, April, 1891. Dear Joe, well, it's all right anyway. Diplomacy couldn't have saved it, diplomacy of mine, at that late day. I hadn't any diplomacy in stock anyway. In order to meet Jones's requirements, I had to surrender the old contract, a contract which made me boss of the situation and gave me the whip hand of Page, and allow the new one to be drafted and put in its place. I was running an immense risk, but it was justified by Jones's promises made to me not merely once, but every time I tallied with him. When February arrived, I saw signs which were mighty plain reading, signs which meant that Page was hoping and praying that Jones would go back on me, which would leave Page boss, and me robbed and out in the cold. His prayers were answered, and I am out in the cold. If I ever get back my 9/20 interest, it will be by lawsuit, which will be instituted in the indefinite future, when the time comes. I am at work again on a book, not with a great deal of spirit, but with enough, yes, plenty. And I am pushing my publishing house. It has turned the corner after cleaning $50,000 a year for 3 consecutive years, and piling every cent of it into one book, Library of American Literature, and from next January onward it will resume dividends. But I've got to earn $50,000 for it between now and then, which I will do if I keep my health. This additional capital is needed for that same book, because its prosperity is growing so great and exacting. It is dreadful to think of you in ill health. I can't realize it. You are always to me the same that you were in those days when matchless health and glowing spirits and delight in life were commonplaces with us. Lord save us all from old age and broken health and a hope tree that has lost the faculty of putting out blossoms. With love to you both from us all. Mark. Mark Twain's residence in Hartford was drawing rapidly to a close. Mrs. Clemens was poorly, and his own health was uncertain. They believed that some of the European baths would help them. Furthermore, Mark Twain could no longer afford the luxury of his Hartford home. In Europe, life could be simpler and vastly cheaper. He was offered $1,000 apiece for 6 European letters by the McClure Syndicate and W. M. Laffan of the Sun. This would at least give him a start on the other side. The family began immediately their sad arrangements for departure. To Fred J. Hall, Manager, Charles L. Webster and Company, New York. Hartford, April 14, '91. Dear Mr. Hall, privately, keep it to yourself. As you are already aware, we are going to Europe in June for an indefinite stay. We shall sell the horses and shut up the house. We wish to provide a place for our coachman, who has been with us 21 years and is sober, active, diligent, and unusually bright and capable. You spoke of hiring a colored man as engineer and helper in the packing room. Patrick would soon learn that trade and be very valuable. We will cease to need him by the middle or end of June. Have you made irrevocable arrangements with the colored man, or would you prefer to have Patrick if he thinks he would like to try? I have not said anything to him about it yet. Yours, S.L.C. It was to be a complete breaking up of their beautiful establishment. Patrick McClure, George the butler, and others of their household help had been like members of the family. We may guess at the heartbreak of it all, even though the letters remain cheerful. Howells, strangely enough, seems to have been about the last one to be told of their European plans. In fact, he first got wind of it from the papers and wrote for information. Likely enough, Clemens had not until then had the courage to confess. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, May 20, '91. Dear Howells, for her health's sake, Mrs. Clemens must try Bath somewhere, and this it is that has determined us to go to Europe. The water required seems to be provided at a little obscure and little visited nook up in the hills back of the Rhine somewhere, and you get to it by Rhine traffic boat and country stage coach. Come, get sick, or sorry enough, and join us. We shall be a little while at that Bath, and the rest of the summer at Annecy. This confidential to you. In Haute-Savoie, 22 miles from Geneva. Spend the winters in Berlin. I don't know how long we shall be in Europe. I have a vote, but I don't cast it. I'm going to do whatever the others desire, with leave to change their mind without prejudice whenever they want to. Travel has no longer any charm for me. I have seen all the foreign countries I want to see, except heaven and hell, and I have only a vague curiosity as concerns one of those. I found I couldn't use the play. I had departed too far from its lines when I came to look at it. I thought I might get a great deal of dialogue out of it, but I got only 15 loosely written pages. They saved me half a day's work. It was the cursing phonograph. There was abundance of good dialogue, but it couldn't be fitted into the new conditions of the story. Oh, look here. I did today what I have several times in past years thought of doing: answered an interviewing proposition from a rich newspaper with the reminder that they had not stated the terms, that my time was all occupied with writing at good pay, and that as talking was harder work I should not care to venture it unless I knew the pay was going to be proportionately higher. I wish I had thought of this the other day when Charley Stoddard turned a pleasant Englishman loose on me and I couldn't think of any rational excuse. Yours ever, Mark. Clemens had finished his Sellers book and had disposed of the serial rights to the McClure Syndicate. The house in Hartford was closed early in June, and on the 6th the family, with one maid, Katie Leary, sailed on the Gascon. 2 weeks later they had begun a residence abroad, which was to last for more than 9 years. It was not easy to get to work in Europe. Clemens' arm remained lame, and any effort at writing brought suffering. The Century magazine proposed another set of letters, but by the end of July he had barely begun on those promised to McClure and Laffan. In August, however, he was able to send 3, one from Aix about the baths there, another from Beirut concerning the Wagner festival, and a third from Marienbad in Bohemia, where they rested for a time. He decided that he would arrange for no more European letters when the 6 were finished, but would gather material for a book. He would take a courier and a kodak and go tramping again in some fashion that would be interesting to do and to write. The idea finally matured when he reached Switzerland and settled the family at the Hotel Beau Rivage, Ouchy, Lausanne, facing Lake Leman. He decided to make a floating trip down the Rhone, and he engaged Joseph Very, a courier that had served him on a former European trip, to accompany him. The courier went over to Bourget and bought for $5 a flat-bottomed boat and engaged its owner as their pilot. It was the morning of September 20 when they began their floating trip down the beautiful historic river that flows through the loveliest and most romantic region of France. He wrote daily to Mrs. Clemens, and his letters tell the story of that drowsy, happy experience better than the notes made with a view to publication. Clemens had arrived at Lake Bourget on the evening before the morning of their start, and slept on the island of Châtillon, in an old castle of the same name. Lake Bourget connects with the Rhone by a small canal. Letters and Memoranda to Mrs. Clemens in Ouchy, Switzerland, September 20, 1891, Sunday, 11 a.m. On the Lake Bourget, just started. The castle of Châtillon high overhead, showing above the trees. It was a wonderfully still place to sleep in. Beside us there was nobody in it but a woman, a boy, and a dog. A pope was born in the room I slept in. No, he became a pope later. The lake is smooth as glass. A brilliant sun is shining. Our boat is comfortable and shady with its awning. 11:20. We have crossed the lake and are entering the canal. Shall presently be in the Rhone. Noon. Nearly down to the Rhone, passing the village of Chanaz. 3:15 p.m. Sunday. We have been in the Rhone 3 hours. It is unimaginably still and reposeful, and cool and soft and breezy. No rowing or work of any kind to do. We merely float with the current. We glide noiseless and swift, as fast as a London cab horse rips along, 8 miles an hour, the swiftest current I've ever boated in. We have the entire river to ourselves, nowhere a boat of any kind. Goodbye, sweetheart. S.L.C. Port de Grosley, Monday, 4:15 p.m., September 21, 1891. Name of the village which we left 5 minutes ago. We went ashore at 5 p.m. yesterday, dear heart, and walked a short mile to Saint-Genix, a big village, and took quarters at the principal inn. Had a good dinner, and afterwards a long walk out of town on the banks of the Guiers till 7:30. Went to bed at 8:30 and continued to make notes and read books and newspapers till midnight. Slept until 8, breakfasted in bed, and lay till noon, because there had been a very heavy rain in the night and the day was still dark and lowering. But at noon the sun broke through, and in 15 minutes we were tramping toward the river. Got afloat at 1 p.m., but at 2:40 we had to rush suddenly ashore and take refuge in the above village. Just as we got ourselves and traps safely housed in the inn, the rain let go and came down in great style. We lost an hour and a half there, but we are off again now with bright sunshine. I wrote you yesterday, my darling, and shall expect to write you every day. Good day and love to you all. Samuel. On the Rhone below Villebois, Tuesday noon. Good morning, sweetheart. Night caught us yesterday where we had to take quarters in a peasant's house which was occupied by the family, and a lot of cows and calves, also several rabbits. Footnote: his word for fleas. End of footnote. The latter had a ball, and I was the ball room, but they were very friendly and didn't bite. The peasants were mighty kind and hearty, and flew around and did their best to make us comfortable. This morning I breakfasted on the shore in the open air with 2 sociable dogs and a cat. Clean cloth, napkin and table furniture, white sugar, a vast hunk of excellent butter, good bread, first-class coffee with pure milk, fried fish just caught. Wonderful that so much cleanliness should come out of such a phenomenally dirty house. An hour ago we saw the Falls of the Rhone, a prodigiously rough and dangerous looking place, shipped a little water but came to no harm. It was one of the most beautiful pieces of piloting and boat management I ever saw. Our admiral knew his business. We have had to run ashore for shelter every time it has rained heretofore, but Joseph has been putting in his odd time making a waterproof sunbonnet for the boat, and now we sail along dry, although we had many heavy showers this morning. With a word of love to you all, and particularly you, Samuel. On the Rhone, below Vienna. I salute you, my darling. Your telegram reached me in Lyons last night and was very pleasant news indeed. I was up and shaved before 8 this morning, but we got delayed and didn't sail from Lyons till 10:30, an hour and a half lost, and we've lost another hour, 2 of them, I guess, since, by an error. We came in sight of Vienna at 2 o'clock, several miles ahead, on a hill, and I proposed to walk down there and let the boat go ahead of us. So Joseph and I got out and struck through a willow swamp along a dim path, and by came out on the steep bank of a slough, or inlet or something, and we followed that bank for ever and ever, trying to get around the head of that slough. Finally I noticed a twig standing up in the water, and by George it had a distinct and even vigorous quiver to it. I don't know when I have felt so much like a donkey. On an island. I wanted to drown somebody, but I hadn't anybody I could spare. However, after another long tramp, we found a lonely native, and he had a scow, and soon we were on the mainland. Yes, and a blame sight further from Vienna than we were when we started. Notes: I make millions of them, and so I get no time to write to you. If you've got a pad there, please send it poste restante to Avignon. I may not need it, but I fear I shall. I'm straining to reach Saint Pierre de Boef, but it's going to be a close fit, I reckon. Afloat Friday, 3 p.m., '91. Livy, darling, we sailed from Saint Pierre de Boef 6 hours ago, and are now approaching Tournon, where we shall not stop, but go on and make Valence, a city of 25,000 people. It's too delicious, floating with the swift current under the awning these superb sunshiny days in deep peace and quietness. Some of these curious old historical towns strangely persuade me, but it is so lovely afloat that I don't stop, but view them from the outside and sail on. We get abundance of grapes and peaches for next to nothing. Joseph is perfect. He is at his very best, and never was better in his life. I guess he gets discouraged and feels disliked and in the way when he is lying around, but here he is perfection, and brimful of useful alacrities and helps and ingenuities. When I woke up an hour ago and heard the clock strike 4, I said, I seem to have been asleep an immensely long time. I must have gone to bed mighty early. I wonder what time I did go to bed. And I got up and lit a candle and looked at my watch to see. Afloat 2 hours below Bourg St. Andiol, Monday, 11 a.m., September 28. Livy darling, I didn't write yesterday. We left La Voulte in a driving storm of cold rain. Couldn't write in it, and at 1 p.m., when we were not thinking of stopping, we saw a picturesque and mighty ruin on a high hill back of a village, and I was seized with a desire to explore it. So we landed at once and set out with rubbers and umbrella, sending the boat ahead to St. Andiol, and we spent 3 hours clambering about those cloudy heights among those worn and vast and idiotic ruins of a castle built by 2 crusaders 650 years ago. The work of these asses was full of interest, and we had a good time inspecting, examining, and scrutinizing it. All the hills on both sides of the Rhone have peaks and precipices, and each has its gray and wasted pile of moldy walls and broken towers. The Romans displaced the Gauls, the Visigoths displaced the Romans. The Saracens displaced the Visigoths, the Christians displaced the Saracens, and it was these pious animals who built these strange lairs and cut each other's throats in the name and for the glory of God, and robbed and burned and slew in peace and war, and the pauper and the slave built churches, and the credit of it went to the bishop, who racked the money out of them. These are pathetic shores, and they make one despise the human race. We came down in an hour by rail, but I couldn't get your telegram till this morning, for it was Sunday, and they had shut up the post office to go to the circus. I went too. It was all one family, parents and 5 children, performing in the open air to 200 of these enchanted villagers, who contributed coppers when called on. It was a most gay and strange and pathetic show. I got up at 7 this morning to see the poor devils cook their poor breakfast and pack up their sordid fineries. This is a 9-kilometer current, and the wind is with us. We shall make Avignon before 4 o'clock. I saw watermelons and pomegranates for sale at St. Andiol. With the power of love, sweetheart, Samuel. Hotel d'Europe, Avignon, Monday, 6 p.m., September 28. Well, Livy darling, I have been having a perfect feast of letters for an hour, and I thank you and dear Clam with all my heart. It's like hearing from home after a long absence. It is early to be in bed, but I'm always abed before 9 on this voyage, and up at 7 or a trifle later every morning. If I ever take such a trip again, I will have myself called at the first tinge of dawn and get to sea as soon after as possible. The early dawn on the water, nothing can be finer, as I know by old Mississippi experience. I did so long for you and Sue yesterday morning, the most superb sunrise, the most marvelous sunrise, and I saw it all, from the very faintest suspicion of the coming dawn all the way through to the final explosion of glory. But it had interest private to itself, and not to be found elsewhere in the world, for between me and it, in the far distant eastward, was a silhouette mountain range in which I had discovered, the previous afternoon, a most noble face upturned to the sky, and mighty form outstretched, which I had named Napoleon, dreaming of universal empire. And now this prodigious face, soft, rich, blue, spiritual, asleep, tranquil, reposeful, lay against that giant conflagration of ruddy and golden splendors, all rayed like a wheel with the upstreaming and far-reaching lances of the sun. It made one want to cry for delight, it was so supreme in its unimaginable majesty and beauty. We had a curious experience today. A little after I had sealed and directed my letter to you, in which I said we should make Avignon before 4, we got lost. We ceased to encounter any village or ruin mentioned in our particularizes and detailed guide of the Rhone. Went drifting along by the hour in a wholly unknown land and on an uncharted river. Confound it, we stopped talking and did nothing but stand up in the boat and search the horizons with the glass and wonder what in the devil had happened. And at last, away yonder at 5 o'clock, when some east towers and fortresses hove in sight, we couldn't recognize them for Avignon, yet we knew by the broken bridge that it was Avignon. Then we saw what the trouble was. At some time or other we had drifted down the wrong side of an island and followed a sluggish branch of the Rhone not frequented in modern times. We lost an hour and a half by it and missed one of the most picturesque and gigantic and history-sodden masses of castellated medieval ruin that Europe can show. It was dark by the time we had wandered through the town and got the letters and found the hotel, so I went to bed. We shall leave here at noon tomorrow and float down to Arles, arriving about dark, and there bid good bye to the boat, the river trip finished. Between Arles and Nimes and Avignon again, we shall be till Saturday morning, then rail it through on that day to Ouchy, reaching the hotel at 11 at night if the train isn't late. Next day, Sunday, if you like, go to Basel, and Monday to Berlin. But I shall be at your disposal to do exactly as you desire and prefer. With no end of love to all of you and twice as much to you, sweetheart, Samuel. I believe my arm is a trifle better than it was when I started. The mention in the foregoing letter of the Napoleon effigy is the beginning of what proved to be a rather interesting episode. Mark Twain thought a great deal of his discovery, as he called it, the giant figure of Napoleon outlined by the distant mountain range. In his notebook he entered memoranda telling just where it was to be seen, and added a pencil sketch of the huge profile. But then he characteristically forgot all about it, and when he recalled the incident 10 years later, he could not remember the name of the village, Beauchastel, from which the great figure could be seen. Also, that he had made a record of the place. But he was by this time more certain than ever that his discovery was a remarkable one, which, if known, would become one of the great natural wonders, such as Niagara Falls. Theodore Stanton was visiting him at the time, and Clemens urged him, on his return to France, to make an excursion to the Rhone and locate the lost Napoleon, as he now called it. But Clemens remembered the wonder as being somewhere between Arles and Avignon, instead of about 100 miles above the last town. Stanton naturally failed to find it, and it remained for the writer of these notes, motoring up the Rhone one September day, exactly 22 years after the first discovery, to relocate the vast reclining figure of the first consul of France, dreaming of universal empire. The rediscovery was not difficult with Mark Twain's memoranda as a guide, and it was worth while. Perhaps the lost Napoleon is not so important a natural wonder as Mark Twain believed, but it is a striking picture, and on a clear day the calm blue face outlined against the sky will long hold the traveler's attention. To Clara Clemens, in Ouchy, Switzerland. Afloat, 11:20 a.m., September 29, Tuesday. Dear old Ben, the vast stone masses and huge towers of the ancient papal palace of Avignon are projected above an intervening wooded island a mile up the river behind me, for we are already on our way to Arles. It is a perfectly still morning, with a brilliant sun, and very hot outside, but I am under cover of the linen hood, and it is cool and shady in here. Please tell Mama I got her very last letter this morning, and I perceive by it that I do not need to arrive at Ouchy before Saturday midnight. I am glad, because I couldn't do the railroading I am proposing to do during the next 2 or 3 days and get there earlier. I could put in the time till Sunday midnight, but shall not venture it without telegraphic instructions from her to Nimes day after tomorrow, October 1, care Hotel Manivet. The only adventures we have is in drifting into rough seas now and then. They are not dangerous, but they go through all the motions of it. Yesterday, when we shot the Bridge of the Holy Spirit, it was probably in charge of some inexperienced deputy spirit for the day, for we were allowed to go through the wrong arch, which brought us into a tourbillon below which tried to make this old scow stand on its head. Of course I lost my temper and blew it off in a way to be heard above the roar of the tossing waters. I lost it because the Admiral had taken that arch in deference to my opinion that it was the best one, while his own judgment told him to take the one nearest the other side of the river. I could have poisoned him, I was so mad to think I had hired such a turnip. A boatman in command should obey nobody's orders but his own, and yield to nobody's suggestions. It was very sweet of you to write me, dear, and I thank you ever so much. With greatest love and kisses, Papa. To Mrs. Clemens, in Ouchy, Switzerland: Arles, September 30, noon. Livy darling, I hain't got no time to write today, because I am sightseeing industriously and imagining my chapter. Bade good bye to the river trip and gave away the boat yesterday evening. We had 10 great days in her. We reached here after dark. We were due about 4:30, counting by distance, but we couldn't calculate on such a lifeless current as we found. I love you, sweetheart, Samuel. It had been a long time since Clemens had written to his old friend Twichell, but the Rhone trip must have reminded him of those days 13 years earlier, when comparatively young men, he and Twichell were tramping through the Black Forest and scaling Gemmi Pass. He sent Twichell a reminder of that happy time. To Rev. Joseph H. Twichell, in Hartford, Connecticut: Nimes, October 1, '91. Dear Joe, I have been 10 days floating down the Rhone on a raft from Lake Bourget, and a most curious and darling kind of a trip it has been. You ought to have been along. I could have made room for you easily, and you would have found that a pedestrian tour in Europe doesn't begin with a raft voyage for hilarity and mild adventure, and intimate contact with the unvisited native of the back settlements, and extinction from the world and newspapers, and a conscience in a state of coma, and lazy comfort and solid happiness. In fact, there's nothing that's so lovely. But it's all over. I gave the raft away yesterday at Arles, and am loafing along back by short stages on the rail to Ouchy Lucerne, where the tribe are staying. Love to you all, Mark. The Clemenses settled in Berlin for the winter at 7 Kornerstrasse and later at the Hotel Royal. There had been no permanent improvement in Mark Twain's arm, and he found writing difficult. Some of the letters promised to Laffan and McClure were still unfinished. Young Hall, his publishing manager in America, was working hard to keep the business afloat, and being full of the optimism of his years, did not fail to make as good a showing as he could. We may believe his letters were very welcome to Clemens and his wife, who found little enough in the general prospect to comfort them. To Mr. Hall, in New York: Berlin, November 27, '91. Dear Mr. Hall, that kind of a statement is valuable. It came this morning. This is the first time since the business began that I've had a report that furnished the kind of information I wanted, and was really enlightening and satisfactory. Keep it up. Don't let it fall into desuetude. Everything looks so fine and handsome with the business now that I feel a great let up from depression. The rewards of your long and patient industry are on their way, and their arrival safe in port presently seems assured. By George, I shall be glad when the ship comes in. My arm is so much better that I was able to make a speech last night to 250 Americans, but when they threw my portrait on the screen it was a sorrowful reminder, for it was from a negative of 15 years ago and hadn't a gray hair in it. And now that my arm is better, I have stolen a couple of days and finished up a couple of McClure letters that have been lying a long time. I shall mail one of them to you next Tuesday, registered. Look for it. I shall register and mail the other one, concerning the Jungfrau, next Friday. Look out for it also, and drop me a line to let me know they have arrived. I shall write the 6th and last letter by and by, when I have studied Berlin sufficiently. Yours in a most cheerful frame of mind, and with my and all the family's Thanksgiving greetings and best wishes. S. L. Clemens. Postscript by Mrs. Clemens, written on Mr. Clemens' letter. Dear Mr. Hall, this is my birthday, and your letter this morning was a happy addition to the little gifts on the breakfast table. I thought of going out and spending money for something unnecessary after it came, but concluded perhaps I better wait a little longer. Sincerely yours, O. L. Clemens. The German Chicago was the last of the 6 McClure letters and was finished that winter in Berlin. It is now included in the uniform edition of Mark Twain's works and is one of the best descriptive articles of the German capital ever written. He made no use of the Rhone notes further than to put them together in literary form. They did not seem to him to contain enough substance to warrant publication. A letter to Hall, written toward the end of December, we find rather gloomy in tone, though he is still able to extract comfort and even cheerfulness from one of Mr. Hall's reports. Memorandum to Fred J. Hall, in New York. Among the manuscripts I left with you are a few that have a recent look and are written on rather stiff pale green paper. If you will have those typewritered, and keep the originals and send me the copies, one per mail, not two, I'll see if I can use them. But tell Howells and other inquirers that my hopes of writing anything are very slender. I seem to be disabled for life. Drop McClure a line and tell him the same. I can't dare to make an engagement now for even a single letter. I am glad Howells is on a magazine, but sorry he gave up the study. I shall have to go on a magazine myself if this L.A.L. continues to hold my nose down to the grindstone much longer. I'm going to hold my breath now for 30 days. Then the annual statement will arrive and I shall know how we feel. Merry Christmas to you from us all. Sincerely, S. L. C. P.S. Just finished the above and finished raging at the eternal German tax gatherer, and so all the jubilant things which I was going to say about the past year's business got knocked out of me. After writing this present letter I was feeling blue about Huck Finn, but I sat down and overhauled your reports from now back to last April and compared them with the splendid October-November business, and went to bed feeling refreshed and fine, for certainly it has been a handsome year. Now rush me along the annual report and let's see how we feel. S. L. C. End of section 33. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 34 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 32. Letters 1892. Chiefly to Mr. Hall and Mrs. Crane, in Berlin. Mentone, Bad Nauheim, Florence. Mark Twain was the notable literary figure in Berlin that winter, the center of every great gathering. He was entertained by the Kaiser and shown many special attentions by Germans of every rank. His books were as well known in Berlin as in New York, and at court assemblies and embassies he was always a chief center of interest. He was too popular for his own good. The gaiety of the capital told on him. Finally, one night, after delivering a lecture in a hot room, he contracted a severe cold, driving to a ball at General von Versen's, and a few days later was confined to his bed with pneumonia. It was not a severe attack, but it was long continued. He could write some letters and even work a little, but he was not allowed to leave his bed for many weeks, a condition which he did not find a hardship, for no man ever enjoyed the loose luxury of undress and the comfort of pillows more than Mark Twain. In a memorandum of that time he wrote, "I am having a booming time all to myself." Meantime, Hall in America was sending favorable reports of the publishing business, and this naturally helped to keep up his spirits. He wrote frequently to Hall, of course, but the letters for the most part are purely of a business nature and of little interest to the general reader. To Fred J. Hall, in New York: Hotel Royal, Berlin, Feb. 12. Dear Mr. Hall, Daly wants to get the stage rights of the American Claimant. The foundation from which I wrote the story is a play of the same name which has been in A. P. Burbank's hands 5 or 6 years. That play cost me some money, helping Burbank stage it, but has never brought me any. I have written Burbank, Lotto's Club, and asked him to give me back his rights in the old play, so that I can treat with Daly and utilize this chance to even myself up. Burbank is a lovely fellow, and if he objects I can't urge him. But you run in at the Lottos and see him, and if he relinquishes his claim, then I would like you to conduct the business with Daly, or have Whitford or some other lawyer do it under your supervision, if you prefer. This morning I seem to have rheumatism in my right foot. I am ordered south by the doctor, and shall expect to be well enough to start by the end of this month. No signature. It is curious, after Clemens and Howells had tried so hard and so long to place their Sellers play, that now, when the story appeared in book form, Augustine Daly should have thought it worth dramatizing. Daly and Clemens were old friends, and it would seem that Daly could hardly have escaped seeing the play when it was going the rounds. But perhaps there is nothing more mysterious in the world than the ways and wants of theatrical managers. The matter came to nothing, of course, but the fact that Daly should have thought a story built from an old discarded play had a play in it seems interesting. Clemens and his wife were advised to leave the cold of Berlin as soon as he was able to travel. This was not until the 1st of March when, taking their old courier, Joseph Very, they left the children in good hands and journeyed to the south of France. To Susie Clemens, in Berlin: Mentone, March 22, '92. Susie dear, I have been delighted to note your easy facility with your pen, and proud to note also your literary superiorities of one kind and another: clearness of statement, directness, felicity of expression, photographic ability in setting forth an incident, style, good style, no barnacles on it in the way of unnecessary retarding words. The shipman scrapes off the barnacles when he wants his racer to go her best gait and straight to the buoy. You should write a letter every day, long or short, and so ought I, but I don't. Mama says, tell Clara yes, she will have to write a note if the fan comes back mended. We couldn't go to Nice today, had to give it up, on various accounts, and this was the last chance. I'm sorry for Mama. I wish you could have gone. She got a heavy fall yesterday evening and was pretty stiff and lame this morning, but is working it off trunk packing. Joseph is gone to Nice to educate himself in Kodaking, and to get the pictures mounted which Mama thinks she took here, but I noticed she didn't take the plug out, as a rule. When she did, she took 9 pictures on top of each other, composites. With lots of love, Papa. In the course of their Italian wanderings they reached Florence, where they were so comfortable and well that they decided to engage a villa for the next winter. Through Professor Willard Fiske they discovered the Villa Viviani near Settignano, an old palace beautifully located on the hilltops east of Florence, commanding a wonderful view of the ancient city. Clemens felt that he could work there, and time proved that he was right. For the summer, however, they returned to Germany and located at Bad Nauheim. Clemens presently decided to make a trip to America to give some personal attention to business matters. For one thing, his publishing house, in spite of prosperity, seemed constantly to be requiring more capital, and then a Chicago company had been persuaded by Page to undertake the manufacture of the typesetter. It was the beginning of a series of feverish trips which he would make back and forth across the ocean during the next 2 years. To Fred J. Hall, in New York: Bad Nauheim, June 11, '92. Saturday. Dear Mr. Hall, if this arrives before I do, let it inform you that I'm leaving Bremen for New York next Tuesday in the Havel. If you can meet me when the ship arrives, you can help me to get away from the reporters, and maybe you can take me to your own or some other lodgings where they can't find me. But if the hour is too early or too late for you, I shall obscure myself somewhere till I can come to the office. Yours sincerely, S. L. C. Nothing of importance happened in America. The new Page Company had a factory started in Chicago and expected to manufacture 50 machines as a beginning. They claimed to have capital, or to be able to command it, and as the main control had passed from Clemens's hands, he could do no more than look over the ground and hope for the best. As for the business, about all that he could do was to sign certain notes necessary to provide such additional capital as was needed, and agree with Hall that hereafter they would concentrate their efforts and resist further temptation in the way of new enterprise. Then he returned to Bad Nauheim and settled down to literature. This was the middle of July, and he must have worked pretty steadily, for he presently had a variety of manuscripts ready to offer. To Fred J. Hall, in New York: August 10, '92. Dear Mr. Hall, I have dropped that novel I wrote you about, because I saw a more effective way of using the main episode, to wit, by telling it through the lips of Huck Finn. So I have started Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer, still 15 years old, and their friend the freed slave Jim around the world in a stray balloon, with Huck as narrator, and somewhere after the end of that great voyage he will work in the said episode, and then nobody will suspect that a whole book has been written and the globe circumnavigated merely to get that episode in an effective and at the same time apparently unintentional way. I have written 12,000 words of this narrative, and find that the humor flows as easily as the adventures and surprises. So I shall go along and make a book of from 50,000 to 100,000 words. It is a story for boys, of course, and I think will interest any boy between 8 years and 80. When I was in New York the other day, Mrs. Dodge, editor of St. Nicholas, wrote and offered me $5,000 for serial right, a story for boys 50,000 words long. I wrote back and declined, for I had other matter in my mind then. I conceive that the right way to write a story for boys is to write so that it will not only interest boys, but will also strongly interest any man who has ever been a boy. That immensely enlarges the audience. Now this story doesn't need to be restricted to a child's magazine. It is proper enough for any magazine, I should think, or for a syndicate. I don't swear it, but I think so. Proposed title of the story: New Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. No signature. The novel mentioned in the foregoing was The Extraordinary Twins, a story from which Pudd'nhead Wilson would be evolved later. It was a wildly extravagant farce, just the sort of thing that now and then Mark Twain plunged into with an enthusiasm that had to work itself out and die a natural death, or mellow into something worth while. Tom Sawyer Abroad, as the new Huck story was finally called, was completed and disposed of to St. Nicholas for serial publication. The Twichells were in Europe that summer and came to Bad Nauheim. The next letter records a pleasant incident. The Prince of Wales of that day later became King Edward VII. To Mr. and Mrs. Orion Clemens, in Keokuk, Iowa. Private. Bad Nauheim, August 23, '92. Dear Orion and Mollie, private, because no newspaper man or other gossip must get hold of it. Livy is getting along pretty well, and the doctor thinks another summer here will cure her. The Twitchers have been here 4 days, and we have had good times with them. Joe and I ran over to Hamburg, the great pleasure resort, Saturday, to dine with some friends, and in the morning I went walking in the promenade and met the British ambassador to the court of Berlin, and he introduced me to the Prince of Wales, and I found him a most unusually comfortable and unembarrassing Englishman to talk with, quick to see the obscurest point, and equipped with a laugh which is spontaneous and catching. Am invited by a near friend of his to meet him at dinner day after tomorrow, and there could be a good time, but the brass band will smash the talk and spoil everything. We are expecting to move to Florence 10 or 12 days hence, but if this hot weather continues we shall wait for cooler. I take Clara to Berlin for the winter music, mainly, with German and French added. Thus far Jean is our only glib French scholar. We all send love to you all, and to Pamela and Sam's family, and Annie. Sam. Clemens and family left Bad Nauheim for Italy by way of Switzerland. In September, Mrs. Clemens's sister, Mrs. Crane, who had been with them in Europe during the first year, had now returned to America. Mrs. Clemens had improved at the baths, though she had by no means recovered her health. We get a general report of conditions from the letter which Clemens wrote Mrs. Crane from Lucerne, Switzerland, where the party rested for several days. The Phelps mentioned in this letter was William Walter Phelps, United States Minister to Germany. The Phelps and Clemens families had been much associated in Berlin. Mason was Frank Mason, Consul General at Frankfurt, and in later years at Paris. Charlie and Ida were Charles and Mrs. Langdon of Elmira. To Mrs. Crane, in Elmira, New York. Lucerne, September 18, '92. Dear Aunt Sue, imagine how I felt to find that you had actually gone off without filling my traveling inkstand which you gave me. I found it out yesterday. Livy advised me to write you about it. I have been driving this pen hard. I wrote 280 pages on a yarn called Tom Sawyer Abroad, then took up the Twins again, destroyed the last half of the manuscript and rewrote it in another form, and am going to continue it and finish it in Florence. Tom Sawyer seems rather pale to the family after the extravagances of the Twins, but they came to like it after they got used to it. We remained in Nauheim a little too long. If we had left there 4 or 5 days earlier, we should have made Florence in 3 days. But by the time we got started, Livy had got smitten with what we feared might be erysipelas, greatly swollen neck and face, and unceasing headaches. We lay idle in Frankfort 4 days, doctoring. We started Thursday and made bail. Hard trip, because it was one of those trains that gets tired every 7 minutes and stops to rest 3/4 of an hour. It took us 3½ hours to get here, instead of the regulation 2 hours 20 minutes. We reached here Friday evening and will leave tomorrow, Tuesday morning. The rest has made the headaches better. We shall pull through to Milan tomorrow, if possible. Next day we shall start at 10 a.m. and try to make Bologna 5 hours. Next day, Thursday, Florence, D.V. Next year we will walk, for these excursions have got to be made over again. I've got 7 trunks, and I undertook to be courier because I meant to express them to Florence direct, but we were a couple of days too late. All Continental roads had issued a peremptory order that no baggage should travel a mile except in the company of the owner. All over Europe people are howling. They are separated from their baggage and can't get it forwarded to them. I have to reship my trunks every day. It is very amusing, uncommonly so. There seemed grave doubts about our being able to get these trunks over the Italian frontier, but I've got a very handsome note from the Frankfort Italian Consul General addressed to all Italian customs officers, and we shall get through if anybody does. The Phelpses came to Frankfort and we had some great times. Dinner at his hotel, the Masons, supper at our inn, Livy not in it. She was merely allowed a glimpse, no more. Of course, Phelps said she was merely pretending to be ill, was never looking so well and fine. The children are all right. They paddle around a little and drive. So do we all. Lucerne seems to be pretty full of tourists. The Flulin boat went out crowded yesterday morning. The Paris Herald has created a public interest in inoculating one of its correspondents with cholera. A man said yesterday he wished to God they would inoculate all of them. Yes, the interest is quite general and strong, and much hope is felt. Livy says, I have said enough bad things, and better send all our loves to you and Charley and Ida and all the children, and shut up, which I do. And shut up. S.L.C. They reached Florence on the 26th, and 4 days later we find Clemens writing again to Mrs. Crane, detailing everything at length. Little comment on this letter is required. It fully explains itself. Perhaps a word of description from one of his memoranda will not be out of place. Of the villa he wrote, "It is a plain, square building, like a box, and is painted light green, and has green window shutters. It stands in a commanding position on the artificial terrace of liberal dimensions, which is walled around with masonry. From the walls, the vineyards and olive groves of the estate slant away toward the valley. Roses overflow the retaining walls and the battered and mossy stone urn on the gate post in pink and yellow cataracts, exactly as they do on the drop curtains in the theaters. The house is a very fortress for strength." The Mrs. Ross in this letter was Janet Ross, daughter of Lady Duff Gordon, remembered today for her Egyptian letters. The Ross castle was but a little distance away. To Mrs. Crane, in Elmira, Villa Viviani, Settignano, Florence, September 30, 1892. Dear Sue, we have been in the house several days, and certainly it is a beautiful place, particularly at this moment, when the skies are a deep leaden color, the domes of Florence dim in the drizzling rain, and occasional perpendicular coils of lightning quivering intensely in the black sky about Galileo's tower. It is a charming panorama, and the most conspicuous towers and domes down in the city look today just as they looked when Boccaccio and Dante used to contemplate them from this hillock 500 and 600 years ago. The mademoiselle is a great help to Livy in the housekeeping, and is a cheery and cheerful presence in the house. The butler is equipped with a little French, and it is this fact that enables the house to go. But it won't go well until the family get some sort of facility with the Italian tongue, for the cook, the woman of all work, and the coachman understand only that. It is a stubborn and devilish language to learn, but Jean and the others will master it. Livy's German Nauheim girl is the worst off of anybody, as there is no market for her tongue at all among the help. With the furniture in and the curtains up, the house is very pretty, and not unhomelike. At midnight last night we heard screams upstairs. Susie had set the lofty window curtains afire with a candle. This sounds kind of frightful, whereas when you come to think of it, a burning curtain or pile of furniture hasn't any element of danger about it in this fortress. There isn't any conceivable way to burn this house down, or enable a conflagration on one floor to climb to the next. Mrs. Ross laid in our wood, wine, and servants for us, and they are excellent. She had the house scoured from cellar to rook, the curtains washed and put up, all beds pulled to pieces, beaten, washed, and put together again, and beguiled the Marquise into putting a big porcelain stove in the vast central hall. She is a wonderful woman, and we don't quite see how or when we should have gotten under way without her. Observe our address above. The post delivers letters daily at the house. Even with the work and fuss of settling the house, Livy has improved, and the best is yet to come. There is going to be absolute seclusion here, a hermit life, in fact. We, the rest of us, shall run over to the Rosses frequently, and they will come here now and then and see Livy. That is all. Mr. Fisk is away, nobody knows where, and the work on his house has been stopped and his servants discharged. Therefore we shall merely go Rossing, as far as society is concerned. Shan't circulate in Florence until Livy shall be well enough to take a share in it. This present house is modern. It is not much more than 2 centuries old, but parts of it, and also its foundations, are of high antiquity. The fine, beautiful family portraits, the great carved ones in the large ovals over the doors of the big hall, carry one well back into the past. One of them is dated 1305. He could have known Dante, you see. Another is dated 1343. He could have known Boccaccio and spent his afternoons in Fiesole listening to the Decameron tales. Another is dated 1463. He could have met Columbus. Evening. The storm thundered away until night, and the rain came down in floods. For a while there was a partial break, which furnished about such a sunset as will be exhibited when the last day comes, and the universe tumbles together in wreck and ruin. I have never seen anything more spectacular and impressive. One person is satisfied with the villa anyway. Jean prefers it to all Europe, save Venice. Jean is eager to get at the Italian tongue again, now, and I see that she has forgotten little or nothing of what she learned of it in Rome and Venice last spring. I am the head French duffer of the family. Most of the talk goes over my head at the table. I catch only words, not phrases. When Italian comes to be substituted, I shall be even worse off than I am now, I suppose. This reminds me that this evening the German girl said to Livy, "Man hat mir gesagt, los sie una candela verlauft habe," unconsciously dropping in a couple of Italian words, you see. So she is going to join the polyglots, too, it appears. They say it is good entertainment to hear her and the butler talk together in their respective tongues, piecing out and patching up with the universal sign language as they go along. 5 languages in use in the house, including the sign language, hardest worked of them all. And yet with all this opulence of resource, we do seem to have an uncommonly tough time making ourselves understood. What we lack is a cat. If we only had Germania, that was the most satisfactory all-round cat I have seen yet. Totally un-Germanic in the raciness of his character and in the sparkle of his mind and the spontaneity of his movements. We shall not look upon his like again. S.L.C. Clemens got well settled down to work presently. He found the situation, the climate, the background entirely suited to literary production, and in a little while he had accomplished more than at any other time since his arrival in Europe. From letters to Mrs. Crane and to Mr. Hall we learn something of his employments and his satisfaction. To Mrs. Crane, in Elmira: Villa Viviani, Settignano, Florence, October 22, '92. Dear Sue, we are getting wonted. The open fires have driven away the cold and the doubt, and now a cheery spirit pervades the place. Livy and the Kings and Mademoiselle having been taking their tea a number of times lately on the open terrace, with the city and the hills and the sunset for company. I stop work a few minutes, as a rule, when the sun gets down to the hilltops west of Florence, and join the tea group to wonder and exclaim. There is always some new miracle in the view, a new and exquisite variation in the show, a variation which occurs every 15 minutes between dawn and night. Once, early in the morning, a multitude of white villas not before perceived revealed themselves on the far hills. Then we recognized that all those great hills are snowed thick with them, clear to the summit. The variety of lovely effects, the infinitude of change, is something not to be believed by any who has not seen it. No view that I am acquainted with in the world is at all comparable to this for delicacy, charm, exquisiteness, dainty coloring, and bewildering rapidity of change. It keeps a person drunk with pleasure all the time. Sometimes Florence ceases to be substantial and becomes just a faint soft dream, with domes and towers of air, and one is persuaded that he might blow it away with a puff of his breath. Livy is progressing admirably. This is just the right place for her. Remainder missing. To Fred J. Hall, in New York, December 12, '92. Dear Mr. Hall, November check received. I have lent the Californian's story to Arthur Stedman for his Author Club book, so your suggestion that my new spring book bear that name arrives too late, as he probably would not want us to use that story in a book of ours until the Author book had had its run. That is for him to decide, and I don't want him hampered at all in his decision. I, for my part, prefer the $1,000,000 Banknote and Other Stories by Mark Twain as a title, but above my judgment I prefer yours. I mean this: it is not taffy. I told Arthur to leave out the former squib or paragraph and use only the Californian's story. Tell him this is because I am going to use that in the book I am now writing. I finished those extraordinary twins night before last. Makes 60 or 80,000 words. Haven't counted. The last third of it suits me to a dot. I begin today to entirely recast and rewrite the first two-thirds, new plan, with 2 minor characters made very prominent, 1 major character cropped out, and the twins subordinated to a minor but not insignificant place. The minor character will now become the chiefest, and I will name the story after him, Pudd'nhead Wilson. Merry Christmas to you, and great prosperity and felicity. S. L. Clemens. End of Section 34. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.